And that, my dear Xeno friends, is why you should never, ever challenge a human to a drinking contest, I said, taking a swig from my synth beer and grinning at the assorted array of aliens gathered around our table in the grimy spaceport bar. The Xenthian to my left, a tall, willowy creature with iridescent skin that shimmered like an oil slick, blinked all four of its eyes in rapid succession. But Zach, it warbled, I fail to comprehend how consuming copious amounts of ethanol-based beverages correlates with your species' renowned resilience and adaptability. I couldn't help but laugh, a sound that came out as a mixture of a snort and a chuckle. Oh, sweet summer child, I said, patting the Xenthian's spindly arm. It's not about the drinking itself. It's about the spirit of the challenge, the sheer pig-headed stubbornness that makes us say challenge accepted, even when every rational part of our brain is screaming, no, you idiot. The Grix lounging across from me, picture a sentient, six-legged cactus with a surprisingly impressive mustache made of fine hair-like spines, leaned forward, his needles quivering with curiosity. But surely, he rasped, such reckless behavior is counterproductive to survival. How has your species not driven itself to extinction? I raised an eyebrow, taking another sip of my drink. Who says we haven't tried? Hell, we've come close more times than I can count. But here's the kicker, it's that very same recklessness that saved our collective asses more times than I care to admit. The Mizari twins seated to my right chittered excitedly, their antennae twitching in perfect synchronization. They always reminded me of oversized, bipedal praying mantises with an unhealthy obsession for neon body paint. Oh, they exclaimed in unison, is this where you regale us with another tale of human audacity? I couldn't help but grin. These alien folks might not always get our peculiar brand of insanity, but damn if they weren't an appreciative audience. Well, since you asked so nicely, I drawled, leaning back in my chair and propping my feet up on the table. Let me tell you about the time humanity's collective hold my beer moment saved an entire alien civilization. The assembled aliens leaned in, eyes or various sensory organs wide with anticipation. I cleared my throat dramatically, enjoying the moment. Picture this, it's about 50 Earth years ago. Humanity had just stumbled onto the galactic stage, wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, like a toddler who'd found their way into a particle accelerator. The year was 2173, and humanity had been part of the Galactic Confederation for all of 5 standard cycles. We were the new kids on the block, still fumbling with our universal translators and marveling at every new alien species we encountered. Enter Captain Jane Calamity Callahan, fresh out of the academy and greener than a Venusian swamp slug. She'd been given command of the USS Tenacity, a state-of-the-art exploration vessel that was humanity's pride and joy. Her mission, to boldly go where no human had gone before, to seek out new life and new civilizations, and to try not to start any intergalactic incidents in the process. No pressure, right? Now, Calamity Jane, and yes, that nickname was prophetic, had a reputation for being, shall we say, enthusiastically reckless. The kind of person who'd look at a danger do not enter sign and take it as a personal challenge. Her instructors at the academy had alternated between singing her praises and tearing their hair out in frustration. So naturally the bigwigs thought it'd be a brilliant idea to put her in charge of humanity's diplomatic efforts. Because nothing says we come in peace like a captain who treats safety protocols as polite suggestions. The Tenacity's first major assignment was to make contact with the Shearloids, a reclusive species known for their advanced technology and general disdain for anything that wasn't, well, Shearloid. They lived on a tidally locked planet, orbiting a temperamental red dwarf star, with conditions that made Venus look like a tropical paradise. As the Tenacity approached Zeroid Prime, Calamity Jane stood on the bridge, hands on her hips, a manic gleam in her eyes. "All right, crew," she announced, "let's make first contact. And remember, if anyone asks, we totally meant to do that." Her XO, a long-suffering fellow by the name of Commander Chen, pinched the bridge of his nose. "Ma'am," he said with the patience of a saint, "perhaps we should review the diplomatic protocols one more time." Jane waved a hand dismissively. "Protocols, schmotocols. We're humans, Chen. We'll improvise." And improvise they did. As the Tenacity entered orbit around Zeroid Prime, they received a transmission from the planet's surface. A hologram flickered to life on the bridge, revealing a Shearloid, imagine a cross between a jellyfish and a Christmas tree, with a voice that sounded like a kazoo being played underwater. "Greetings, Earth vessel," the Shearloid burbled. "We are surprised by your presence. Our star is entering a phase of increased solar activity. It is inadvisable for non-geoloid life forms to approach our world at this time. Calamity Jane, demonstrating the diplomatic finesse of a bulldozer in a china shop, grinned widely. Well, howdy there, neighbor. We heard you folks were having a bit of a stellar tantrum. Thought we'd pop by and see if you needed a hand. The Sherloid's tentacles rippled in what might have been confusion, alarm, or indigestion. It was hard to tell. Your offer is unexpected. However, the situation is well beyond the capabilities of your primitive technology. We strongly advise you to leave immediately. Now, if there's one surefire way to get a human's back up, it's to tell them they can't do something. Jane's grin turned positively feral. Primitive, eh? Well, why don't you just sit tight and watch what this primitive technology can do? Chen, fire up the magnetosphere manipulator. Commander Chen's face went through an impressive array of emotions: shock, horror, resignation, and finally, a sort of grim determination. Aye, Captain, he said, fingers flying over the controls, though I feel obligated to remind you that the magnetosphere manipulator is still in its experimental stages and has never been tested on a planetary scale. Jane clapped him on the shoulder. No time like the present for a field test, eh? Besides, what's the worst that could happen? As it turned out, the worst was pretty spectacular. The magnetosphere manipulator, a device cobbled together from equal parts human ingenuity and sheer audacity, was designed to create localized magnetic fields. In theory, it could be used to deflect solar radiation, create temporary shields, or even manipulate small objects at a distance. Using it to try and stabilize an entire planet's magnetosphere was like trying to stop a tsunami with a pool noodle. As the device powered up, the tenacity began to shake. Warning klaxons blared across the ship. On the view screen, massive arcs of energy began to dance across Sherloid Prime's atmosphere. Captain. Chen's voice was impressively steady. I'm reading some unusual energy patterns. Jane leaned forward, eyes gleaming. Unusual how? Well, Chen said, studying his readouts, if I didn't know better, I'd say we're creating an artificial aurora borealis across the entire planet. And indeed, Sherloid Prime was now wreathed in shimmering curtains of light, rippling in impossible colors that had no business existing outside of a painter's fever dream. The Sherloid hologram flickered back to life, its tentacles waving in agitation. What madness is this? It demanded. You're disrupting our entire planetary defense system. Jane, looking far too pleased with herself, shrugged. Disrupting? Nah, we're upgrading it. Free of charge even, you're welcome. As it turned out, the magnetosphere manipulator, in conjunction with Sherloid Prime's unique atmospheric composition, had created a planet-wide energy field that was exponentially more effective at deflecting solar radiation than anything the Sherloids had developed. The impending solar storm, which would have devastated their civilization, was now little more than a light show. For several long moments, silence reigned on the bridge of the tenacity. Then, slowly, improbably, the Sherloid hologram began to change color, shifting through a rainbow of hues before settling on a soft, pulsing blue. This is unprecedented, the Sherloid said, its voice tinged with what might have been awe. You've saved our entire species from catastrophe, with technology we deemed primitive, no less. How is this possible? Calamity Jane threw back her head and laughed. That, my gelatinous friend, is the power of hold my beer in action. And just like that, humanity had made its mark on the galactic stage. The Sherloids, previously aloof and isolationist, now viewed humans with a mixture of fascination and terror, a combination that would become all too familiar to alien species across the galaxy in the years to come. I paused in my storytelling, taking the long drink from my synth beer and enjoying the stunned silence that had fallen over my alien audience. The Zenthian was the first to recover, its skin cycling through a dizzying array of colors. But that's impossible, it sputtered. The energy requirements alone for such a feat would be, and the calculations, the sheer audacity. I grinned, spreading my hands wide. Welcome to humanity, my friend. Where impossible is just another way of saying hasn't been done yet. The Grix leaned back, his needles rustling thoughtfully. I begin to understand why your species is classified as a death worlder, he mused. It's not just your physical resilience, is it? It's your mental state. You're all insane. Criminally so, I agreed cheerfully. But hey, it's worked out pretty well for us so far. The Mizari twins were practically vibrating with excitement. Oh, but surely that can't be the end of the story. They chittered. What happened next? Did the Sherloids join the Galactic Confederation? Did Captain Callahan go on more adventures? I chuckled, settling back in my chair. Oh, my friends, that was just the beginning. You see, word of Calamity Jane's exploits spread faster than a Rigelian stomach virus at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Suddenly, every species in the galaxy wanted a piece of that human hold-my-beer energy. The Zenthian tilted its head, puzzlement clear in its multifaceted eyes. But why? Surely such reckless behavior would be seen as a liability, not an asset. I wagged a finger at it. But you're forgetting the most important factor, results. Sure, our methods might be madder than a Jovian-stormed ferret with a catnip addiction, but damn if we don't get things done. Like the great Zernaxian flea circus incident? The Grix asked, a note of amusement in his raspy voice. I groaned, covering my face with my hands. Don't remind me. I still can't look at a trapeze without breaking out in hives. The Mizari twins leaned forward eagerly. Oh, we haven't heard this one. Please do tell. I sighed dramatically but couldn't keep the grin off my face. Well, since you insist. Picture this. 3 humans, a Zarnaxian high priestess, a malfunctioning gravity generator, and enough weaponized fleas to infest a small moon. And so the night wore on, each tale of human audacity more outrageous than the last. The Arcturian Llama rodeo disaster, the great Andromedan cheese heist, the time humanity accidentally created a sentient black hole and had to talk it out of consuming the galaxy. That last one involved a lot of philosophy, a quantum computer, and a karaoke machine. Don't ask. As the artificial night cycle of the spaceport deepened, our little group grew, with more aliens drifting over to listen to the crazy human stories. There was a Vulcan, its crystalline body glittering under the bar's dim lights. A pair of Toraxians, their exoskeletons clicking softly as they jostled for a better position. Even a Drexian void monk, usually so aloof and mysterious, hovered at the edge of the group, its shadowy form rippling with what might have been curiosity. But surely the Zenthian pressed, after a particularly wild tale involving a malfunctioning teleporter, a shipment of rubber ducks, and the narrowly averted destruction of a nebula. Not all of your species can be so-so. Batshit insane? I supplied helpfully. The Zenthian's skin flushed a deep indigo. I was going to say adventurous, but your term is perhaps more accurate. I laughed, a sound that seemed to startle some of the newer additions to our audience. Oh, trust me, we've got our fair share of stick-in-the-mud types, bureaucrats, accountants, people who think mayonnaise is too spicy. But put any human in the right situation with the right motivation, I trailed off, grinning mischievously. The Grix leaned forward, his needles quivering. And what situation would that be? Simple. I said, taking a dramatic pause to drain the last of my synth beer. Tell them it can't be done. A ripple of confused murmurs swept through the alien crowd. The Vulcan's crystalline form chimed softly, a sound that my translator rendered as illogical. If a task is impossible, stating so should deter attempts, not encourage them. I wagged a finger at the living gemstone. But that's where you're missing the fundamental nature of humanity, my sparkly friend. Tell us something's impossible, and half of us will say challenge accepted before our brains have even processed the information. The Drexian void monk drifted closer, its shadowy form seeming to absorb the light around it. When it spoke, its voice was like the whisper of solar wind against a comet's tail. We have observed this trait in your kind. It is unsettling. You defy probability, laugh in the face of statistics. It is as though your species has collectively decided that the laws of the universe are more like guidelines. I couldn't help but grin at the void monk's choice of words. Collectively. Oh, I like that. Oh, might have to steal it. But you're not wrong. I think every human has a little voice in the back of their head that pipes up at the worst possible moment to say, I bet you could. The Toraxians clicked their mandibles in what might have been amusement or horror. It was hard to tell with them. This explains much about your species' rapid advancement, one of them said, and perhaps why you have not yet annihilated yourselves. Oh, not for lack of trying, I quipped. But every time we come close to the brink, someone invariably says, hold my beer, and does something so monumentally stupid that it loops back around to brilliant. The Mizari twins, who had been uncharacteristically quiet for a while, suddenly perked up. Oh, like the Chronos Cascade conundrum. A hush fell over the group. Even I felt a chill run down my spine at the mention of that particular incident. Now that, I said slowly, is a story and a half. You sure you folks want to hear about the time humanity almost broke the space-time continuum? Fair warning, it gets a bit wibbly-wobbly. The assembled aliens leaned in, a chorus of affirmatives rippling through the group. I couldn't help but chuckle. For all their bemusement at human antics, they were certainly eager for more tales of our insanity. All right, I said, holding up my hands in mock surrender. But don't say I didn't warn you. This one's a doozy. I leaned back in my chair, steepling my fingers dramatically. The Chronos Cascade conundrum. It all started, as these things often do with a barbed and a questionable understanding of quantum mechanics. The year was 2256, and humanity had been tinkering with time travel for the better part of a decade. Nothing major, mind you, just small jumps, a few seconds here, a minute there, enough to make the eggs excited and the rest of the galaxy nervous. Enter Dr. Lydia Zhao, a brilliant but slightly unhinged temporal physicist with a penchant for terrible puns and even worse life choices. She'd been working on a theory that would allow for larger temporal jumps. We're talking years, maybe even centuries. The problem? Every simulation she ran ended with, well, the complete unraveling of the space-time continuum. A minor hiccup, in her opinion. Now, on this particular night, Dr. Zhao found herself in a dive bar on Mars, drowning her frustrations in a concoction that was 1 part ethanol, 2 parts liquid nitrogen, and 3 parts terrible idea. So when she overheard a group of alien tourists discussing the impossibility of large-scale time travel, one of them, a Zugonian with more tentacles than common sense, was particularly vocal. It's simply not possible, it burbled, waving a tendril dismissively. The energy requirements alone would be astronomical, not to mention the paradoxes involved. No, I'm afraid your species is simply too primitive to grasp the complexities. Now, if there are 2 things you should never do, it's underestimate a human's capacity for spite and challenge a drunk physicist. Unfortunately for the space-time continuum, this Zygonian had done both. Dr. Zhao slammed her drink down, stood up, wobbling only slightly, and declared, "Hold my beer, you overgrown calamari. I'll show you primitive." And just like that, the fate of the universe was sealed. The next day, nursing a hangover that would make a black hole wince, Dr. Zhao stumbled into her lab and began work on what she'd later call the temporal resonance amplifier, but what most people referred to as the "oh God, we're all gonna die" machine. Her theory was simple. In the way that only ideas conceived under the influence of truly heroic amounts of alcohol can be. Instead of trying to move a person or object through time, why not move time itself? The device she cobbled together looked like something H.R. Giger might design if he was really into steampunk. All brass gears, pulsing tubes of exotic matter, and enough blinking lights to give an epileptic seizure to a small country. So when she fired it up for the first time, the results were unexpected. At first, nothing seemed to happen. Then, slowly, people began to notice something odd. Time itself seemed to be getting stretchy. Minutes would last for hours, while hours would zip by in seconds. Cause and effect started playing a game of tag, with effects sometimes showing up days before their causes. In New Tokyo, cherry blossoms bloomed in the middle of winter, withered, and then reversed back to buds in the span of an afternoon. In London, Big Ben started chiming out of sync with itself, creating a cacophony that sounded like time itself was having a nervous breakdown. And poor Australia, well, let's just say that for a brief, terrifying moment, the entire continent found itself back in the Cretaceous period. Kangaroos were not amused. As reality itself began to unravel, the galactic community watched in horror. This, they thought, was how it would end, not with a bang, but with humanity fiddling with forces beyond their comprehension. But they'd forgotten one crucial fact about humans: we're really good at cleaning up our own messes, especially when those messes threaten to erase us from existence. As the Chronos Cascade threatened to tear apart the very fabric of their ego space-time, a team of humanity's best and brightest, and let's be honest, craziest scientists came together in a last-ditch effort to save, well, everything. Dr. Zhao, now significantly more sober and significantly more terrified, led the charge. Her solution? Fight fire with fire, or in this case, fight time-bending insanity with even more time-bending insanity. The plan was audacious, borderline suicidal, and exactly the kind of thing that makes other species look at humanity and go, "What the actual fuck?" They would use the temporal resonance amplifier to create a controlled time loop, a bubble of stable space-time that would contain the Chronos Cascade and slowly unwind its effects. The catch? Someone had to pilot the damn thing from the inside. Enter Captain Marcus Chrono Chaves, a test pilot with more courage than common sense and a grin that made most sentient beings check their wallets. As he strapped himself into what looked like a cross between a dentist chair and a particle accelerator, Chrono gave the assembled scientists a thumbs up. "Don't worry, folks," he said, his grin never wavering. "I'll have this sorted out in no time." Air, so to speak. And with that, they fired up the machine. What followed was a light show that would make the Aurora Borealis look like a cheap Christmas display. Reality itself seemed to fold, spindle, and mutilate right around the temporal resonance amplifier. For 3 days, or 3 million years, or perhaps 17 minutes, time was a bit fuzzy. The machine hummed and pulsed. The rest of the galaxy held its breath, waiting for either salvation or annihilation. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The machine powered down with a sad little whir. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Captain Chavez stumbled out, looking like he'd aged a century and gotten younger simultaneously. "Did it work?" someone asked. Chrono blinked, looked around, and then broke into that infamous grin. "Well," he said, "we're all still here, and I'm pretty sure I just watched the heat death of the universe and the birth of the next one. So yeah, I'd say it worked." As it turned out, he'd done more than just fix the Chronos cascade. In navigating the time loop, Chrono had gathered data that would revolutionize our understanding of temporal mechanics. Humanity had not only averted disaster but had made a quantum leap, pun very much intended, in their mastery of time itself. The galactic community was, well, stunned doesn't quite cover it. Utterly gobsmacked might be closer. Here was a species that had nearly destroyed reality as we know it, and in the process of fixing their mistake, had achieved something that had been thought impossible. From that day forward, the phrase "hold my beer" entered the galactic lexicon as a term meaning to attempt an insanely dangerous and improbable feat, and somehow succeed through a combination of audacity, skill, and sheer dumb luck. As I finished my tale, I looked around at my alien audience. Their expressions ranged from awe to disbelief to what I'm pretty sure was existential dread. The Zenthian was the first to break the silence. But that's it sputtered, its skin cycling through colors faster than a malfunctioning disco ball. "Impossible?" I supplied helpfully. "Reckless? Batshit insane?" "Yes," the Zenthian exclaimed, "all of those things." I couldn't help but laugh. "Welcome to humanity, my friend, where the impossible is just another Tuesday. Reckless is our middle name, and batshit insane is a compliment." The Grix rustled his needles thoughtfully. "I begin to understand why your species is both feared and admired throughout the galaxy. You are capable of both unimaginable destruction and miraculous salvation, often in the same breath." "It's a gift," I said with a wink, "and occasionally a curse. But hey, it keeps life interesting." The Mizari twins were practically vibrating with excitement. "Oh, but surely there must be more stories. What about the Great Zernaxian Flea Circus incident? Or the Arcturian Llama Rodeo disaster? Or—" I held up a hand, chuckling. "Easy there, you two. Even humans need to sleep sometimes. Besides," I added with a grin, "some of those stories are classified. Wouldn't want to start another intergalactic incident now, would we?" The Drexian void monk, who had been silent throughout my tale, suddenly spoke up. Its voice was like the whisper of starlight on the edge of a black hole. "Your species, it intoned, is an anomaly, a paradox. You should not exist, and yet you thrive. You break the rules of the universe, and the universe bends to accommodate you. It is fascinating." I raised my empty glass in a mock toast. "To humanity," I said. "Breaking the universe and putting it back together again since before time itself, apparently." As the assembled aliens raised their various appendages in a somewhat confused but enthusiastic toast, I couldn't help but smile. Sure, we humans might be the crazy ones of the galaxy. The ones who look at the impossible and say challenge accepted. The ones who'll risk everything on a bet, a dare, or just to see what happens. But you know what? Someone's got to do it. Someone's got to push the boundaries, to boldly go where no one has gone before, to look at the vast, terrifying unknown of the universe and say, "Hold my beer." And if that someone has to be humanity, well, I wouldn't have it any other way. As the night wore on and more drinks were poured, I found myself regaling my eager audience with more tales of human audacity. The Great Andromedan Cheese Heist, which involved a stolen gravity manipulator, 17 tons of artisanal cheddar, and a very confused black hole. The incident at Alpha Centauri, let's just say it's why you should never mix antimatter with karaoke. The Zeta Reticuli noodle disaster. Turns out, sentient spaghetti is a lot less fun than it sounds. With each story, I could see the mix of horror, admiration, and bemused affection growing in my alien friend's eyes, or various sensory organs. And I realized something. This, right here, was humanity's real superpower. Not our resilience, though that's impressive. Not our creativity, though that's boundless. Not even our ability to survive in the harshest conditions, though that's what earned us our Death Worlder classification. No, our real superpower is our ability to make the rest of the galaxy shake their heads, throw up their hands or tentacles or photosynthetic fronds and say, "Fine, do it your way. Just try not to break too many laws of physics this time, okay? And you know what? That's a superpower I'm damn proud of. As the artificial dawn began to creep into the grimy spaceport bar, I stood up, stretching muscles that had gone stiff from hours of storytelling. Well, folks, I said, stifling a yawn, it's been real. But this human needs to catch some shut-eye before my next shift. The assembled aliens murmured their farewells, many of them still looking slightly shell-shocked. As I turned to leave, the Zenthian called out, "Wait, one last question, if I may." I turned back, raising an eyebrow. Shoot. The Zenthian's skin rippled with what I'd come to recognize as intense curiosity. All these stories, these incredible feats, they can't all be true, can they? Surely some of them must be exaggerated, or. Bullshit, I supplied, helpfully grinning. The Zenthian's skin flushed a deep indigo. Ah, yes, that! I chuckled, shaking my head. My friend, the beauty of humanity is this: even we don't always know where the truth ends and the bullshit begins. But you know what? What? The Zenthian asked, all four eyes wide. I winked. That's half the fun. Keep him guessing, I always say. Makes life more interesting. And with that, I sauntered out of the bar, leaving behind a group of aliens who were simultaneously more informed and more confused about humanity than they'd ever been before. As I made my way back to my quarters, I couldn't help but grin. Another night, another bar. Another chance to spread the legend of humanity's insane brand of problem-solving across the galaxy. After all, someone's got to keep the universe on its toes. Might as well be us. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? On second thought, don't answer that. We'll probably find out soon enough. And when we do, well. Hold my beer.
Captain Voran Taz Keel reclined in his command chair, three of his four eyes closed in what humans might recognize as smug satisfaction. The fourth eye, his tactical scanner, remained open, sweeping the detention bay where their newest prisoner had just arrived. And so, that's a human? Asked Lieutenant Pax, her mandibles clicking with undisguised curiosity. Indeed, Taz Keel replied, his voice like gravel being crushed. Not very impressive, is it? The human female stood barely 5'7", with copper-colored hair and pale skin that looked sickeningly fragile to Varkosian eyes. The guards had bound her in magna cuffs rated for creatures 3 times her strength, complete overkill, but protocol was protocol when dealing with unknown species. Hard to believe they gave us so much trouble in the Orion conflict, Pax muttered, adjusting her ceremonial armor. The shimmering purple metal caught the light as she moved, sending fractured rainbows across the command deck. Taz Keel snorted. Numbers, Lieutenant. Nothing more. Like vermin, they overwhelm through sheer population. One human? Hardly a threat. The ship's intelligence, Cora, chimed in with her pleasant but distinctly artificial voice. Prisoner intake complete. Subject, Alexandra Novak. Age, 32 Earth years. Occupation, Communications Specialist, Terran Diplomatic Corps. Communications? Taz Keel laughed, a sound like rocks tumbling down a metal chute. Perfect. So we have captured a secretary. The bridge crew joined in his laughter, their various appendages twitching in amusement. All except for Science Officer Mezrin, who remained focused on her console, 6-fingered hands dancing across the displays. Captain, she said quietly, preliminary scans show something unusual. Taz Keel waved a dismissive hand. Later, Mezrin. First, let's welcome our guest properly. He pressed a button on his chair. Bring the human to the bridge. Alexandra Novak had been having, to put it mildly, a terrible week. First, her diplomatic shuttle had been accidentally intercepted by this Varkosian cruiser. Then, despite her diplomatic credentials and multiple attempts to explain interstellar law regarding diplomatic immunity, she'd been arrested on trumped-up charges of espionage. And now she was being paraded onto the bridge of the Varkosian ship like some kind of trophy, magna cuffs digging into her wrists and ankles with every step. Ah, the human arrives, announced a gravelly voice. Alex looked up to see what she assumed was the captain, the biggest Varkosian present, with sleek black carapace adorned with gold insignia. Unlike humans, Varkosians grew more massive with age and rank. This one was enormous. Captain Taz Keel, I presume? Alex asked, keeping her voice level. I must once again protest this illegal detention. Under Section 47B of the Galactic Concordat. Silence. Taz Keel roared, slamming one massive fist onto his armrest. You will speak when permitted. Prisoner. Alex raised an eyebrow but fell silent. She dealt with enough bullies in her career to recognize when pushing would only make things worse. That's better, Taz Keel said, his gravelly voice dripping with condescension. Now, Alexandra Novak, communications specialist. Do you know why you are here? Because your navigation officer can't tell the difference between a diplomatic shuttle and a spy vessel. Alex suggested, unable to help herself. A ripple of something shock. Amusement? Passed through the bridge crew. Varkosians weren't used to prisoners talking back. Taz Keel's mandibles clicked rapidly, their equivalent of grinding teeth. Your vessel entered restricted space. You were carrying classified Varkosian military documents, and you resisted arrest. My vessel followed the exact coordinates provided by your government for diplomatic passage. I was carrying trade agreements that your ambassador gave me. And I didn't resist arrest, I simply asked to speak to my embassy. The captain leaned forward, his massive form casting a shadow over her. Your lies will not help you, human. We have been tracking your government's espionage efforts for months. You merely had the misfortune of being caught. Alex sighed. This was going nowhere. Captain, what do you want from me? Taz Keel's 4 eyes blinked in sequence of Varkosian smile. What I want is simple. A confession. Names of your co-conspirators, and the encryption keys for the data you were carrying. And if I refuse? Then we proceed to trial, where you will be found guilty and sentenced accordingly. Alex squared her shoulders. Then I choose trial. For a moment, Taz Keel looked surprised if you knew how to read Varkosian expressions, which Alex did. She hadn't spent 4 years studying xenocultural diplomacy for nothing. Very well, the captain said slowly. Lieutenant Pax, prepare the prisoner for trial. Full protocol. The purple armored Varkosian stepped forward. Yes, Captain. When shall we schedule the proceedings? Taz Keel's eyes fixed on Alex with predatory intensity. Immediately. Let's not waste time with this formality. As Alex was led away, she caught the gaze of a smaller Varkosian at a science station. Unlike the others, this one seemed to be studying her with genuine curiosity rather than contempt. Interesting, Alex thought. Maybe not all Varkosians shared their captain's prejudice. Science officer Mezrin waited until the human had been escorted from the bridge before approaching her captain. Sir, about those unusual readings. Not now, Mezrin, Taz Keel said, rising from his command chair. The trial takes precedence. But Captain, the human's neural patterns. Can wait, he interrupted firmly. This is a simple matter. We will extract what we need from the spy, make an example of her, and be done with it. Mezrin's antennae drooped slightly, a sign of frustration. As you wish, Captain. As Taz Keel strode off the bridge, First Officer Drex moved closer to Mezrin. Problems? He asked quietly. Potentially, she replied. The human's brain activity doesn't match our profiles. Drex tilted his head. Meaning? Meaning either our intelligence on humans is flawed, or, she paused, mandibles clicking anxiously. Or what? Or she's not what she appears to be. The Varkosian Justice Chamber was designed to intimidate. But Alex had to give them points for theatrical flair. The room was circular, with tiered seating rising around a central platform where the accused stood. The lighting was harsh from above, leaving the spectators in shadow while the prisoner remained exposed. The judge's 3 senior Varkosians with carapaces so dark they were almost purple with age sat on an elevated dais directly opposite the entrance. And chains. Lots and lots of chains. Is this really necessary? Alex asked as Lieutenant Pax secured her to a metal post in the center of the platform. The magna cuffs had been replaced with actual physical chains, ceremonial, but no less restrictive. Tradition. Pax replied curtly, but without the malice Alex had heard from the captain. The accused must be bound during the recitation of crimes. How medieval, Alex muttered. What's next? Trial by combat. Pax's mandibles twitched. Do not joke about sacred traditions, cultural misunderstanding. On Earth, we stopped chaining defendants centuries ago. Perhaps that explains why your species has such high crime rates, Pax said, though there seemed to be a genuine question behind the statement. Before Alex could respond, a booming sound like a gong made of thunderclaps echoed through the chamber. The spectator seats had filled with Varkosian crew members, and now Captain Taz Keel was entering, dressed in elaborate ceremonial armor that made him look twice as large. All rise for the Tribunal of Justice, announced a voice from hidden speakers. The assembled Varkosians stood in unison with a chitinous rustle. The three judges entered next, moving with the slow deliberation of their advanced age. The trial of Alexandra Novak Human begins, declared the central judge, his voice surprisingly strong despite his ancient appearance. Captain Taz Keel, present the charges. Taz Keel stepped forward, his massive form looming over the proceedings. Honorable judges, I present before you a spy captured in Varkosian sovereign space. The accused was found in possession of classified military documents, using diplomatic credentials as cover for espionage activities. Alex rolled her eyes, which earned her a warning glare from Pax. Furthermore, Taz Keel continued, when confronted, the accused attempted to flee and resisted lawful detention. That's a lie, Alex called out, straining against her chains. I followed standard diplomatic protocol and requested embassy contact, as is my right under. Silence. Thundered the leftmost judge. The accused speaks only when questioned directly. Alex bit her tongue, reminding herself that antagonizing the court wouldn't help her situation. She needed to be strategic. The evidence, Captain? Prompted the central judge. Taz Keel gestured, and a holographic display materialized in the center of the room. We recovered these documents from the accused's shuttle. Military deployment schedules, defense system specifications, and communication protocols, all highly classified. The documents rotated slowly in the air. Alex squinted at them, then almost laughed. Those weren't military documents, they were the technical appendices to the trade agreement. Detailed, yes, but hardly classified. Any competent translator would see the difference. Wait, translation. Alex suddenly understood the problem. She needed to speak, but had to find the right moment. We also found this device, Taz Keel continued, as another hologram appeared Alex's personal communicator. It's a sophisticated transmission device capable of bypassing our security protocols. This time Alex couldn't contain herself. It's a standard-issue diplomatic communicator. Every ambassador and attaché in the galaxy carries one. The judges chittered among themselves. Then the central one spoke. The accused will have her chance to present a defense. Captain, proceed with the evidence. Taz Keel nodded and continued listing supposed evidence, each item more ridiculous than the last. Alex's diplomatic toolkit became espionage equipment. Her personal logs became encoded intelligence reports. Finally, the captain concluded his presentation. The evidence clearly shows guilt. I recommend maximum penalty under Varkosian law. The central judge turned his ancient gaze to Alex. Alexandra Novak, you may now present your defense. Alex took a deep breath. This was her one chance. Honorable judges, there has been a critical misunderstanding. The documents in my possession are not military secrets but technical appendices to the trade agreement recently negotiated between our governments. She nodded toward the hovering documents. The confusion appears to stem from translation errors. If you look at the header of each document, you will see the Trade Commission's seal, not military commands. The judges leaned forward, examining the documents more closely. Furthermore, Alex continued, my presence in Varkosian space was fully authorized. I request that you review the flight plan approved by your own Traffic Control Division 3 standard days ago. The rightmost judge waved a gnarled appendage. Captain, is this flight plan available for review? Taz Keel hesitated, just for a second. The flight plan can be presented, Your Honor, but it will not change the facts of the case. Present it, the judge ordered. While a subordinate scurried to retrieve the data, Alex pressed her advantage. I also request that a proper translator be present. I believe much of this misunderstanding stems from linguistic errors. The central judge considered this a reasonable request. Captain, is there a certified translator aboard? Again, Taz Keel hesitated. Science Officer Ms. Rin has the most extensive language training, Your Honor. Summon her. From the shadows of the spectator section, Ms. Rin emerged and approached the central platform. Alex recognized her as the curious Varkosian from the bridge. Science Officer, you will examine these documents and provide accurate translation, instructed the judge. Ms. Rin nodded and began studying the floating documents, her six-fingered hands manipulating the holograms with practiced ease. After several minutes, she looked up. Your Honors, I have completed my analysis. These documents are indeed technical appendices to the recently negotiated trade agreement. They contain specifications for compatible communication systems, power requirements for docking facilities, and biosafety protocols for exchanged goods. A murmur ran through the assembled Varkosians. They are not military documents? The central judge asked. No, Your Honor. They contain no classified information whatsoever. They are precisely what would be expected in a diplomatic pouch following trade negotiations. Taz Keel stepped forward. The document's appearance may be deceiving, Your Honors. The encryption. There is no encryption, Ms. Rin interrupted, then quickly added, Forgive me, Captain, but these documents use standard diplomatic formatting. What appeared to be encryption is actually just the interspecies translation matrix, a common feature in all diplomatic documents. The judges conferred among themselves, their chittering too low for Alex to hear. Finally, the central judge spoke. The flight plan verification, Captain. A junior officer approached with a data pad. The human shuttle did indeed file and receive approval for its course, Your Honor, but more chittering from the judges. Alex felt a glimmer of hope. It seems there has been a significant misunderstanding, the central judge finally declared. However, the matter of resisting detention remains. And I did not resist, Alex said firmly. I repeatedly requested embassy contact, as is my right under Section 47B of the Galactic Concordat, which Varkos signed 22 years ago. The judges looked to Taz Keel, who had grown very still. Captain, was embassy contact offered to the prisoner as required by the Concordat? The leftmost judge asked. Taz Keel's mandibles twitched rapidly. The circumstances of the arrest. A simple yes or no, Captain, interrupted the judge. A tense silence fell over the chamber. No, Taz Keel finally admitted. It was not. The central judge's ancient eyes narrowed. This is a serious breach of protocol, Captain. With respect, Your Honors, Taz Keel said, his gravelly voice tight with controlled anger. Our intelligence indicated a clear security threat. I acted to protect Varkosian interests. Based on flawed intelligence and improper translation, the rightmost judge noted. This entire proceeding appears increasingly irregular. Alex could hardly believe what she was hearing. The trial was actually turning in her favor. But she could see Taz Keel's growing anger, his massive form practically vibrating with rage. Your Honors, Alex said. Keeping her voice respectful, I request that my diplomatic status be reinstated and that I be released immediately. The judges conferred again, then the central one spoke. This tribunal finds insufficient evidence to proceed with charges of espionage. The accused will be. No, Taz Keel roared, slamming his fist down on a nearby table, shattering it. This human is a spy. Our intelligence is clear. The chamber fell silent in shock. Even for a Varkosian, such an outburst before a tribunal was unheard of. Captain Taz Keel, the central judge said, his voice cold with authority. "You forget yourself." "I forget nothing," Taz Keel snarled, "including the attack on Varkos Prime 3 cycles ago. Humans cannot be trusted." Alex suddenly understood. This wasn't about her at all. This was about Taz Keel's personal vendetta against humans. "Captain," she said quietly, "I had nothing to do with any attack. I'm a diplomat, not a soldier." Eyes. Taz Keel advanced toward her, ignoring the gasps from the assembled crew. "All humans are deceivers. You come with your smiles and your treaties, then strike when our guard is down." The judges were on their feet now. "Captain Taz Keel, you will stand down immediately," commanded the central judge. But Taz Keel seemed beyond reason, advancing on Alex with murderous intent. Lieutenant Pax stepped between them, her purple armor gleaming. "Captain, please," she said, her voice firm but respectful. "This is not the way." For a moment, it seemed Taz Keel might attack his own officer. Then, with visible effort, he regained control. "Very well," he growled. "Complete your farce of a trial. But know this: humans cannot be trusted, and this one least of all." He stalked back to his position, leaving a stunned silence in his wake. The central judge cleared his throat, or whatever the Varkosian equivalent was. "In light of these developments, this tribunal will recess to consider the evidence more thoroughly. The accused will remain in custody, but with diplomatic protocols observed." As the judges filed out, Alex found herself surrounded by guards once again, but their demeanor had changed. They seemed almost apologetic. Lieutenant Pax personally removed Alex's chains. "You will be escorted to appropriate quarters," she said quietly. "Not the detention cell." "Thank you," Alex replied, rubbing her wrists. "And thank you for stepping in earlier." Pax's mandibles clicked uncomfortably. "The captain is not himself. The attack on Varkos Prime affected many of us deeply." "I understand," Alex said. "But taking it out on every human you meet isn't justice, it's vengeance." Pax stared at her for a long moment. "Perhaps. Come, I will escort you personally." As they left the justice chamber, Alex noticed Science Officer Mezrin watching her intently. The Varkosian gave a slight nod, almost respectful, before turning away. Something told Alex this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Captain Taz Keel didn't strike her as the type to accept defeat gracefully, especially from a human. And she was right. The first explosion rocked the ship just as they reached the guest quarters. "What was that?" Alex demanded, steadying herself against a wall. Max's tactical eye was already scanning data feeds. "Unknown. Security breach in multiple sections." Her voice rose in confusion. "That's not possible." The ship's intelligence, Cora, spoke through the corridor speakers. "Alert. Unauthorized access to weapons systems. All personnel to battle stations." Pax's hand went to her sidearm. "I need to get to the bridge." "What about me?" Alex asked. The lieutenant hesitated, clearly torn between duty and responsibility for her charge. Before she could decide, a second, closer explosion threw them both to the floor. Alarms wailed. Emergency lighting bathed the corridor in pulsing red. And somewhere in the distance, Alex could hear Captain Taz Keel roaring in rage. Things were about to get a lot worse before they got better. The corridor ahead burst into flames. This way. Lieutenant Pax grabbed Alex by the arm, pulling her down a side passage as emergency bulkheads slammed shut behind them. "What's happening?" Alex demanded, struggling to keep pace with the Varkosian's longer stride. "Unknown," Pax replied tersely, her tactical eye scanning constantly. "The pattern of explosions is nonsensical. No known attack strategy matches this configuration." Another blast rocked the ship, closer this time. The lights flickered, plunging them momentarily into darkness before the emergency systems kicked in. "Cora," Pax called out. "Ship status?" The AI's voice crackled through damaged speakers. "Multiple systems compromised. Security protocols bypassed. Unable to isolate source. Bridge communications offline. Pax's mandibles clicked in alarm. Impossible. Our security is clearly not as impenetrable as you thought, Alex interrupted. Look, I know you have no reason to trust me, but right now we need to work together. The Varkosian lieutenant studied her for a long moment, then gave a curt nod. Agreed. We need to reach the secondary command center. From there we can assess. A new voice interrupted them, harsh, guttural, and decidedly not Varkosian. Found you. At the end of the corridor stood a hulking figure, bipedal but much larger than Alex, with mottled green skin and gleaming cybernetic enhancements visible along its arms and face. A Droken mercenary. Lieutenant Pax, the mercenary said, its voice a mechanical growl. Captain Taz Keel sends his regards. Pax pushed Alex behind her, drawing her sidearm in one fluid motion. What is the meaning of this? You serve on this ship. The Droken laughed, a sound like grinding gears. I serve whoever pays best. Today that's someone who wants this ship compromised. Traitor, Pax hissed, raising her weapon. The Droken was faster. A blast of energy struck Pax squarely in the chest, sending her crashing into the wall. Her purple armor absorbed most of the impact, but she slumped to the floor, stunned. Alex dove for Pax's fallen weapon, but the Droken was on her in an instant, massive hand closing around her throat. The human, it growled. Taz Keel wants you alive. For now. Black spots danced before Alex's eyes as the mercenary's grip tightened. Just as consciousness began to fade, a high-pitched whine filled the corridor, followed by a blast of blue energy that struck the Droken from behind. The creature roared in pain, releasing Alex and whirling to face this new threat. Science Officer Mezrin stood at the intersection, holding what appeared to be a modified research tool now functioning as an improvised weapon. Run. Mezrin shouted to Alex, firing again. The Droken staggered but didn't fall. From its forearm, a wicked-looking blade extended with a metallic hiss. Alex didn't run. Instead, she grabbed Pax's weapon and fired at the Droken's exposed back. The mercenary howled, spinning back toward her, giving Mezrin the opening to fire a third, more precisely aimed shot. This time, the Droken collapsed, twitching as blue energy coursed across its cybernetic implants. Nice timing, Alex gasped, rubbing her bruised throat. Not coincidence, Mezrin replied, hurrying forward to check on Pax. I have been tracking you since you left the Justice Chamber. Why? Because my scans detected anomalies in your neural patterns that didn't match our data on humans. Mezrin helped Pax to her feet. At first I thought you might be augmented somehow. Now I suspect something else entirely. Alex frowned. What are you talking about? Before Mezrin could answer, Pax regained her composure. We can discuss theories later. Right now we need to understand what's happening to my ship. The ship's AI answered, its voice stronger in this section. Multiple boarding parties detected. Internal security compromised. Captain Taz Keel has initiated Protocol Omega. Pax's eyes widened in alarm. Protocol Omega? No. That's impossible without authorization from all three senior officers. Override codes were used, Cora replied. Authentication, Captain Taz Keel. What's Protocol Omega? Alex asked, though she suspected she wouldn't like the answer. Self-destruct, Mezrin said quietly, with additional measures to ensure no escape pods can launch. Alex stared at them. Your captain is deliberately destroying his own ship? With everyone aboard? It appears so, Pax said, her voice hollow. But why? Because he's lost his mind, Alex suggested. Or this was his plan all along, Mezrin finished. The trial, the accusations against you all misdirection. Pax shook her head. That makes no sense. Captain Taz Keel is a decorated officer with 30 cycles of service. Cora, Alex called out. When was Captain Taz Keel's last psychological evaluation? 3 standard months ago, the AI responded. Results classified by order of Captain Taz Keel. Pax and Mezrin exchanged glances. That's unusual, Pax admitted. And when exactly was the attack on Varkos Prime that he mentioned? Alex pressed. 3 standard months and 6 days ago, Cora replied. The pieces were falling into place. He was there, wasn't he? During the attack? Affirmative, Cora said. Captain Taz Keel's previous vessel, the Dominant Claw, was destroyed in the attack. He was one of 12 survivors from a crew of 300. Trauma, Mezrin murmured. Survivor's guilt. Perhaps even brain damage from the explosion. And a convenient scapegoat, Alex added. Humans to blame. This is speculation, Pax said, though her tone suggested she was starting to believe it. But we need facts. Cora, time until Protocol Omega completes? 27 minutes, the AI responded. 26 minutes, 53 seconds. Alex felt her heart race. Can you stop it? Negative. Protocol Omega can only be cancelled by the captain who initiated it, or by consensus of all 3 senior officers. Who are the senior officers besides Captain Taz Keel? Alex asked. First Officer Drex and Chief Security Officer Vant, Pax replied. But Drex was on the bridge when communications went down, and Vant, she hesitated. What about Vant? Mezrin prompted. Vant has been acting strangely since the attack. More aggressive. More. Aligned with the captain's anti-human rhetoric. So we can't count on either of them, Alex concluded. Which means we need to find Taz Keel himself. In 26 minutes? Pax asked skeptically. On a ship under attack, with systems failing? Alex gave her a grim smile. I'm pretty good at beating impossible odds, Lieutenant. It's a human specialty. While Pax and Mezrin worked to restore some semblance of ship-wide communications, Alex studied the vessel's schematics that Cora had projected for them. If I were a captain intent on going down with my ship while ensuring maximum damage, she mused, where would I be? The bridge is the obvious choice, Mezrin suggested. Too obvious, Alex countered, and Cora said the bridge was under attack. No, he'd go somewhere secure but symbolic. Her finger traced a path through the holographic display. Here, the memorial chamber. Pax looked up from her work. Why there? You said he lost his previous ship and most of his crew. The memorial chamber would let him say goodbye, in a way. Plus it's designed to withstand external damage, isn't it? To preserve the records of the fallen? Mezrin's antennae twitched in surprise. You know our customs well for a human. I told you, I'm a diplomat. Understanding other species is literally my job. Alex turned to Pax. Can you get us there? The lieutenant nodded. Yes, but it won't be easy. The route passes through sections reported to have mercenary activity. We have handled one mercenary already, Alex pointed out. Barely, Pax replied, and there are at least 24 more aboard according to Cora's sensors. Then we will need a distraction, Alex said. Weapons, and a plan better than rush in and hope for the best. Mezrin's 6-fingered hand raised a modified scanner. I believe I can help with all 3. The memorial chamber was exactly where Alex had predicted. Captain Taz Keel knelt before a wall of glowing symbols, names written in the Varkosian script, each representing a fallen warrior. He didn't turn when the door hissed open behind him. I wondered when you would figure it out, he said, his gravelly voice oddly calm. Though I expected Pax, not you, human. Lieutenant Pax is busy saving your crew, Alex replied, stepping carefully into the chamber. The captain's massive form remained still, his back to her. The crew you condemned to death. A necessary sacrifice. Necessary for what exactly? Your revenge fantasy? Now Taz Keel turned, all 4 eyes focusing on her with predatory intensity. You understand nothing, human. Then explain it to me, Alex said, taking another step forward. She kept her stolen weapon trained on him, though she doubted it would do much against his armored carapace. Explain why a decorated Varkosian captain would betray everything he stands for. Taz Keel laughed, a harsh sound devoid of humor. Betray? I am fulfilling my duty. The highest duty. By killing your own crew? By striking the first blow in a war that is inevitable. His voice rose to a roar. Humans destroyed my ship. It killed my crew, my family. And your governments denied responsibility, offered empty condolences while preparing for the next attack. Alex kept her voice level. The attack on Varkos Prime wasn't carried out by humans. It was Drokan mercenaries, like the ones currently on your ship. Taz Keel's mandibles clicked rapidly. Lies. Always lies from humans. Then why are those same mercenaries helping you now? Why did you need to hire them to destroy your own ship? Because my crew is weak, soft. They believe in peace with your kind. He spat the words. I needed operatives who understand the necessity of what must be done. And what exactly must be done? Alex asked, though she feared she already knew the answer. This ship will explode in Terran space with evidence of human sabotage planted throughout the wreckage. The Varkosian High Command will have no choice but to declare war. And finally, my crew will be avenged. Your crew, Alex repeated softly. The ones you are currently murdering, sacrificing, Taz Keel corrected, for the greater good of all Varkos. And you think the High Command won't investigate? Won't find inconsistencies in your story? There will be no inconsistencies, Taz Keel said confidently. The evidence has been meticulously prepared. Your presence is the final piece a human spy caught in the act. Alex shook her head. This won't bring back your crew, Captain. It will just create more death, more grieving families. Human families, he snarled. And Varkosian ones, Alex countered. War hurts everyone. For a moment, something flickered in Taz Keel's eyes, doubt, perhaps. But it vanished quickly. Enough talk. You are here to stop me, but you can't. No one can. Protocol Omega is irreversible. That's what Cora said, Alex agreed. But she also said it could be cancelled by the captain who initiated it. I will never do that. I wasn't counting on it, Alex replied, and fired her weapon. The blast struck Taz Keel square in the chest and passed through him. The hologram flickered, then stabilized. Did you really think I would be so careless? Taz Keel's holographic form asked, mandibles clicking in amusement. I am already in transit to my escape vessel. This recording was triggered by your entry. Alex cursed under her breath. Cora, locate Captain Taz Keel. Hangar Bay 3. The AI responded promptly. But I must inform you that only 12 minutes remain before Protocol Omega completes. Not enough time to reach him, Alex muttered. The hologram of Taz Keel continued as if it could hear her. Indeed, not enough time. You will die here, human, knowing your death serves Varkosian justice. Alex was about to respond when her communicator beeped the signal from Mezrin. The plan was in motion. Actually, Captain, she said to the hologram, I think justice might be served a different way today. Hangar Bay 3 was in chaos. Drokan mercenaries exchanged fire with Varkosian security forces across the vast chamber. In the center sat Captain Taz Keel's personal shuttle, its engines already warming up for departure. The captain himself strode toward it, flanked by two particularly large mercenaries. He seemed unconcerned by the battle raging around him, his focus solely on escape. Captain. A voice called from across the hangar. Taz Keel turned to see Lieutenant Pax, her purple armor scorched but intact, advancing through the firefight as if it were merely an inconvenience. Lieutenant, he acknowledged. I'm surprised you sided with the mutineers. There is no mutiny, sir, Pax replied, stopping several meters away. Only a captain who has betrayed his oath. Taz Keel gestured, and his mercenary guards raised their weapons. I don't have time for this, Pax. The ship will explode in minutes. Unless you cancel Protocol Omega. I will not. Will not. Then you leave me no choice. Pax raised her own weapon. By the authority granted to me under Varkosian Military Code, Section 12, I am relieving you of command due to mental incapacitation. Taz Keel actually laughed. You need consensus from the other senior officers for that, Lieutenant. And they are either dead or with me. Are they? Pax asked. From the shadows of a damaged fighter, First Officer Drex emerged, his armor blackened by smoke. Not quite, Captain. Taz Keel's 4 eyes blinked in surprise. Drex, how did you escape the bridge? While you were busy setting explosives to kill your own crew, some of us were actually doing our duty. Drex moved to stand beside Pax. I concur with Lieutenant Pax's assessment. You are relieved of command, effective immediately. Taz Keel's surprise turned to rage. It doesn't matter. You still need Vance's consensus, and he's... Right here came a third voice, as Chief Security Officer Vance limped into view, supported by Science Officer Mezrin. And I also concur. You are relieved, Captain? For a moment, Taz Keel seemed genuinely shocked. Then his mandibles clicked in amusement. Very dramatic, but ultimately futile. Protocol Omega can only be cancelled by me, regardless of command status. That's not entirely accurate, said a new voice, human, female, and coming from directly behind him. Taz Keel whirled to find Alexandra Novak standing in the open hatch of his own shuttle. You, he growled. Me, Alex agreed. Or more specifically, my voice pattern, which your science officer has been very busy analyzing. Mezrin raised her modified scanner. Varkosian security systems are designed to detect deception through vocal patterns. Once I realized the human was telling the truth about her diplomatic status, I began to wonder what else she was right about. So I analyzed Captain Taz Keel's vocal patterns during the trial, she continued. The inconsistencies were revealing. He believed what he was saying, but what he was saying wasn't true. Classic signs of severe trauma-induced delusion, which allowed us to make an interesting modification to Cora's security protocols, Alex added. Cora, recognize authorization pattern, Alexandra Novak, diplomatic override 47B. The ship's AI responded immediately. Recognized. Diplomatic override accepted under Galactic Concordat emergency provisions. Cancel Protocol Omega, Alex commanded. Protocol Omega cancelled, Cora confirmed. Self-destruct sequence aborted. The hangar fell silent as both Varkosians and mercenaries processed what had just happened. Taz Keel was the first to recover. With a roar of pure rage, he charged toward Alex, his massive form closing the distance with frightening speed. Alex didn't move. Didn't even raise her weapon. She didn't need to. As Taz Keel reached the shuttle ramp, a containment field activated, freezing him in place mid-stride. Diplomatic override also allowed us to access your shuttle's security systems, Alex explained calmly. Which Mezrin has been busy reprogramming while you were monologuing to my hologram in the memorial chamber. Taz Keel struggled against the invisible restraints, mandibles clicking furiously. You can't do this. I am the captain. Not anymore, Drex said firmly. Cora, confirm current command structure. Acting Captain Drex now holds command authority, the AI responded. Lieutenant Pax is confirmed as First Officer. Chief Security Officer Vant retains his position. Around the hangar, the mercenaries began dropping their weapons, realizing their employer had lost control of the situation. What happens now? Pax asked, approaching Alex. Now, Alex said, we clean up this mess and make sure nothing like this ever happens again. And the captain? Drex inquired, gesturing toward the still struggling Taz Keel. Will receive the medical and psychological treatment he needs, Alex replied. The attack on his previous ship clearly traumatized him severely. That's not an excuse for what he did, but it is an explanation. Mezrin joined them, her antennae twitching curiously. You could have let him die in the explosion he planned, or shot him when you had the chance. Why didn't you? Alex smiled slightly. Because I'm a diplomat, not an executioner. My job is to build bridges, not burn them. Even with someone who tried to kill you? Vant asked incredulously. Especially then, Alex said. That's when it matters most. 3 days later, Alexandra Novak stood in the Varkosian High Command's Great Hall. The formal hearing had just concluded, with former Captain Taz Keel remanded to a psychiatric facility, and the full conspiracy exposed, including evidence that the Drokan mercenaries had indeed been responsible for the attack on Varkos Prime, hired by a third party seeking to trigger war between humans and Varkosians. Ambassador Novak, acting Captain Drex, said, approaching with Lieutenant Pax and Science Officer Mezrin beside him. The High Command has asked me to convey their deepest apologies for your treatment. Ambassador? Alex raised an eyebrow. I'm just a communications specialist. Not anymore, Drex replied. Your government has requested that you be appointed as the new human ambassador to Varkos. The High Command has enthusiastically approved. Alex blinked in surprise. I don't know what to say. Say yes, Pax suggested, her mandibles clicking in what Alex now recognized as the Varkosian equivalent of a smile. We could use someone with your unique approach to diplomacy. Besides, Mezrin added, I have several research projects that would benefit from human insight. Your neural patterns remain fascinating. Alex laughed. Well, when you put it that way, how can I refuse? As they walked from the great hall into the sunlit gardens beyond, Alex reflected on the irony of her situation. She had indeed walked into a trial in chains, just as the rumors now spreading throughout the Galactic Concordat claimed. And while she hadn't literally walked out with anyone's heads, she had certainly claimed a few metaphorical ones, exposing a conspiracy, preventing an interstellar war, and earning a level of respect from the Varkosians that no human had achieved before. Not bad for a secretary, as Taz Keel had dismissively called her. Ambassador Novak? Pax's voice interrupted her thoughts. The transport is ready when you are. Alex smiled. Lead the way, Lieutenant. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Behind them, the massive doors of the Great Hall closed with a resonant boom, ending one chapter and beginning another in the complex, often messy, but ultimately hopeful story of interspecies relations. And somewhere in the vastness of space, the rumors spread from ship to ship, station to station, the human who walked into a trial in chains and walked out victorious, having conquered not through force of arms, but through the more subtle and powerful weapons of truth, compassion, and understanding. Though Alex had to admit, the stunner she'd borrowed from Pax had come in pretty handy too. Captain Vexlor drummed his three-fingered hand against the command chair's armrest, his scaled skin reflecting the soft purple glow of the bridge displays. Another successful raid, another boring day harvesting primitives from the outer worlds. The mighty Krah-Thak Empire needed its labor force, and Vexlor was the best at providing it. Status report, he barked, watching his bridge crew flinch at his tone. Good. Fear kept them efficient. Officer Zara Tech turned from her scanning station, her neck frills quivering with excitement. Captain, we have detected an unusual vessel in Sector 7. It appears to be a mining ship, but the energy readings are inconsistent with standard patterns. Vexlor's interest peaked for the first time in cycles. Inconsistent how? The power output suggests military-grade shielding, but the hull configuration is definitely civilian. It's either a very expensive mining operation, or she left the thought unfinished. Or someone's trying very hard to look uninteresting. Vexlor finished, mandibles clicking in anticipation. Perfect. Those are always the most profitable catches. Set an intercept course. The sleek Krah-Thak warship, Terror of the Void, glided through space like a predatory fish. Its dark hull absorbed nearby starlight, making it nearly invisible against the backdrop of space. As they approached the mining vessel, Vexlor noticed something odd about its movement patterns. It wasn't trying to escape. Most civilian ships would be at maximum thrust by now. Launch the boarding pods, he commanded. Standard capture protocol. 6 pods ejected from the Terror of the Void, their magnetic grapples ready to latch onto their prey. The mining vessel remained stationary, almost as if waiting for them. Captain Security Chief Nexval interjected, "Something feels wrong about this. The target's behavior is unusual." Vexlor waved away his concerns with a dismissive gesture. They are probably frozen in fear. Wouldn't be the first time. Proceed with capture. The boarding pods connected with a series of satisfying thuds that reverberated through the ship's hull. Vexlor watched through the tactical display as his boarding teams breached the airlock. Their helmet cameras showed the standard layout of a mining vessel's corridors, but they were eerily empty. Team 1, proceeding to bridge, crackled the comm. Team 2, heading to engineering. No resistance encountered. Vexlor's satisfaction grew with each report. An empty ship meant the crew was hiding, and hiding crew meant easy pickings. His reputation for efficiency would only grow after this raid. The first sign that something was wrong came from Team 2. Captain, engineering is empty, but the systems are running at full capacity. There's no one operating them. Before Vexlor could respond, Team 1 reached the bridge. Bridge secured. But, sir, there's only one person here, a single human. The tactical display showed the human sitting calmly in the captain's chair, hands raised in surrender. He wore simple mining gear, but something about his posture made Vexlor's scales itch. Bring him to me, Vexlor commanded. I want to know why a single human is operating a mining vessel alone. 20 minutes later, the human stood before him on the Terror of the Void's bridge. He was unremarkable by their standards, bipedal, soft-skinned, with that ridiculous patch of fur on his face that some of them grew. But his eyes held something that made even Vexlor uncomfortable. Your designation and purpose, Vexlor demanded. The human's lips curved upward in what Vexlor recognized as a smile, but there was no warmth in it. Call sign Reaper, he said simply, and you just made a terrible mistake. Vexlor laughed, the sound echoing across the bridge. A single human threatens the terror of the void. You are either very brave or very stupid. Neither, the human replied, still wearing that cold smile. Just very, very patient. It wasn't until later that Vexlor would understand the full meaning of those words. For now, he simply ordered the human taken to the holding cells, confident in another successful capture. After all, what harm could one human possibly do to the most advanced slave ship in the Krathak fleet? They would learn. They would all learn. Security Chief Nexval watched the human through the cell's force field, mandibles twitching with unease. Something about this capture felt wrong, like the calm before a storm his species had evolved to sense. The human sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, breathing steady, as if the holding cell was a luxury suite. Begin the interrogation, Captain Vexlor's voice crackled through the comm. I want to know everything about this mining operation. Nexval signaled his guards to deactivate the force field. The human didn't move, didn't even open his eyes. Protocol dictated that prisoners should be standing when addressed, so Nexval barked, "On your feet, primitive." The human opened his eyes slowly, that unnerving smile still playing on his lips. You know, he said conversationally, the last group that called me primitive didn't fare too well. But please, continue. This is actually quite entertaining. Guard Lieutenant Krystal raised her shock prod, but Nexval held up a hand to stop her. The human's calm was infectious, making him second-guess standard procedures. You will identify yourself properly and explain your presence in that sector. Already did. Call sign Reaper. The human stretched his arms above his head, joints popping. As for my presence, well, let's just say I was exactly where I needed to be. Nexval felt his neck frills flatten against his scales, a sign of growing agitation. The mining vessel. How does one human operate it alone? Who says I was alone? The human's smile widened fractionally. A cold sensation crept down Nexval's spine. They had scanned the vessel thoroughly. There had been no other life signs, no hidden compartments, nothing to suggest. But the human's confidence suggested otherwise. Your ship is secure in our hold, Nexval stated firmly. Your mining equipment is being catalogued. Your fate is sealed. Cooperation might improve your conditions. The human finally stood, movements fluid and controlled. Despite being shorter than any of the Krathak present, something in his bearing made the guards step back instinctively. Tell me, Chief of Security. The human said, emphasizing Nexval's title with amusement, have your teams reported in lately? Nexval's hand flew to his comm unit. Teams 2 and 3, status report static answered him. Teams 2 and 3, respond immediately. The human sket softly. And so it begins. You know what your biggest mistake was? Not the capture, not the arrogance. It was not asking why someone with the call sign Reaper would be alone in disputed space. Warning klaxons suddenly blared throughout the ship. Officer Zara Tech's panicked voice cut through the noise. Security breach in cargo hold 3. Multiple systems failing. Captain, we are losing control of. The transmission cut off abruptly. Emergency lights bathed the holding area in pulsing red. Nexval watched in horror as the cell's force field control panel sparked and died, leaving nothing between them and the human. Let me explain something, the human said, rolling his shoulders as if preparing for exercise. Reaper isn't just a call sign. It's a designation. Special Forces designation, to be specific. We are the ones they send in when they want an entire operation to disappear. The guard lieutenant raised her shock prod again, hands trembling. Stay back. See my mining ship? Purpose-built military infiltration vessel. Those energy readings your sensors couldn't quite figure out? Quantum ghost drive, bleeding-edge tech? And those empty corridors? Well, let's just say active camouflage has come a long way. Nexval reached for his sidearm, but the human moved with impossible speed. Before his hand touched the weapon, the human had disarmed the guard lieutenant and stood holding her shock prod. I will make this simple, the human said, examining the prod with professional interest. Your ship is already compromised. My team has been aboard since the moment your boarding pods latched on. Right now, they are systematically disabling your critical systems and freeing every slave in your hold. Impossible, Nexval sputtered. Our security is good, the human nodded. Very good, actually. But we are better. We have had months to study Krah-Thak ship designs, defense protocols, and contingency measures. The terror of the void was a priority target, and you just saved us the trouble of hunting you down. The holding area's main door slid shut with a heavy clang. Through suddenly failing lights, Nexval saw that same cold smile on the human's face. Now then, the human said, shock prod humming to life in his hands. Let's discuss the locations of your other slave ships, shall we? I have got all the time in the world and nowhere else to be. For the first time in his career, Security Chief Nexval understood true fear. In that moment, he finally grasped why the human's call sign was Reaper. They weren't dealing with a slave or a miner or even a soldier. They had captured death itself and invited it aboard with open arms. Captain Vexlor paced the bridge of the terror of the void, his claws leaving shallow scratches in the metal flooring. The emergency lighting cast everything in a blood-red glow, matching his rising fury. Half the ship's systems were malfunctioning, and his crew's competence was proving just as unreliable. What do you mean, you can't find teams 2 and 3, he snarled at Officer Zara Tech. They are wearing tracking beacons. The beacons are active, sir, she responded, neck frills pulled tight against her skull in fear. But they are. They are showing impossible locations. According to this, Team 2 is simultaneously in the engine core and the outer hull. Team 3's signals are scattered across 12 different decks. Engineering reports critical system failures, Lieutenant MacVor announced from his station. Power fluctuations in all sectors. Someone's accessing our mainframe, but we can't trace the source. It's like the ship is fighting itself. The overhead lights flickered ominously. Vexlor watched his bridge crew jump at every shadow, every unexpected sound. Their legendary efficiency was crumbling in the face of an enemy they couldn't see or understand. A junior officer burst onto the bridge, breathing heavily. The holding cells. Security Chief Nexval and his team. They are gone. Gone, Vexlor's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. What do you mean, gone? The human escaped. We found the security team unconscious, locked in the cell. The chief keeps mumbling about shadows coming alive. A loud clang echoed through the ship, followed by the unmistakable sound of emergency bulkheads slamming shut. Warning messages flooded every console on the bridge. Hull breach detected in cargo hold 5, Zara Tech shouted. No, wait, that's impossible. The sensors show the hull is intact. But all the atmosphere is. Captain, something's wrong with our readings. Life support failing on Deck 7, McVor reported, his voice cracking. Gravity plating malfunction in Section 12. Weapon systems powering down. Sir, we are losing the ship. Vexlor slammed his fist into the nearest console. Lock down all essential systems. Override all security protocols. Authorization code. The words died in his throat as every screen on the bridge suddenly displayed the same message: override denied. Authorization Reaper. How amusing, a familiar voice echoed through the bridge speakers. You still think you have control of your ship? Show yourself, human, Vexlor roared. Now why would I do that? My team and I are having so much fun playing hide and seek with your crew. Speaking of which. The bridge doors sealed shut with a heavy thud. Mist began pouring from the ventilation systems. Don't worry, it's not lethal, the human's voice assured them. Just a little something to help you take a nice nap. Can't have you interfering while we liberate your cargo. Vexlor watched in horror as his bridge crew began slumping over their stations. His own vision started to blur, but his species-enhanced metabolism fought against the sedative. The infamous terror of the void, the human continued conversationally. Pride of the Kra'athak slave fleet. Do you know how long we have been tracking you? How many settlements you have raided? How many lives you have destroyed? We are the Kra'athak Empire. Vexlor stumbled toward the command chair, fighting to stay conscious. You cannot. Cannot what? Beat you? Pretty sure we already have. Fun fact about human special forces. We excel at turning an enemy's strength into a weakness. Your ship's advanced systems? Now they are our playground. Your secure protocols? We cracked them weeks ago. Your reputation for being untouchable? Well, that ends today. Through dimming vision, Vexlor saw movement in the shadows. Several figures in advanced combat suits seemed to materialize from thin air, their armor somehow bending light around them. Leading them was the human they'd captured, now wearing similar gear. Your ship's name is rather appropriate, the human said, walking up to Vexlor's command chair. Terror of the Void. But there's something you should understand about terror. He leaned in close, that cold smile still playing on his lips. It works both ways. The last thing Vexlor saw before consciousness fled was the human reaching for the ship's main control panel. The last thing he heard was a series of commands being entered with practiced efficiency. Control. This is Reaper. Phase 1 complete. Terror of the Void is secure. Beginning evacuation of captives and data extraction. Send in the support teams. A pause, then no sir. No casualties on our side. They never knew what hit them. Somewhere in the depths of the ship, more emergency bulkheads slammed shut. More warning klaxons blared. More crew members found themselves facing shadows that moved with lethal purpose. The hunters had become the hunted, and the terror of the void learned a valuable lesson about underestimating their prey. The human's words echoed through the ship's corridors. Pleasant dreams, Captain. When you wake up, your ship, your crew, and your cargo will be long gone. Consider this a message from humanity. The slave trade ends now. As consciousness finally slipped away from Vexlor, his last coherent thought was a chilling realization they hadn't captured a simple human miner. They had caught the attention of something far worse, a human with a purpose, backed by a military that had turned vengeance into an art form. The terror of the void would never sail the stars again, and the legend of Reaper was only beginning. First Officer Rentar sprinted through the corridors of Deck 4, flanked by the last squad of functioning security personnel. The emergency lighting barely penetrated the darkness ahead, and the ship's groaning metal seemed to mock their efforts. They had awakened to chaos, half the crew missing or unconscious, systems failing across all decks, and terrifying rumors spreading among the survivors. Mom, Private Yexni called out, checking his tactical display. We still have access to the auxiliary command center. If we can reach it, we might be able to lock out the intruders. Agreed. Maximum alert. Shoot anything that moves. Rentar clutched her pulse rifle tighter. The weapon's familiar weight provided little comfort against an enemy that seemed to exist everywhere and nowhere at once. They rounded a corner and found Commander Laz Kyer slumped against a wall, conscious but dazed. His usually immaculate uniform was torn, and his eyes held a haunted look. Commander. Report Ren Tar knelt beside him while her squad secured the corridor. They are not. They are not just soldiers, Laz Kyr mumbled, gripping Ren Tar's arm. I accessed the restricted databases. The call sign Reaper. It belongs to an elite human strike force. Specialists in ship capture and asymmetric warfare. A distant explosion rocked the deck. Warning sirens blared as another section of the ship lost power. But how, Ren Tar demanded. Our security was impenetrable. Laz Kyr laughed, the sound edged with hysteria. They have been watching us for months. That mining ship? A cover. Every time we raided a human settlement, we gave them more data. Every transmission we sent, they intercepted. Every security measure we took, they analyzed. The commander pulled out a data pad, his hands shaking. Look at this. It's from their military archives. The screen displayed combat footage from human conflicts. Soldiers appearing from thin air using advanced camouflage technology. Ships being systematically disabled by infiltration teams. Entire enemy installations going dark without a trace. The Reaper units, Laz Kyr continued. They are the human response to threats like us. When conventional military force won't work, they send them. No casualties, no witnesses, just ghost stories. Static burst from their comm units. Through the interference, they heard fragments of panicked transmissions. ... Engineering sealed off. ... Weapons completely offline. ... Something in the ventilation shafts. ... They are everywhere. Private Yexney suddenly raised his hand for silence. Movement ahead. Multiple signatures. The security squad formed a defensive circle, weapons aimed down the corridor. The darkness seemed to ripple, like heat waves over desert sand. You know, a voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. You really should have checked that mining ship more thoroughly. Figures materialized from the shadows, their combat suits shifting from perfect camouflage to matte black. They moved with practiced precision, covering every angle of approach. The human they had captured stepped forward, now wearing the same advanced gear. Gone was the simple mining outfit, replaced by a suit that seemed to absorb light itself. The name patch on his chest read simply Reaper Actual. 6 months of planning, he said conversationally. Every raid you conducted brought you closer to this moment. Every slave you took gave us another reason. Every time you thought you were the apex predator, you were actually the prey. Ren Tar raised her rifle, but faster than she could track, it was twisted from her grasp. The human moved like liquid shadow, disarming her entire squad before they could react. Your ship's schematics are now in human military databases. Your slave trade routes are compromised. Your command codes are worthless. In short, First Officer Ren Tar, your entire operation ceased to exist the moment you took our bait. Impossible, she whispered. Our encryption. Was good, the human nodded. Very good. But here's the thing about humanity we learn from every encounter. Those settlements you raided, many of them were military research outposts disguised as colonies. Every time you thought you were stealing laborers, you were actually gathering outdated tech we wanted you to have. Tech designed to be hacked, studied, and compromised. The deck shuddered beneath them as more systems failed. Through the hull, they could hear the distinctive sound of boarding craft attaching themselves. That would be the cleanup crews, the human said. Standard military protocol. Reaper teams go in first, disable the target, then regular forces secure it. Don't worry, you will all be quite comfortable in human detention facilities. We are not barbarians, after all. He touched his wrist computer, and holographic displays sprang to life around them, showing the full extent of their defeat. Every deck compromised, every system under human control, every security measure turned against them. Welcome to the future of warfare, the human said, that cold smile returning. No massive fleets, no dramatic battles, just careful planning, perfect execution, and the understanding that sometimes the deadliest weapon is the one you never see coming. Commander Laz Kyr slumped further against the wall, his worst fears confirmed. We never stood a chance, did we? No, the human replied simply. You really didn't. That's the thing about Reapers. By the time you see us, it's already too late. Captain Vexlor regained consciousness in total darkness. The proud bridge of the terror of the void, once a testament to Krathak's superiority, now felt like a tomb. Emergency power barely sustained life support, and the constant groaning of stressed metal echoed through the ship like the wails of dying prey. Computer, status report. His voice cracked from the lingering effects of the sedative. Unable to comply, the ship's AI responded in an unfamiliar voice. A human voice. All command functions have been rerouted. Vexlor stumbled to his feet, using his command chair for support. Around him, his bridge crew began stirring, equally disoriented. Officer Zara Tech managed to activate a handheld light, its beam cutting through the darkness to reveal their new reality. The bridge was completely locked down. Every console displayed the same message: system access denied. Below it, a counter ticked down with merciless precision. "Good evening, Captain," the human's voice purred through the ship's communication system. "Comfortable? I took the liberty of rearranging a few things while you were sleeping." "Return control of my ship," Vexlor roared, his pride drowning out his growing fear. Your ship amusement colored the human's tone. "Let me show you something interesting." Holographic displays sprang to life around the bridge, showing security feeds from throughout the terror of the void. Vexlor watched in mounting horror as teams of human soldiers methodically secured each deck. Their combat suits shifted between perfect camouflage and solid form, making them appear like living shadows. "See, while you were napping, we have been busy," the human continued. "Your engine room? Under our control. Your weapon systems? Disabled. Your crew? Either contained or running scared. But here's the fun part: I'm going to give you a chance to take it all back." The bridge doors slid open with a hydraulic hiss. Beyond them, the corridors stretched into darkness. "Simple rules," the human said. "Make it to engineering, and you might be able to trigger an emergency restart. That would reset all systems, lock us out. You have exactly 30 minutes before our support ships arrive, and this becomes official. Think of it as a game. You love hunting helpless prey, right? Let's see how you do when the prey hunts back." Vexlor turned to his crew, seeing his own terror reflected in their eyes. "Secure whatever weapons you can find. We move as a unit." "Oh, about that," the human interrupted. "Check your tactical displays." Their personal computers showed the ship's layout, but with a horrifying addition. Dozens of human signatures appeared throughout the vessel, moving with practiced coordination. "Just so you know," the human added, "my team has orders to use non-lethal methods. We are professionals, after all. But they are very creative with stun weapons and capture techniques. You might want to run now." The bridge crew needed no further encouragement. They bolted into the corridors, all military discipline forgotten in their panic. Vexlor shouted for them to stay together, but fear drove them apart. "Fascinating," the human's voice followed them. "Your species shows remarkable speed when properly motivated. My anthropologists will love this data." Vexlor rounded a corner and nearly collided with Lieutenant MacVor, who was pressed against a wall, breathing heavily. "Sir," he gasped, "I saw them. They moved through solid walls. The shadows themselves served them." "Control yourself," Vexlor grabbed the lieutenant's uniform. "They are using advanced technology, nothing more. We can still—" A soft thud interrupted him. A small device rolled to their feet, releasing a cloud of sparkling particles. Before they could react, their muscles locked up, leaving them paralyzed but fully conscious. "That's the problem with your kind," a human soldier materialized beside them, his combat suit shifting from shadow to solid form. "You never consider that your prey might be smarter than you." More humans appeared, securing the paralyzed officers with practiced efficiency. Through the haze of the paralytic agent, Vexlor saw his crew being systematically rounded up throughout the ship. Some tried to fight. Some tried to hide. None succeeded. 27 minutes until support arrival, the original human, Reaper, announced over the comms. "I must say, Captain, I expected more of a challenge. You are usually so enthusiastic about hunting down defenseless civilians. Where's that famous Krathak warrior spirit now?" They were dragged to a cargo hold that had been converted into a temporary detention center. Other crew members were already there, secured and monitored by more human soldiers. The paralytic began to wear off, allowing Vexlor to speak. "You will never get away with this," he snarled, falling back on defiance. "The Empire will." Will what Reaper stepped out of the shadows, flanked by his team, launch a rescue mission? That would require them to admit you exist. Slavers like you operate in the margins, Captain. No official recognition, no support when things go wrong. You are a deniable asset, and right now, you are more valuable to them as a cautionary tale than as a living commander. The human walked among the captured crew, his movements relaxed but purposeful. "Let me explain your new reality. In 20 minutes, this ship will be officially seized by human military forces. Your crew will be detained and questioned. Every scrap of data in your computers will be analyzed. Every route, every contact. Every hidden facility you have used will be found and eliminated." He stopped in front of Vexlor, that familiar cold smile playing across his face. "The age of creatures like you preying on human settlements is over. Consider this a culture shock. You thought humans were primitive prey. But we are something far worse. We are patient predators who learn from our enemies." The cargo bay doors opened, revealing more human troops moving in with detention equipment. The terror of the void shuddered as support ships locked onto her hull. "Welcome to extinction," Captain Reaper said softly. "Not of your species, but of everything you represent. The hunters of the void just learned they are not at the top of the food chain anymore." As restraints were placed on his limbs, Vexlor finally understood the true horror of their situation. They hadn't just lost their ship or their freedom. They had become a message to every slaver in the galaxy humanity was done being prey. The hunters had become the hunted, and the void would never be the same. The terror of the void hung motionless in space, surrounded by human military vessels. Through the cargo bay viewport, Captain Vexlor watched his mighty ship become a prison. Human troops moved with practiced efficiency, processing captured crew members and securing sensitive areas. Commander Reaper stood at the command station they had set up in the cargo bay, coordinating with the newly arrived forces. His combat suit remained in shadow mode from the waist up, giving him the appearance of a darkness that had taken human form. "Final sweep complete," one of his team reported. "All crew accounted for. No casualties on either side." "Excellent," Reaper nodded. "Begin data extraction. I want every scrap of information about their operation." Vexlor, still securely restrained, felt the last fragments of his pride crumbling. "You planned this from the start. The raids we conducted were carefully monitored and allowed to proceed." Reaper turned to him. "Each raid gave us more intelligence. Each transmission you sent helped us crack your codes. Your greatest victories were actually setting up your ultimate defeat." The cargo bay doors opened again, admitting a new group of human officers. Unlike the combat teams, these wore formal military uniforms. Their insignias marked them as high-ranking intelligence officials. Captain, one of them addressed Reaper. "Preliminary analysis confirms this is the flagship of the largest slave operation in the sector. With their command codes and navigation data, we can shut down their entire network." "And the rescued captives?" Reaper asked. "All 2,843 being transferred to medical ships now. Survivors from 12 different raids. They will all make it home." Vexlor slumped in his restraints. The number struck him like a physical blow. So many captives now turned witnesses. His operation was not just defeated, it was exposed. "You know what amazes me?" Reaper walked over to the viewport, watching as shuttles ferried the rescued prisoners to waiting medical ships. "You genuinely believed you were superior. That humans were easy prey. You never once considered that we might be letting you think that." He turned back to the captured crew. "Humanity has faced extinction-level threats before. We learned. We adapted. We turned our greatest weakness, our diversity, our unpredictability, our capacity for both violence and mercy into our greatest strength." The intelligence officer handed Reaper a data pad. "Sir, Command confirms Operation Shadowfall is a complete success. Similar teams have struck 12 other slave ships across 3 sectors. The entire network will be collapsed within hours." Vexlor felt his neck frills collapse against his scales. 12 ships? Impossible. You weren't the only ones being hunted, Reaper smiled. Just the last to fall. By now, every slaver operation that targeted human space is experiencing their own version of this conversation. Through the viewport, the terror of the Void's name was being systematically removed from the hull. Work crews attached human military markings in its place. Your ship will be studied, its technology adapted to protect others from creatures like you. Your crew will face justice. But most importantly, you will serve as a message Reaper's voice carried throughout the cargo bay. Humanity is not prey. We are not simple victims to be harvested. We are the thing that hunts the hunters. The last of the rescued prisoners disappeared into the medical ships. The terror of the Void, now renamed and repurposed, began moving under human control. Remember this day, Reaper said softly to his prisoners. Remember how completely your world turned upside down. Remember how easily the hunters became the hunted. Because somewhere out there, others like you might think humanity is weak. They might see us as easy targets. He smiled that cold smile one final time. And when they come, we will be waiting. Just like we waited for you, silent, patient, ready to remind the galaxy that sometimes the most dangerous prey is the one that learns to hunt back. As the ship moved away from the site of their defeat, Vexlor realized that they had not just lost a battle. They had witnessed the end of an era. The Void belonged to new hunters now, and their name was humanity. The terror, it seemed, was just beginning. Another world gone. Fantastic. I stared at the holographic display as it flickered with the news. Planet Zula, population 9 billion, now reduced to 0. The plague had reached them just 3 standard cycles ago. Just absolutely wonderful. My name is Virax, and I have the distinct pleasure of documenting the end of all sentient life in our galaxy. Well, almost all sentient life. I'm still here, aren't I? For now, the quarantine chamber hummed around me. The air recyclers working overtime to filter out any potential trace of the Morbus virus. That's what we called it. Morbus. Ancient word for disease. How creative of it. The brightest minds of 12 galactic federations, and the best name we could come up with was basically disease. Dr. Virax, the council is waiting. My assistant Tuma's voice came through the comm system. Her tone was flat, professional. Everyone spoke that way now. What was the point of emotion when we were all going to be dead soon anyway? Tell them I will be there in a moment. I sighed, closing the holographic display with a wave of my hand. And Tuma, prepare the Earth files. Earth files? But doctor, the council hasn't approved. Just do it, Tuma. The connection clicked off.
I knew what the council would say.
The same thing they always said. Continue monitoring. Maintain quarantine protocols. Research existing vaccine attempts. Useless bureaucrats delaying the inevitable. I gathered my data tablets and headed for the decontamination chamber. 3 minutes of searing ultraviolet light and antimicrobial mist later, I was deemed clean enough to exit my lab. The corridors of the Galactic Health Organization's last functioning station were eerily empty. We'd started with a staff of 10,000. Now we were down to 42. Not from the plague, mind you. From evacuations, from desert, from people who'd rather spend their final days with their families than watching numbers on screens tick down to 0. Can't say I blame them. The council chamber was a semicircle of aged faces, each one projected on a floating screen. None of them physically present, of course. Nobody traveled anymore, nobody dared. Dr. Virax, began High Counselor Pax. Her blue-tinged skin had grayed considerably in recent months. You'll report. Zula has fallen, I said without preamble. 9 billion, gone in 3 cycles. Fastest progression we have seen yet. Any survivors? Asked Counselor Dren, though we all knew the answer. None, same as every other infected world. I placed my data tablet on the center console, projecting charts and figures into the air. The virus is adapting. Each new species it encounters, it becomes more efficient at eliminating. And our vaccine efforts, Counselor Pax's voice was hollow, failed. All 728 attempts. The virus mutates too quickly. I took a breath. This was it. Which is why I propose we contact Earth. The chamber fell silent. Then, predictably, erupted. Absolutely not. Those barbarians. We agreed Earth was to remain quarantined. They'd be more likely to weaponize the virus than help us. I waited for the shouting to subside. Counselor Pax raised a hand, silencing her colleagues. Dr. Vrikes, she said carefully, Earth has been under observation protocols for 2,000 years. They are violent, unpredictable, and technologically primitive. They are also the only species the Morbus hasn't infected yet, I countered, because we have kept them isolated. Dren barked. Breaking their quarantine could expose them too. I laughed, actually laughed. The sound was so foreign in these chambers that several counselors recoiled. With respect, counselor, the Morbus has infected every other species in the known galaxy. Water breathers, methane breathers, silicon-based life forms, hive minds, every single species, except humans. I flicked my fingers across the console, bringing up the Earth file. There must be a reason. Their planet is mostly water, offered Counselor Lem. Perhaps that provides natural protection. So is Aquila Prime, and they were wiped out in a week, I countered. Look at their history. Humans have survived countless plagues of their own. Their immune systems are remarkably adaptive. They are also remarkably good at killing each other, Pax noted dryly. Yes, and maybe that's part of it. I was getting excited now, gesturing at the Earth data. Their entire evolution has been constant warfare, disease, and adaptation. They are survival specialists. They are primitives who have barely left their own planet, Dren scoffed. They are our last hope, I said quietly. We have tried everything else. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the soft hum of the projection systems. Even if we wanted to contact them, Pax said finally, our protocols would require months of preparation, cultural integration studies, diplomatic. We don't have months, I interrupted. Morbus reached the Klaxar system yesterday. That puts it just 2 jumps from this station. That got their attention. The Klaxar system was supposed to be safe, protected by a buffer of dead worlds the plague had already claimed. How, whispered Lem, how did it cross the dead zone? Because it's not just spreading through contact anymore, I said grimly. It's evolving, adapting, finding new transmission vectors. I brought up the latest data. We have detected microscopic spores in space debris. It's spreading between star systems on its own now. The council members looked at each other, real fear in their eyes for the first time. How long? Pax asked. Until it reaches us. 2 weeks, maybe less. I closed the display. I don't need your permission to go to Earth, I just came out of courtesy. My ship is already prepped. This is outrageous. Dren sputtered. You would violate 2,000 years of protocol, risk contaminating the only species that might survive. I have been studying this virus for 3 years, I said, my patience finally snapping. I have watched 87 worlds die. I have tried 728 vaccines. I have followed every protocol, filled out every form, attended every pointless meeting while you all hide in your bunkers. And what has it gotten us? Nothing. I took a breath, steadying myself. I'm going to Earth. Either help me prepare, or stay out of my way. Pax studied me for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. What do you need? 3 days later I was breaking atmosphere in a small research vessel, accompanied only by Tuma and our medical officer, Dr. Lero. Both had volunteered, though I'd warned them this was likely a one-way trip. Entering hyperspace in 3, 2, 1, Tuma's fingers danced across the controls. The stars stretched and we were gone, hurtling through the folded space between worlds. How long to Earth? Asked Lero, checking our supply of protective suits for the 3rd time. 19 hours, Tuma replied, assuming we don't run into any debris fields. I nodded, then turned to the data screens. Let's review what we know about humans one more time. Zena pulled up the files. Bipedal mammals, carbon-based, oxygen breathers, average lifespan about 100 years, technologically capable of basic spaceflight but limited to their own solar system. And socially, I prompted. Lero grimaced. Fractured. Thousands of different governments, languages, religions. Constant conflict. They have nearly wiped themselves out several times with their own weapons. Which makes them perfect for our needs, I reminded them. They are survivors, adaptable, and according to our long-range scans, they have been exposed to Morbus for at least a month now, without a single reported case. Tuma added, wonder in her voice. We need to understand why, I said. What makes them different? Is it genetic? Environmental? Something in their technology we have overlooked? Whatever it is, we need to find it fast. And if they don't want to help us? Ladera asked quietly. I hadn't considered that. In all our planning, the idea that humans might refuse seemed absurd. What species wouldn't want to save the galaxy? But then, humans weren't like other species, were they? We will cross that bridge when we come to it, I said finally. The journey passed in tense silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I reviewed the data on human physiology, searching for any clue that might explain their apparent immunity. Their cellular structure wasn't remarkable. Their immune systems were efficient but nothing extraordinary. Their genetic code was actually simpler than many species already decimated by Morbus. So why were they still alive? 18 hours later, Tuma's voice broke me from my concentration. Approaching Sol system. Dropping out of hyperspace in 3, 2, 1. The view screen filled with stars again, and there in the distance, a small blue marble orbiting an unremarkable yellow star. Earth. Any signs of detection? I asked. Tuma checked her instruments. Nothing yet. Their scanning technology is primitive. As long as we maintain our cloaking field, we should remain undetected. Good. Take us into high orbit. We will observe first, then make contact when we have identified suitable representatives. The ship glided silently into Earth's orbit, sensors gathering data on the world below. Life signs are incredible, Lero murmured, looking at his display. Billions of humans, yes, but trillions of other organisms. The biodiversity is off the charts. Any sign of Morbus? I asked tensely. Lero ran the scan 3 times. Yes, it's present in the atmosphere, the water, even some of the soil samples. But it's dormant or dead. I can't tell from here. My heart's raced. So they have been exposed, but they are not infected. We need samples. Tissue, blood, everything. We should target an isolated area for our landing, Tuma suggested. Minimize contact until we understand what we are dealing with. I nodded, scanning the globe. There. I pointed to a relatively unpopulated area surrounded by mountains. Northern Hemisphere continental landmass. Small human settlement, but mostly wilderness. Setting course, Tuma confirmed. As our ship descended through Earth's atmosphere, I felt a flutter of something I hadn't experienced in years. Hope. We landed in a forest clearing just before dawn, local time. The air sensors showed a breathable atmosphere, but we weren't taking any chances. Full containment suits were mandatory. Remember, I told my team as we prepared to exit the ship, we observe first, no contact until we understand more about their immunity. The ship's door slid open, and Earth's air rushed in through our filtration systems. It smelled complex, rich with organic compounds, life everywhere. We stepped onto alien soil. Trees towered around us, their leaves rustling in the early morning breeze. Small creatures scurried through the undergrowth, and somewhere distant, a bird called out. It's beautiful, whispered Tuma. Focus, I reminded her. Set up the perimeter sensors and start collecting samples. I want to know exactly what we are dealing with. For the next few hours, we worked methodically, gathering specimens of Earth's soil, water, plants, and small organisms. Everything went into containment units for analysis back on the ship. Dr. Vaux, Lero called suddenly, his voice tense. I'm picking up approaching life signs. Humans. 3 of them moving this way. Are they armed? I asked, already moving toward the ship. Unknown, but they appear to be moving with purpose. They might have detected our landing. Pack up. We need to... But it was too late. Through the trees, 3 figures emerged into the clearing. They stopped abruptly at the sight of us, clearly as surprised as we were. 2 males and a female. I noted automatically. Young adults by their appearance. They carried no obvious weapons, but their posture shifted immediately to defensive. Holy shit, said the taller male, his voice carrying clearly across the clearing. Are those aliens? No way, the female replied, pulling out a small device, a primitive communication tool I recognized from our briefings. This has to be some kind of joke. The third human, shorter and stockier, simply stared, his mouth hanging open. None of them showed fear, just curiosity. Disbelief. Doctor? Tuma whispered urgently. What do we do? I made a decision. We make contact. Now. Slowly, Deliberately, I raised my hands in what our cultural briefings indicated was a universal human gesture of peace. I stepped forward. "We come in peace," I said, our ship's translators converting my words to the local language. "We need your help." The humans exchanged glances. "Did that alien just say it needs our help?" asked the short male, incredulity in his voice. The female lowered her device. "This is either the best prank ever or the most important moment in human history." She stepped forward, mirroring my gesture of raised hands. Hello. I'm Maya. These are Jack and Tim. Simple names. Easy to pronounce. Good. I am Dr. Vorax. These are my colleagues, Tuma and Dr. Liro. We have traveled very far to find you." "Why?" asked the one called Jack, suspicion evident in his tone. "What do you want with us?" How to explain the end of all galactic civilization to a species that didn't even know galactic civilization existed? I opted for directness. "A plague is destroying all intelligent life in the galaxy," I said. "Every species we know of has been infected and annihilated. Every species except yours." The humans stared at me, then at each other. "The space plague?" Tim said finally. "Like in the movies?" "Not like in your fiction," I replied. "Real, devastating. And somehow you are immune." "All of us?" Maya asked. "All humans?" "As far as we can tell, yes. Which is why we need your help. We need to understand why you aren't affected. It could be the key to saving what's left of galactic life." Jack scoffed. "So let me get this straight. Super advanced aliens with spaceships and translator gizmos need help from humans who haven't even made it past our own moon yet." That sounds convenient. His skepticism was understandable. From their perspective, we must seem impossibly advanced. They had no context for how desperate our situation truly was. "Their technological development is irrelevant," I explained. "It's something in your biology, your environment, perhaps your history that has made you resistant. We have tried everything else. You are our last hope." "Prove it," Jack challenged. "Prove there's a galaxy-killing plague and we are somehow immune." I looked to Liro, who nodded grimly. He retrieved a sealed container from our equipment. "This contains inactive morbus spores," he explained. "They have been treated to prevent replication, but their structure is intact. On any other world, even this dead sample would cause panic." He activated a small projector that displayed the molecular structure of the virus. "We have analyzed its mechanism. It attacks the central nervous system first, then spreads to vital organs. Death occurs within days. No known treatment has been effective." Maya stepped closer, examining the projection with surprising comprehension. "That looks like a prion disease," she said. "Similar to our Creutzfeldt-Jakob or BSE, but more complex." I blinked in surprise. "You are familiar with prion pathology?" "I'm a medical student," she explained, "specializing in infectious diseases." For the first time in years, I felt genuine excitement. "Then you understand why this is so deadly. It rewrites proteins at the cellular level. It's killed trillions." Maya turned to her friends. "Guys, I think they are serious." "Come on, Maya," Jack protested. "Aliens showing up asking for help with a space plague. That's literally the plot of a dozen sci-fi movies." "Which doesn't make it impossible," she countered. "Look at their tech. Look at them. This isn't a hoax." Tim, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "If this plague thing is real and it kills everyone except humans, why not just evacuate your people to Earth? We have got room." An interesting suggestion, but hopelessly naive. "The virus is environmental now," I explained. "It would come with us. And without understanding your immunity, we don't know if it would eventually adapt to you too." Jack crossed his arms. "So what exactly do you want from us?" "Samples," I said simply. "Blood, tissue, environmental samples from your world. We need to understand what makes you different." "And if we help you figure this out?" Maya asked. "What then?" I hadn't thought that far ahead. What then, indeed? If humans held the key to stopping Morbus, they would save the galaxy. They would go from an isolated, quarantined curiosity to perhaps the most important species in known space. Everything would change. "Then we would be in your debt," I said finally, "and you would join a much larger community." Maya and Tim exchanged excited glances. Jack remained skeptical. "We need to tell someone about this," he insisted. "Scientists, governments. We can't just give you samples without..." A piercing alarm cut through the air. Our perimeter sensors. Tuma checked her scanner. Multiple vehicles approaching. Human military, based on the energy signatures. They must have detected our landing, Liro said urgently. I turned to the humans. We don't have time for your authorities. They wouldn't understand the urgency. What will you do? Maya asked. A difficult question. We needed their help, but forcing it would violate every protocol. Yet the alternative was extinction. We have to leave, I decided. Now, but we will return. Tonight. If you want to help, meet us here. This is crazy, Jack muttered. The fate of trillions rests on finding a cure, I told them. Please consider it. We retreated to our ship as the sound of approaching vehicles grew louder. The humans stood watching as our door sealed and the engines engaged. Cloak active. Tuma reported, we should be undetectable once we clear the tree line. As our ship rose above the forest, I saw several large military vehicles enter the clearing. The humans were quickly surrounded by armed soldiers. Will they tell their authorities about us? Liro wondered. Of course they will, I replied, but will they be believed? That's the question. We established orbit once more, watching, waiting. Below us, the blue planet continued its rotation, blissfully unaware of its unique status in the galaxy. The last world where life still flourished. For now. Night fell over Earth with surprising swiftness. From our cloaked ship in high orbit, I watched as darkness swept across continents, city lights blinking to life like stars on the surface. Any sign of pursuit? I asked Tuma, who had been monitoring Earth's primitive communications networks. Considerable chatter about an incident in the region where we landed. She reported, their military has established a perimeter. They are calling it an unauthorized drone test to the public. A cover story, Liro noted. Interesting. They don't want to cause panic, or they don't believe the 3 humans we met, I suggested. Either way, we need those samples. Prepare for another landing. While Tuma plotted our descent, I reviewed the preliminary data from our brief time on the surface. Earth's atmosphere contained trace elements of morbus, just as our scans had indicated. The virus was present, but inert. Something was neutralizing it. Could it be something in their diet? Liro wondered aloud, examining the plant samples we'd collected. Or perhaps their water. We won't know until we get proper human biological samples, I replied. And for that we need those 3 to meet us. And if they don't show up? Tuma's voice carried a note of worry. Then we find another approach, I said firmly. Failure is not an option. Not when we are this close. Our ship slipped back into Earth's atmosphere under cover of darkness. Tuma's skilled piloting brought us to the exact coordinates of our earlier landing, though this time we activated additional camouflage measures. No sense in attracting more military attention. The clearing looked different at night. Moonlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. Night creatures chirped and called in the darkness. Life, Liro whispered as we exited the ship. So much life even at night. Most worlds are silent now. Focus, I reminded him, though I understood his wonder. It had been so long since any of us had seen a truly living world. Set up the perimeter sensors again, but passive mode only. We don't want alarms if the humans approach. For an hour we waited. The forest sounds continued around us, indifferent to our alien presence. I began to fear the humans wouldn't come after all. Then Tuma's sensor pinged softly. Movement in the trees. 3 figures approaching from the east. The same humans? I asked tensely. She checked the readings. Same body mass and heat signatures. It's them. A relief flooded through me as Maya, Jack, and Tim emerged from the trees. They'd come after all. You actually came back, Maya said, glancing nervously over her shoulder. We had to sneak past 2 military checkpoints to get here. Yeah, turns out when you tell people you met aliens, they either think you are crazy or they lock you in a room for 8 hours of questioning, Jack added dryly. Did you tell them about the plague? I asked. Tim nodded. We told them everything. They took blood samples from all 3 of us. This was unexpected. Your authorities already know to look for immunity factors? Not exactly, Maya explained. Standard protocol for any potential exposure to unknown pathogens. But they are not looking for what you described. They think we hallucinated the meeting or were drugged somehow. But you believe us now? I pressed. The 3 exchanged glances. We are here, aren't we? Jack said. though I'm still not convinced this isn't an elaborate prank or, worse, some kind of invasion setup. If we wanted to invade, we would have brought more than 3 scientists and a research vessel, I pointed out. Fair enough, Jack shrugged. So, what now? You mentioned samples. I nodded to Lero, who brought forward a collection kit. We need blood, tissue, and other biological samples, he explained. The process is minimally invasive. Whoa, wait. Tim held up his hands. You are not sticking any alien needles in me until I know exactly what you are looking for and what you will do with my DNA. A reasonable concern. We are looking for the mechanism that renders the Morbus virus inert in your presence, I explained. It could be a protein, an enzyme, even a particular microorganism in your system. We won't know until we can analyze your biology in detail. Maya stepped forward. I will go first, but I want to see everything you find. If humans really are immune to this galaxy-killing plague, I want to understand why. Of course, I agreed, somewhat surprised by her courage. The analysis will take time, but we will share all our findings. Lero proceeded to collect blood and tissue samples from Maya, explaining each step of the process. Her scientific curiosity overcame any fear, and she asked remarkably insightful questions about our technology and methods. Tim went next, wincing slightly at the tissue extraction but remaining stoic. Jack was last, still obviously suspicious but unwilling to be left out. There, Lero said as he sealed the final sample container. That should give us enough to begin a comprehensive analysis. How long will it take? Maya asked. Several hours for the preliminary results, I told her. But we need more than just your biology. Tell me, how has your species survived so many of your own pandemics? The 3 humans looked at each other puzzled. Medicine? Vaccines? Quarantines? Jack offered. Basic public health stuff. But before those advances, I pressed, your historical records show multiple devastating plagues throughout your history, the Black Death, smallpox, your Spanish flu, yet your species survived each time. How? Some people were just naturally immune, Maya said slowly, her medical training evident. Natural selection at work. Those with genetic resistance survived and passed on those traits. And your species is remarkably diverse genetically, I noted. More variation within your single species than we see across entire worlds elsewhere. Is that important? Tim asked. It could be crucial, I replied. Genetic diversity provides more opportunities for natural resistance to emerge. Most other species evolved with far less variation. Plus we are stubborn as hell, Jack added with a half-smile. Tell humans they can't do something and watch them kill themselves trying to prove you wrong. An interesting characteristic, I acknowledged. This stubbornness, it's cultural as well as biological. Oh, absolutely, Maya laughed. We are talking about a species that climbed to the top of the food chain through sheer persistence. Our ancestors would track prey for days, following them until the animals collapsed from exhaustion. This was fascinating context. Persistence hunters. And this mentality applies to your approach to disease as well. We have spent billions trying to cure diseases that affect relatively few people, Tim pointed out. Cancer, AIDS, rare genetic disorders. We throw resources at these problems even when they are not threatening our survival as a species. Because every life matters, Maya added softly. I exchanged glances with Tum and Lero. This was a very different perspective than the cold calculations of the Galactic Council, who had long ago decided that Earth wasn't worth the resources to bring them into the wider community. We should begin the analysis, Lero suggested, gathering the samples. Time is still a factor. What about us? Jack asked. Do we just go home and wait? I hesitated. Protocol dictated minimal contact with primitive species. But these humans had already proven themselves more valuable than the Council could have imagined. Would you like to see our ship? I offered. Their faces lit up with excitement. Are you serious? Tim breathed. We get to go on an actual spaceship? A small research vessel only, I cautioned, and you must touch nothing without permission. Deal, they said almost in unison. As we led them aboard, I watched their expressions with interest. Wonder, awe, confusion, but no fear. These humans were adaptable indeed. This technology is incredible, Maya murmured, studying our navigation system. It makes our most advanced equipment look like stone tools. Yet you achieved space travel independently, Tuma pointed out. Most species required guidance from others. We are fast learners, Jack said, carefully examining our propulsion readouts. Though I don't understand half of what I'm looking at here, the principles are similar to your theoretical physics. I explained, just applied differently. While Tuma gave them a brief tour of the ship, Loder and I took the samples to our laboratory module. The analysis began immediately, our equipment breaking down human DNA, blood chemistry, and cellular structures for comparison against our Morbus database. Dr. Velox, Lero called after just 20 minutes, you need to see this. I joined him at the main display, where a complex molecular structure rotated slowly. What am I looking at? Human gut bacteria, he said excitedly. Specifically, a strain present in all 3 samples. It produces an enzyme that appears to break down the protein shell of Morbus before it can replicate. A microbe. I stared in disbelief. Their immunity comes from bacteria in their digestive systems. Not just any bacteria, Little continued. A strain that appears to have evolved in response to their diet and environment. It's not present in any of our galactic databases. So if we can isolate this bacteria and its enzyme production, we might be able to create a treatment, he finished, not a cure for those already infected, but potentially a preventative measure. Hope surged through me. How quickly can we synthesize it? With our equipment, hours for a prototype, days for a stable version ready for deployment. That's too long, I said grimly. The station will be exposed within 2 weeks, but the Morbus could reach other surviving pockets even sooner. Lero nodded grimly. Then we need more than just the bacteria. We need to understand how it evolved, how to accelerate its adaptation to different species biologies. For that, we need human scientific expertise. I realized. Their medical student Maya might be our best option, bringing a primitive into our highest-level research. Lero looked shocked. The council would never approve. The council isn't here, I reminded him, and they have failed at every turn to stop this plague. We need fresh perspectives. I returned to the bridge, where our human guests were still marveling at our technology. I called. We have found something interesting in your samples. I'd like your perspective. Her eyes widened. You found the immunity factor already. Potentially. Follow me. In the lab, I showed her the bacteria analysis, explaining our findings as simply as possible. To my surprise, she grasped the concept immediately. A commensal bacteria producing protective enzymes. That makes perfect sense. Our bodies are ecosystems, not just single organisms. We have trillions of microbes living inside us, many of them beneficial. Could your scientist replicate this bacteria quickly, if given the formula? I asked. She hesitated. Maybe, but distribution would be the bigger challenge. Getting a new probiotic to billions of people takes infrastructure we don't have ready. We don't need to distribute it to humans, I explained. You are already protected. We need to adapt it for other species, create delivery systems for worlds not yet exposed. Understanding dawned on her face. You need our help to save other aliens. Exactly. I'm just a medical student, she protested. You need expert microbiologists, immunologists, genetic engineers. And can you help us find them, people who would believe you and help quickly without bureaucratic delays? Maya thought for a moment. My professor, Dr. Patel, she specializes in emerging pathogens, and she's well connected in the scientific community. If anyone would believe this and help, it's her. Can you contact her without alerting your authorities? I can try. She pulled out her communication device. But what's the plan here? Smuggle a bunch of scientists to your ship. Create some interstellar bacteria factory. We need to work quickly, I admitted. Our options are limited. While Maya attempted to contact her professor, Lero continued analyzing the bacteria. Jack and Tim joined us in the lab, their curiosity evident. So humans are immune because of gut bugs? Jack asked skeptically. Oversimplified, but essentially correct, I confirmed. Your microbiome includes a bacterial strain that produces an enzyme fatal to Morbus. All because of what we eat. Tim wondered. Not just diet. Lero corrected. Your entire evolutionary history has shaped this relationship. Your diverse ecosystems, your exposure to countless pathogens over millennia, your omnivorous diet all contributed to this unique microbial defense. Dr. Vorax. Tuma called urgently from the bridge. We are detecting approaching aircraft. Military. They have locked onto our position despite the cloaking field. How? I demanded, rushing to join her. She pointed to the sensor readings. They appear to be following a signal coming from inside our ship. All eyes turned to our human guests. Did you alert your authorities? I asked, trying to keep accusation from my voice. No, Maya protested. I only called my professor. Jack shifted uncomfortably. They took our phones during questioning earlier. They must have planted tracking devices before giving them back. We need to leave immediately, I decided. Uma, prepare for emergency departure. Wait, Maya cried. Take us with you. We can help with the research. Explain to our governments. If you just leave, they will never believe we met aliens or that there's a galaxy-wide plague. A difficult decision. Taking primitive species off-world violated countless protocols. But leaving them behind meant losing our best connection to human scientific expertise. The military will be here in minutes, Tuma warned. We are going, I decided. And they are coming with us. Tuma, get us to orbit. Lero, secure the lab for space travel. The humans looked both terrified and exhilarated as they strapped into emergency seats. The ship rumbled as Tuma engaged our propulsion systems. What about our families? Tim asked suddenly. They will think we have been kidnapped or killed. If we succeed, you will return as heroes, I told him. If we fail, there won't be anyone left to return to anyway. The grim reality silenced further questions as our ship rocketed upward, breaking through Earth's atmosphere and into the blackness of space. Military craft in pursuit, Tuma reported. Primitive missiles. No threat to our shielding. Set course for the GHO station, I ordered. Maximum speed. As Earth shrank to a blue dot behind us, I watched our human passengers. They stared in wonder at the stars now visible without atmospheric distortion. It's beautiful, Maya whispered. Yes, I agreed. And worth saving. The journey to the Galactic Health Organization's last station took 16 hours. During that time, Lara and Maya worked tirelessly in the lab, analyzing the bacterial strain and developing preliminary adaptation protocols for different species biologies. Jack and Tim, meanwhile, provided valuable cultural context about human approaches to disease and crisis management. Their perspective was refreshingly direct, unconstrained by the bureaucratic thinking that had hampered our efforts for so long. You know what your council's problem is? Jack said after I explained our failed attempts to coordinate a galaxy-wide response. Too much talking, not enough doing. Sometimes you just have to act, even without perfect information, I asked. Especially without perfect information, he insisted. Humans have faced existential threats with incomplete data countless times. You adapt, you improvise, you overcome, and sometimes you fail, I pointed out. Sure, he shrugged, but doing nothing guarantees failure. At least this way, you have got a chance. This philosophy, so simple yet so alien to our careful, methodical approach, resonated with me. Perhaps this was another reason humans had survived their own plagues where other species had not. As we approached the station, I gathered everyone for a briefing. The council will not be pleased about your presence, I warned our human guests. They have kept Earth quarantined for millennia precisely to avoid this kind of contact. Great job they did, Tim muttered. Be respectful but firm, I continued. Their cooperation will accelerate our work considerably, and if they refuse to help, Maya asked. Then we proceed without them, I said simply. We have enough resources on this ship to begin production of a basic treatment. It won't be enough to save everyone, but it's better than nothing. The station loomed ahead, a massive structure orbiting an uninhabited planet, once bustling with thousands of researchers. Now it stood nearly empty, a ghost of what galactic cooperation had once achieved. Approaching docking procedures, Tuma announced. They are hailing us, Lero added. Council Chairperson Pax herself. I activated the communications system. Pax's aged face appeared on the screen, her expression shifting from relief to shock as she noticed the humans behind me. Dr. Virax, she hissed. What have you done? Found our salvation, I replied calmly. Chairperson Pax, I present Maya, Jack and Tim of Earth. They carry the key to stopping Morbus. You brought primitives to our last secure station, her voice trembled with rage. Have you lost your mind? With respect, Chairperson, I countered. We have lost enough already. Time, worlds, Lives all while following protocols that have yielded nothing but failure. The humans are immune, Lero interjected. We have identified the mechanism and are already developing adaptation protocols. This gave her pause. Immunity. Confirmed. Yes, I affirmed, and they have voluntarily joined our research efforts. Their perspective has already proven invaluable. Pax's gaze shifted to our human guests. Is this true? You willingly left your world to help us. Maya stepped forward. We did. Dr. Vrax explained the situation. If we can help save lives, any lives, human or alien, we have a responsibility to try. A noble sentiment, Pax said cautiously, but how do we know this immunity you have discovered will work for other species? We don't know for certain, I admitted, but preliminary tests are promising. With the station's facilities and your authorization for emergency protocols, we could have a viable treatment ready within days. Pax was silent for a long moment, weighing her options. I knew what she was thinking, the risk of bringing humans to our station versus the possibility that they truly held the key to our survival. Finally, she nodded. Permission to dock granted, but the humans remain under your direct supervision at all times, Dr. Vax. Any incident, any threat to our security, and they will be confined. Understood, I agreed, relief flooding through me. Thank you, Chairperson. The docking procedure completed smoothly, and we were met by a small contingent of security personnel, the few who remained on the station. They eyed our human guests with obvious suspicion, but made no move to interfere as we proceeded to the main research laboratory. The station's facilities dwarfed our ship's modest lab. State-of-the-art genetic sequencers, molecular synthesizers, and bioreactors stood ready, tools that had thus far failed to save us, but might now serve a different purpose. This is incredible, Maya breathed, taking in the advanced technology. With this equipment, we could synthesize adapted bacterial strains for dozens of species simultaneously. If the adaptation protocols work, Lero cautioned, we have never attempted cross-species microbiome transplantation on this scale. Then we start small. Jack suggested practically, pick the species most biologically similar to humans and work outward from there. For the next 72 hours we worked without rest. Maya's intuitive understanding of microbiology proved invaluable, while Jack and Tim contributed unexpected insights based on human problem-solving approaches. The council members, initially skeptical, began to take interest as our first successful adaptations emerged. Bacterial strains engineered to thrive in different biological environments, each producing the crucial enzyme that neutralized morbus. It's working, I announced on the fourth day, reviewing the test results. The adapted bacteria successfully neutralized morbus samples in simulated Valarian, Crython Nexari biologies. 3 species down, thousands to go, Lero noted, though his tone carried hope for the first time in years. We can accelerate production now that we have established the base protocols, Maya said, and prioritize species with the widest distribution networks. The Nexari have jump gate access to 17 systems, Tuma pointed out. If we can get the treatment to them first, they can help distribute to others. A plan was forming, not just a treatment, but a distribution strategy, leveraging the strengths of surviving species. It was the kind of cooperation the Council had tried and failed to achieve for years. On the 5th day, as we prepared the first batch of treatments for deployment, alarms blared throughout the station. Proximity alert, announced the automated system. Unknown vessels approaching. Tuma rushed to the nearest terminal. They are Earth vessels, human military ships. Impossible, I gasped. They don't have that kind of technology. They don't have interstellar travel. No, Jack confirmed, looking at the scanner readings. But apparently they have figured out how to track your jump signature. Maya looked troubled. They must have analyzed your ship's energy patterns while you were on Earth. Clever, I admitted. More advanced than we gave them credit for. Chairperson Pax hurried into the laboratory. Dr. Vrax, did you lead human military forces to our last secure station? Unintentionally, I assured her. But this may be an opportunity rather than a threat. We need distribution networks for the treatment. Earth could provide another vector. They are hailing us, Tuma reported. The main screen activated, showing a stern-faced human in military uniform. This is General Harris of Earth United Command. Return our citizens immediately and prepare to be boarded for inspection. Maya stepped forward. General Harris, this is Maya Patel. My companions and I are here voluntarily. These aliens haven't harmed us. They are fighting a plague that threatens all life in the galaxy." The general's expression remained skeptical. "Dr. Patel, your disappearance has caused considerable alarm. We tracked the alien vessel that took you and mounted a rescue operation." "We don't need rescuing," Jack insisted, joining Maya. "We are helping develop a treatment that could save trillions of lives, including potentially our own in the future." "A treatment for what?" the general demanded. "The Morbus virus," I said, stepping into view. "A pathogen that has wiped out 87 worlds so far. Humans carry a natural immunity that we have now adapted for other species. With your help, we could distribute this treatment more effectively." General Harris looked surprised, then skeptical again. "You expect us to believe that humans, who have barely left our own solar system, somehow hold the key to saving the galaxy?" "Yes," I said simply, "because it's true. Your species evolved in isolation, developing unique defenses against pathogens. Defenses the rest of us lack. If you want proof," Maya added, "we can provide all our research data, including the immunity mechanism we have identified." The general conferred with others off-screen, then returned his attention to us. "We are sending a delegation to verify your claims. If what you say is true, Earth will consider providing assistance." "Thank you, General," I replied. "We welcome your delegation." As the communication ended, Chairperson Pax turned to me. "This is unprecedented, Dr. Varax. Formal first contact with Earth. Under these circumstances, necessity has forced our hand," I reminded her, "and perhaps it's for the best. The humans have proven themselves worthy allies, wouldn't you agree?" She looked at our 3 human companions, who had worked tirelessly alongside us. "Perhaps our assessment of their species was premature," she conceded. Hours later, as the human delegation toured our facilities and reviewed our research, I found myself standing with Maya at a viewport, gazing out at the stars. "What happens now?" she asked quietly. "After the plague is stopped, everything changes," I replied. "Earth joins the galactic community. Your species shares its unique perspectives and adaptability with others, and perhaps we all become a little more humble in the process." "Humble?" "Your planet was quarantined because we deemed your species too volatile, too unpredictable to join us," I explained. "Yet when disaster struck, it was precisely those qualities, your adaptability, your diversity, your stubborn persistence, that saved us all." Maya smiled. "Sometimes the most dangerous thing you can do is play it too safe." A very human perspective, I noted, and one the galaxy desperately needed. In the laboratory behind us, human and alien scientists worked side by side, preparing treatments for distribution to the farthest reaches of known space. The first shipments would leave within hours, racing against Morbus to save what worlds still remained. It wouldn't save everyone. We had already lost too much, too many. But for the first time since the plague began, we had more than just hope. We had a future. And as I watched Earth's ships alongside ours, preparing for the greatest cooperative effort in galactic history, I couldn't help but wonder what other surprises this once quarantined species might bring to our wounded civilization. The plague that killed every species had finally met its match. In humans, in their stubborn refusal to accept defeat, in the diversity that had once made them seem chaotic to our orderly minds, in the very messiness of their evolutionary history. Salvation, it turned out, didn't come from perfect order or advanced technology. It came from adaptation, from diversity, from resilience born of countless struggles. It came from Earth. "Are you absolutely sure this is accurate?" Ambassador Lortak's third eye twitched nervously as he stared at the holographic display. The 7-foot-tall, blue-skinned diplomat from the Azurian Confederation leaned forward, his brow furrowed with concern. "Yes, Ambassador. Our translation algorithms are operating at 99.8% accuracy," replied Technician Vex, a smaller, greener member of the species with specialized sensory appendages perfect for data collection. "This is genuine human entertainment content, broadcast widely across their planet." The gathered diplomatic team had been studying Earth for nearly 3 galactic standard years. After making first contact 6 months ago, the humans had been invited to join the Galactic Alliance, with a collection of 17 spacefaring civilizations united in peaceful exploration and trade. The Alliance Council was set to vote on Earth's admission next week. Play it again, ordered Lortak, rubbing his temple ridges. And someone get Fleet Admiral Quizan in here. She needs to see this. The room darkened as the transmission began again. The diplomatic team watched in horrified silence as the narrator's voice boomed through the chamber. Throughout history, man has been driven to conquer, to dominate, to destroy. Tonight on Apex Predators, Earth's bloody history, we examine humanity's unquenchable thirst for violence. What followed was a meticulously edited montage of human warfare, from ancient battles with primitive weapons to modern conflicts with devastating firepower. The documentary, originally produced for a sensationalist Earth History channel, painted humans as bloodthirsty conquerors who had spent their entire existence fighting each other. Well, that's just fantastic, muttered Plex, the mission's cultural analyst. We have been communicating with serial killers. Should I update my will now, or wait until they inevitably slaughter us all? Don't be dramatic, said Lortak, though his middle heart was racing. Perhaps this is fictional? Sir, Vex gestured with 3 of his data-collecting appendages. Our systems identify this as factual programming. The events depicted actually occurred. Fleet Admiral Quizan burst through the door, her red uniform glittering with medals and her normally sleek fur standing on end. I came as soon as I received your message. Is it true? See for yourself, Admiral. Lortak gestured toward the screen where humans in strange helmets were charging across an open field directly into gunfire. What in the 7 moons are they doing? Quizan asked, her whiskers twitching in confusion. That's tactically nonsensical. They call it war, Plex said, checking his notes. Apparently, they have been engaging in organized, mass-scale killing of their own species for their entire recorded history. The documentary narrator continued, the Battle of the Somme resulted in over 1 million casualties, making it one of the bloodiest battles in human history. 1 million? Quizan gasped, her claws extending involuntarily. In a single battle? And this wasn't even their largest conflict, Vex added, pulling up additional data. They had something called world wars, plural. As in, they fought wars involving their entire planet. Twice. Lortak sank into his chair, all 3 of his eyes wide with shock. By the cosmic harmonies, we have invited them into the Alliance. Their delegation arrives tomorrow. Should we cancel? Asked Quizan, already mentally calculating defensive positions for the fleet. And risk offending a species that apparently enjoys killing for sport. Plex laughed nervously. No thank you. I rather like having all my limbs attached to my body. The documentary shifted to scenes of human recreational activities. A narrator enthusiastically described something called boxing, where humans deliberately struck each other until one fell unconscious. They do this for entertainment? Quizan whispered. Oh, it gets better, Plex said, unable to contain his sarcasm. They also simulate killing each other in something called video games. Just for fun. How charming. And we thought they were peaceful because their diplomatic team was polite? Lortak groaned. Their ambassadors showed us pictures of fluffy animals and spoke about cooperation and trade. Classic predator behavior, Vex noted. Lull the prey into a false sense of security before striking. The documentary now showed humans hunting various Earth creatures with primitive projectile weapons. For thousands of years, humans have proven themselves the ultimate predators, conquering every environment on Earth and subduing all other species. The narrator declared proudly. They are not just violent, Quizan muttered. They are proud of it. Suddenly, the door burst open again. A junior officer named Zila rushed in, clutching a data pad. Ambassador, Admiral, the human delegation has arrived early. Their ship just docked. The room fell into panicked silence. They are here? Now? Lortak's voice rose an octave. Yes, sir. Their captain, a human named Morgan Frost, sends his apologies for the early arrival and asks if you would join them for something called a lunch meeting to discuss the Alliance Treaty. A lunch meeting? Plex repeated, his voice dripping with dread. Oh, perfect. They want to observe our eating habits before they hunt us for sport. Don't be ridiculous, Admiral Quizon snapped, though she didn't sound entirely convinced. We need to remain diplomatic until we understand the full situation. The full situation? Plex gestured wildly at the screen where humans were now engaged in something called American football, tackling each other violently. They are predators who enjoy hurting each other. What more do we need to understand? Ambassador Lortak took a deep breath, composing himself. We will meet with them as planned. But double the security detail and have medical standing by. And Vex, keep searching their broadcasts. Find anything that might help us understand how to appease them. As they prepared to meet the human delegation, the documentary's final lines echoed ominously through the chamber. In the grand story of Earth, one truth remains constant. Humans will always fight, always compete, and always conquer. It's simply in their nature. Fleet Admiral Quizon straightened her uniform, her expression grim. May the cosmic harmonies protect us all. Captain Morgan Frost of the Earth diplomatic vessel Harmony extended his hand in greeting, a gesture that now seemed far more threatening to Ambassador Lortak than it had during their previous communications. Ambassador. Wonderful to see you in person at last, the human said, showing his teeth in what Lortak now recognized as a predatory display rather than a friendly greeting. Captain Frost. Welcome to Starbase Tranquility, Lortak replied, carefully avoiding the human's outstretched appendage. I trust your journey was peaceful? Smooth sailing all the way, Frost laughed. The sound sent shivers down Lortak's spine. Though I must apologize for our early arrival. Our new engine modifications worked better than expected. They have upgraded their propulsion systems without informing us, Admiral Quizon whispered to Plex. Tactical advantage. The human delegation consisted of 5 members, each more terrifying than the last in light of what the Azurians now knew. Besides Captain Frost, there was Dr. Amara Kapoor, a biological researcher, Security Chief Diego Alvarez, a broad-shouldered human with obvious muscle definition, cultural liaison Tabitha Monroe, a slender female with an unsettlingly constant smile, and engineering officer Jason Park, who kept glancing around the starbase with what the Azurians could only interpret as strategic assessment. We brought gifts, announced Tabitha Monroe, stepping forward with a large container. Traditional items from Earth we thought you might enjoy. How thoughtful Lortak managed, imagining the box contained weapons or torture devices. He motioned for a security drone to accept the package. Just some treats and cultural artifacts, Monroe continued. Chocolate, coffee, a collection of Earth music, and a few historical documentaries about our world. Plex nearly choked. More documentaries? How wonderful. The human delegation seemed oblivious to the Azurians' discomfort as they were escorted to the conference room. Admiral Quizon had positioned security personnel at every entrance and exit, with medical teams on standby. Before we begin formal discussions, Captain Frost said once they were seated, we'd love to learn more about your species. Our anthropologists are fascinated by new cultures. Anthropologists, Vex whispered to Lortak. According to my research, these are humans who study other species, often before conquering them. How interesting, Lortak replied carefully. We are similarly curious about humans. In fact, we have been studying your broadcasts to better understand your culture. Oh, Dr. Kapoor perked up. Anything specific catch your attention? The Azurians exchanged nervous glances. We recently viewed a documentary about human history, Admiral Quizon said finally. Particularly your species, conflicts. The humans exchanged looks that the Azurians couldn't interpret. Which documentary was this? Asked Diego Alvarez, leaning forward with sudden interest. X projected the title, Apex Predators, Earth's Bloody History. The humans' reactions were not what the Azurians expected. Captain Frost groaned. Dr. Kapoor covered her face with her hands. Tabitha Monroe burst out laughing. Oh no, said Jason Park. Not that garbage. Garbage? Lortak's third eye blinked in confusion. Ambassador, Captain Frost said, looking pained. That program is what we call sensationalist entertainment. It's designed to be dramatic and shocking, not historically accurate. It's basically trash. But the wars depicted, Admiral Quizon pressed. The millions of casualties, were those not real? Well, yes, Dr. Kapoor admitted. Humans have engaged in warfare throughout our history. We don't deny that. And the recreational combat? Plex asked. The boxing and football? Sports, Diego Alvarez explained. Competitive games with rules and safety measures. We don't actually kill each other for fun. Usually, mumbled Jason Park, earning an elbow from Monroe. What my colleague means, Tabitha Monroe clarified hurriedly, is that human history does contain violence, but it's only part of our story. That documentary cherry-picked the most sensational aspects and presented them without context. For ratings, Captain Frost added. The company that made it profits from viewership, and shocking content attracts viewers. The Azurians were not entirely convinced. Lortak leaned forward, all three eyes focused intensely on the humans. So you are claiming your species is not inherently violent? He asked skeptically. The humans looked at each other again. That's complicated, Captain Frost said carefully. We do have capacity for violence, yes. Our evolutionary history as both predators and prey shaped us. But we also have capacity for extraordinary compassion, cooperation, and peaceful coexistence, Dr. Kapoor added quickly. Those traits are equally fundamental to who we are. Would a truly violent species develop medicine, art, philosophy? Tabitha Monroe asked. Would we travel across the galaxy seeking peaceful alliance rather than conquest? You might, Admiral Quizon said, if you were clever predators playing a long game. Diego Alvarez laughed, then caught himself when he saw the Azurians' expressions. Sorry, but if we wanted to conquer you, why would we send 5 people in an unarmed diplomatic vessel? It was a fair point, Lortak had to admit. Perhaps, Vex suggested, we should view additional human broadcasts. For context. An excellent idea, Captain Frost agreed. In fact, we brought a curated selection of materials that better represent the full spectrum of human civilization. Historical records, cultural achievements, scientific advancements, and cat videos, added Jason Park. No species that creates cat videos can be all bad. Cat videos? Plex asked suspiciously. Trust me, Tabitha Monroe said with her perpetual smile, they are our greatest achievement. As the meeting concluded, the Azurians remained wary but slightly less terrified. The humans had been forthcoming about their violent history while insisting it didn't define them. They had requested a joint viewing session of additional Earth broadcasts to provide balance to the documentary's portrayal. Do you believe them? Admiral Quizon asked Lortak as they watched the humans being escorted to their quarters. I don't know, the ambassador admitted. But I'm starting to think there's more to humans than hunting and warfare. Or, Plex interjected with his trademark sarcasm, they are just really, really good at the lull the prey into complacency part of predatory behavior. We will continue observation, Lortak decided. And tomorrow we will watch these cat videos. Little did they know that human entertainment contained mysteries far stranger than warfare, and that their understanding of Earth's most dangerous species was about to get considerably more complicated. What in the name of the 7 moons are we watching? Admiral Quizon whispered, her whiskers twitching in bewilderment. The diplomatic team sat in stunned silence as the screen displayed a small furry Earth creature knocking objects off a raised surface while a human recorded the behavior and laughed. It's called a cat video, Vex explained, consulting his datapad. According to my research, humans spend approximately 21% of their recreational screen time watching these animals engage in various behaviors. But why? Lortak asked, genuinely perplexed. Is this some form of tactical training? Observing predator behavior? I think they just find it amusing, Plex offered, equally confused. though I fail to see how watching a small predator push drinking vessels onto the floor constitutes entertainment. The human delegation had provided thousands of hours of Earth broadcasts, ranging from historical documentaries to entertainment programs, news reports, educational materials, and an extensive collection of these bewildering cat videos. After the tense first meeting, they had agreed to give the Azurians time to review the materials without human presence, a gesture that Admiral Quizon appreciated but still viewed with suspicion. "Let's try something else," Lortak suggested. "Perhaps their educational content will be more illuminating." Vex selected a program called Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, described as a long-running children's education series. What followed was so unexpected that the Azurians watched 3 full episodes before anyone spoke. "This human teaches their young about feelings?" Admiral Quizon finally said, breaking the silence. "And encourages them to express themselves through non-violent means?" "It appears so," Vex confirmed, "and this program ran for 33 Earth years, reaching millions of juvenile humans during their formative development periods." "This contradicts everything we saw in the war documentary," Lortak mused. "Perhaps Captain Frost was right about context." "Or perhaps," Plex interjected, unable to abandon his paranoia, "this is propaganda designed to make their young appear harmless while they are secretly trained for combat elsewhere." "Let's examine their news broadcasts," Admiral Quizon suggested. "Surely those must present factual information about current events." This decision led to even greater confusion as they discovered that Earth had multiple news sources, each presenting dramatically different interpretations of the same events. Some emphasized conflict and danger, while others focused on cooperation and progress. "Their information dissemination is chaotic," Vex noted. "How do they achieve consensus on reality?" "They don't, apparently," Plex replied, which might explain a lot about their history of conflict. After hours of viewing everything from cooking shows to political debates, dramatic performances to sporting events, the Azurians were no closer to a unified understanding of human nature. "They are contradictory," Lortak concluded, rubbing his tired eyes. "They create weapons of astonishing destructive power, then establish elaborate rules to prevent their use. They compete fiercely in these sports, yet celebration often includes embracing their opponents. They argue passionately about trivial differences while cooperating on massive interplanetary projects. And they spend incalculable resources caring for non-food animals," Admiral Quizon added, still baffled by the cat videos. "These pets serve no obvious survival purpose." "It's affection," said a voice from the doorway. The Azurians turned to find Tabitha Monroe standing there, her perpetual smile now seeming less predatory and more sad. "Sorry to interrupt, but I was hoping to check on your progress." "We were just discussing the complexity of human behavior," Lortak said carefully. "And these inexplicable pet relationships," Admiral Quizon added. Tabitha entered the room and sat down, her expression thoughtful. "Humans form emotional bonds with animals because we are wired for connection. Same reason we form. Families, communities, friendships." She gestured at the screen. "Even across species boundaries, we seek relationships." "Yet you wage war on each other," Plex pointed out. "Yes," Tabitha acknowledged without hesitation. "We are capable of tremendous cruelty and tremendous kindness, often within the same individual. It's our paradox." "That's not reassuring for potential allies," Admiral Quizon said bluntly. "I understand your concern," Tabitha replied. "But consider this, the very traits that made us dangerous in our past are the same traits that drive us to explore, to connect, to protect those we care about." She looked directly at Lortak, "including potential new friends among the stars." Before the conversation could continue, an alarm blared throughout the starbase. Red emergency lights pulsed along the corridors. "What's happening?" Tabitha jumped to her feet. "Proximity alert," Admiral Quizon said, checking her communicator. "Unidentified vessels approaching at high velocity." The door burst open as Captain Frost and the rest of the human delegation rushed in, accompanied by several Azurian security officers. "We have got company," Frost announced. threats and not the friendly kind. The Vraxian Dominion, Admiral Quizon confirmed grimly, reviewing the sensor data. 3 warships on attack vectors. The Vraxians were notoriously aggressive expansionists who had repeatedly refused Alliance membership, preferring conquest to cooperation. Their ships were heavily armed and their tactics ruthless. Our defense systems are activating, Vex reported, but the primary shield generator is still undergoing maintenance. We are vulnerable. How many combat vessels do you have stationed here? Diego Alvarez asked, his security training evident in his rapid assessment of the situation. 2 patrol cruisers, Admiral Quizon replied. It's not enough to repel 3 Vraxian warships. We need to evacuate essential personnel, Lortak decided. Admiral, begin emergency protocols. As the Azurians rushed to battle stations, the humans exchanged looks that contained an entire conversation without words. The ambassador, Captain Frost said, his voice suddenly carrying a commanding tone very different from his diplomatic demeanor. The Harmony isn't just a diplomatic vessel. Meaning what exactly? Lortak asked. Meaning she's equipped with defensive capabilities we haven't mentioned, Dr. Kapoor explained. And Captain Frost here isn't just a diplomat. Before this assignment, I commanded a rapid response vessel during the Europa crisis, Frost said. If you will allow us to assist, we might be able to buy your people time to repair that shield generator. The Azurians stared at the humans with new understanding. They had been right all along. These were indeed predators. But perhaps, just perhaps, they were predators who might fight alongside them rather than against them. The choice is yours, Ambassador, Tabitha Monroe said softly. But you should decide quickly. Those Vraxian ships will be in weapons range in approximately 7 minutes. In that moment, Lortak realized that humanity's capacity for violence might be exactly what the peaceful Azurians needed to survive the next hour. Admiral Quizon, he said, turning to his military commander, please escort our human allies to their vessel. He emphasized the word allies deliberately. It seems we are about to witness firsthand whether humans fight as impressively as their documentaries suggest. As the humans rushed toward their ship, Diego Alvarez grinned at Plex. You might want to record this. It will make one hell of a documentary. The Azurian command center hummed with frantic activity as technicians worked to restore the main shield generator. On the central holographic display, 3 red indicators representing Vraxian warships approached the station with alarming speed. Time to intercept? Ambassador Lortak asked, his third eye fixed on the display while his other 2 tracked repair progress reports. 4 minutes, 17 seconds, Vex replied, his data appendages working multiple interfaces simultaneously. The human vessel is powering up, Admiral Quizon reported with surprise. Their energy signature just tripled. Weapons? Lortak asked nervously. Unclear. But they are moving to intercept. The communication system chimed, and Captain Frost's voice filled the command center. Starbase Tranquility, this is Captain Frost aboard the Harmony. We are moving to defensive position. Please direct your cruisers to follow our lead. Admiral Quizon hesitated only briefly before responding. Understood, Captain. Our vessels are at your disposal. On the display, the small indicator representing the Harmony accelerated rapidly, placing itself directly between the station and the oncoming Vraxian ships. The 2 Azurian patrol cruisers followed, forming a defensive triangle. What are they doing? Plex wondered aloud. Their ship is a fraction of the size of a Vraxian warship. The Vraxians are hailing us, Vex announced. A harsh, reptilian face appeared on the main screen. Commander Zorg of the Vraxian Dominion glared at the assembled Azurians, his scaled head adorned with campaign markings. Azurian weaklings, Zorg hissed. Your station will soon belong to the Dominion. Surrender now and your deaths will be swift. Before Lortak could respond, a second communication channel opened and Captain Frost appeared on a split screen beside the Vraxian commander. This is Captain Morgan Frost of Earth, representing the Galactic Alliance, Frost stated calmly. The Azurian starbase is under our protection. retreat immediately or face consequences. The Vraxian commander actually laughed, his forked tongue flicking between sharp teeth. Earth, we have no record of your species. Your single ship is meaningless against our fleet. That's where you are wrong, Frost replied with a smile that suddenly seemed very predatory indeed. We humans have a saying, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. Your Earth metaphors mean nothing, Zorg sneered. Prepare to be destroyed. The communication ended abruptly. Vraxian vessels accelerating, Vex reported. Weapons charging. Harmony to Starbase, Frost's voice came through again. You might want to record this, for educational purposes. What happened next left the Azurian command staff speechless. The seemingly modest Earth vessel suddenly deployed concealed weapon systems far more advanced than anything the Azurians had seen before. Precision targeted energy pulses disabled the lead Vraxian ship's main propulsion without destroying the vessel. Target their weapons arrays only. They heard Frost ordering his crew through the open channel. Non-lethal response, unless absolutely necessary. The two Azurian patrol cruisers, following the Harmony's lead, focused their fire on the second Vraxian ship while the Earth vessel engaged the third. Within minutes, all three enemy vessels hung motionless in space, their weapons and propulsion disabled but life support intact. I don't believe it, Admiral Quizan whispered. They neutralized the threat without a single casualty. The view screen activated again, showing Captain Frost on the Harmony's bridge. Behind him, his crew worked with practiced efficiency, nothing like the diplomatic team they had pretended to be. Starbase tranquility, threat contained, Frost reported. The Vraxian vessels are disabled but their crews are unharmed. We are ready to assist with detainment procedures. 2 hours later, with the Vraxian crews secured and the immediate danger past, the human delegation rejoined the Azurian diplomatic team in the conference room. The atmosphere had changed dramatically. You deceived us, Ambassador Lortak stated, though there was no accusation in his tone. You are not just diplomats. We are both, Captain Frost replied. Earth's diplomatic service requires extensive cross-training. Everyone on my team has multiple qualifications. Dr. Kapoor is actually our tactical specialist, Diego Alvarez added with a grin. Those biology degrees come with combat medicine certification. And Diego here isn't just security, Tabitha Monroe chimed in. He's our negotiation expert. Philosophy doctorate specializing in interspecies ethics. I'm actually just an engineer, Jason Park admitted. But I do know 17 ways to disable a standard propulsion system without causing catastrophic failure. Ambassador Lortak studied the humans with all three eyes. The documentary wasn't entirely wrong, was it? You are predators. We evolved as predators, yes, Captain Frost acknowledged. And we have fought terrible wars throughout our history. We have done things we are not proud of. But we have learned, Dr. Kapoor added. We have worked to channel those instincts into protection rather than conquest. You fought to defend us, Admiral Quizan observed, with remarkable restraint. That's the thing about humans, Tabitha Monroe said with her perpetual smile, which now seemed genuine rather than threatening. We are at our best when we are protecting others. Lortak exchanged glances with his team before making a decision. I believe the Alliance Council will be very interested in our report, particularly the part where a single Earth vessel disabled 3 Vraxian warships without casualties. Does this mean you will support our membership application? Captain Frost asked. Support it? Plex laughed, his earlier sarcasm now tinged with genuine amusement. After today's demonstration, I suspect the Council will create an expedited process just for Earth. Though I am curious, Admiral Quizan said, why didn't you tell us about your defensive capabilities from the beginning? The humans exchanged looks again. We have encountered some hesitation from peaceful species before, Jason Park explained. When they learn of our military history, they sometimes assume the worst about our intentions. Like we did, Vex admitted. Exactly, Captain Frost nodded. We have found it's better to establish relationships first, demonstrate our commitment to peace, and let our actions speak for themselves when necessary. Very strategic, Admiral Quizon noted with newfound respect. Perhaps, Lortak suggested, we should prepare a new documentary about humans, one that shows both their capacity for violence and their commitment to protecting others. I'd watch that, Plex said, especially if you include those cat videos. I still don't understand their appeal, but they are strangely captivating. As arrangements were made to escort the Vraxian prisoners to Alliance territory, Ambassador Lortak found himself reviewing everything he had learned about humans. Yes, they were descended from predators. Yes, they had a violent history. But they had channeled those same aggressive instincts into exploration, protection, and a determination to forge peaceful connections across the stars. You know, Lortak said to Captain Frost as they walked toward the docking bay, I believe humans will make fascinating additions to the Alliance. How so? Frost asked. You are the first species we have encountered who can write poetry, cry at music, spend hours watching small animals do nothing significant, and disable a Vraxian warship without breaking a sweat. We contain multitudes. Frost smiled. That's both our greatest strength and our greatest challenge. The documentary that started all this, Lortak mused, it called Humans Apex Predators. I think that's wrong. Oh? You are not just predators, the ambassador said thoughtfully. You are protectors, and I suspect the galaxy will be safer with humans among the stars. As the human delegation prepared to depart with their Vraxian prisoners in tow, Admiral Quizon approached Lortak. Do you think we have seen the true nature of humans today? She asked quietly. Not all of it, Lortak replied, watching as Tabitha Monroe showed Plex more cat videos on her personal device, the Azurian cultural analyst finally laughing genuinely, but enough to know they are exactly the allies we need. And the documentary? Quizon pressed. There was just one perspective, Lortak concluded. The truth about humans is far more complex and far more hopeful than any single broadcast could capture. In the docking bay, as final farewells were exchanged, Diego Alvarez handed Plex a small data crystal. Some more Earth broadcasts, he explained. Figured you might want to continue your research. What's on it? Plex asked curiously. A little of everything, Alvarez grinned. 4 documentaries, yes, but also our music, art, literature. The full human experience. Speaking of which, Jason Park added, joining them, we created something for you during our journey here. A human tradition for new friends. He presented Lortak with a simple wooden carving of an Azurian figure, handcrafted with remarkable detail. You made this? Lortak asked, touched by the gesture. With tools designed for combat. The same hands that can fight can also create, Captain Frost said, joining the group. That's humanity in a nutshell. As the human ship departed, carrying both diplomatic promises and Vraxian prisoners, the Azurian diplomatic team gathered once more in their viewing room. Shall we continue our research? Vex asked, gesturing toward the massive collection of Earth broadcasts. Absolutely, Lortak nodded. I suspect we have only scratched the surface of understanding our new allies. Admiral Quizon selected a documentary titled The Kindness of Strangers, Human Compassion Across Cultures, and started the playback. They are still predators, she noted as the program began. Yes, Lortak agreed. But they are predators who fight for peace, and that makes all the difference. On the screen, humans from across Earth performed acts of extraordinary kindness and self-sacrifice, a perfect counterpoint to the war documentary that had started their journey of discovery. The Azurians watched with newfound appreciation, understanding at last that humanity's dual nature wasn't a contradiction, it was the very source of their strength.
I must confess, when the High Council first assigned me to study the newly discovered species from Sol 3, I thought it was a punishment for my previous controversial paper on quantum propulsion theory. How wrong I was. The humans arrived at our outpost in what they called a spaceship, though calling that collection of welded metal panels and repurposed engine parts a spaceship is like calling a Zorblax a pet. The vessel barely held together, its hull patched with materials that would make any respectable engineer in the Galactic Federation faint. "Welcome to Beta 9, I said through our universal translator, trying to hide my horror at their transportation choice. The human delegation consisted of 5 individuals, led by someone they called Captain Sam Turner. "Thanks for having us, Doc," Turner replied with what I would later learn was called a grin. The casual nature of the response made my secondary hearts skip a beat. No proper greeting protocol? No formal acknowledgement of station authority? These humans were definitely primitive. MY assistant, VYX 299, clicked her mandibles in disapproval. "Dr. Zax, 427, should we really allow them to dock? Their vessel's radiation shielding appears to be made from cooking equipment." "That's right." Another human, who introduced herself as Chief Engineer Kate Bishop, chimed in proudly. "That's a repurposed industrial microwave casing. Works better than the original shielding, if you ask me." I exchanged glances with my research team. The Pax 890 twins synchronized their tentacles in what we all recognized as our species' expression of disbelief. Using cooking equipment for radiation shielding? The absurdity. During the initial survey, we discovered that humans had only achieved faster-than-light travel 50 years ago. By Galactic Federation standards, they were infants playing with antimatter. Their understanding of basic physics seemed questionable at best, and their approach to engineering was nothing short of barbaric. "Tell me, Captain Turner," I asked, trying to maintain a professional tone while examining their ship's exterior, "how did you manage to stabilize the quantum field with these improvised components?" The captain turned to Chief Engineer Bishop, who pulled out what appeared to be a primitive data tablet. The screen was cracked, yet somehow still functional. "Well, funny story about that," she began, swiping through technical diagrams that made my third eye twitch. "We found that if you reverse the polarity of a standard washing machine's spin cycle mechanism and connect it to a modified game console processor," I stopped listening. This had to be a joke. The High Council couldn't seriously expect me to waste my time studying these tinkerers. My research station was meant for analyzing advanced civilizations, not watching primates play with scrap metal. Dr. Zax, VYX 299 whispered, her voice modulator barely containing her amusement. "Should I prepare the standard technological assessment forms?" "Don't bother," I replied, watching as the humans began unloading their belongings. One of them had actually brought something called a coffee maker, insisting it was essential equipment. "I'll submit my preliminary report to the council today. These humans clearly need at least another century of development before they're worth any serious scientific consideration." Oh, how monumentally wrong I was. If I had known then what I know now, I would have started taking far more detailed notes. Because what happened next would change everything we thought we knew about technological advancement, engineering principles, and the sheer audacity of human ingenuity. But at that moment, watching them argue about where to plug in their coffee maker, all I could think was that this would be the most uneventful assignment of my career. The humans had other plans, though. They always have other plans. When Captain Turner requested permission to visit our station's disposal facility, I assumed they were lost. The disposal sector was where we discarded outdated technology and failed experimental components. No self-respecting researcher would be caught dead in what humans might call a garbage dump. "Are you certain you want to go there?" I asked, my translation module struggling to convey my bewilderment. "The atmospheric processors in that sector are barely maintained." "Perfect," Chief Engineer Bishop exclaimed, practically bouncing with excitement. "Those old processors are exactly what we need." I watched in horrified fascination as the human team spread out across the facility. They moved with purpose, like predators stalking prey, except their quarry was our technological refuse. The Pax 890 twins monitored their life signs, convinced the humans would succumb to the sector's harsh conditions. Instead, they seemed to thrive in the chaos. Dr. Zax, 427, called out Lieutenant J. Parker, one of the younger humans. "Come look at this beauty." He stood proudly next to a discarded quantum fluctuation dampener. The device had been decommissioned 3 cycles ago after its crystal matrix degraded beyond repair. "That unit is non-functional," I stated flatly. The crystal matrix. Oh, we do not need the crystal matrix, Parker said, already working to disconnect the outer casing. These power coupling joints, though? Pure gold mine. I made a note in my observation log. Humans appear to lack basic understanding of essential components. Further study needed to determine if this is willful ignorance or genuine incompetence. Captain Turner approached, carrying what appeared to be a twisted heap of metal. Hey Doc, what's the story with this thing? Looks like it could be a backup generator housing. That is a destroyed food replication unit, I corrected, my plumage bristling. It was damaged in a power surge last cycle. Even better. Turner grinned, that unsettling expression that showed too many teeth. The containment field generators in these things are perfect for stabilizing small-scale plasma reactions. My third eye began to throb. That is not how containment fields work. Not how they're supposed to work, Chief Bishop corrected, joining us with her arms full of corroded pipes. But if you reverse the polarity and run it through a modified game console, you cannot keep solving engineering problems by reversing polarity and using game consoles, I exclaimed, my professional demeanor finally cracking. The humans exchanged looks. Why not? They asked in unison. VYX-299 appeared at my side, her sensors whirring in distress. Doctor, they are dismantling everything, and they keep talking about something called duct tape. I watched as the humans continued their scavenging. They moved with surprising efficiency, creating organized piles of what they deemed useful. Their classification system defied all logic. A pile labeled, probably important, sat next to another marked, definitely not explosive. Most concerning was the largest pile, labeled simply trust me, I have an idea. This is incredible. Engineer Bishop called out, emerging from inside a derelict waste processing unit. Her environmental suit was covered in grease, and she clutched a handful of burnt-out circuit boards like precious gems. The way you guys designed these neural pathways. If we reconfigure them to run in parallel with our quantum matrix, we could increase efficiency by at least 60%. That is mathematically impossible, I stated. Impossible is just another word for not trying hard enough with sufficient amounts of coffee, Bishop replied, stuffing the circuits into her collection BAG. As the day progressed, my observation log grew increasingly incoherent. The humans had amassed a collection of parts that any rational being would classify as worthless. Yet they handled each piece with reverence, discussing modifications and potential uses that violated at least 3 laws of physics. Dr. VYX-299 whispered, her voice modulator pitched high with concern. Should we stop them? This cannot be safe. I watched as Captain Turner and Lieutenant Parker attempted to load what appeared to be an entire discarded engine cooling system onto their transport vehicle. The system was clearly too large, yet they persisted, discussing angles and something called pivot points. No, I replied, making another note in my log. I believe we are witnessing something unprecedented. The humans had turned our disposal facility into what they called a gold mine. Though no precious metals were present, their excitement suggested they had found something far more valuable. Their methods were chaotic, their theories were unsound, and their enthusiasm was frankly alarming. Yet, as I watched them work, I felt something shift in my scientific understanding. These humans were either brilliant or insane, possibly both. And for the first time since their arrival, I began to wonder if perhaps we had underestimated them. Unfortunately, I had no idea just how drastically I had underestimated their capabilities. The scrapyard was just the beginning. The construction bay of Beta 9 had never seen such activity, or such blatant disregard for standard safety protocols. The humans had transformed our pristine facility into what they called a workshop. The war zone might be a more accurate description. Captain Turner, I called out, my voice modulator crackling with stress. You cannot simply attach a quantum accelerator to a repurposed food replicator. Watch me, Turner replied, wielding something they called a welding torch. The captain worked with surprising precision, joining components that had no business being connected. Behind them, Chief Engineer Bishop was programming their game console turned quantum computer, while Lieutenant Parker appeared to be rebuilding an entire propulsion system using spare parts from 3 different species technologies. The news of the humans project spread quickly through the station. Soon, we had visitors from various scientific delegations, all eager to witness what they assumed would be a spectacular failure. Dr. Zax, 427, called out Ambassador Krylix of the Centaurian Science Council, their crystalline form shimmering with barely contained amusement. I heard you were allowing humans to conduct experiments in your facility. Surely this is some sort of sociological study? Before I could respond, a loud bang echoed through the construction bay, followed by human cheering. Engineer Bishop emerged from beneath their contraption, her face covered in what appeared to be engine coolant. "It works," she exclaimed. "The quantum matrix is stable at 47% capacity." "That is not possible," Ambassador Krylix stated flatly. "The components you are using are not compatible. The energy patterns alone would cause a catastrophic failure." "Not if you run them through a modified game console," Parker chimed in, not looking up from his calculations. The humans had covered an entire wall with what they called a whiteboard, filled with mathematical equations that somehow combined advanced quantum mechanics with references to something called Mario Kart. The Arcturian delegation arrived next, their hovering observation platforms clustering around the construction area. "Fascinating," Professor ZYXX commented, all 7 of his eyes blinking in sequence. "They appear to be attempting to build a functional starship from refuse. How quaint." I watched as the humans continued their work, their methods becoming increasingly bizarre yet undeniably effective. They had developed their own terminology that made absolutely no sense to any trained engineer. "Hand me the quantum spanner," Bishop called out. "The what?" Parker asked, sorting through their toolbox. "The thing that looks like a hamburger." "Oh, right." I made another note in my log. Humans have apparently renamed all tools based on Earth food items. Reason unclear. Possibly hunger-induced delirium. The growing audience of alien scientists provided a constant commentary of disapproval and predictions of failure. Yet the humans remained unfazed, even cheerful in the face of such skepticism. "You realize," began Dr. Nexus of the Vegan Science Academy, "that your approach to quantum field manipulation violates at least 15 established laws of physics." "Only 15? Turner grinned, adjusting something they called a flux capacitor, which appeared to be made from an old beverage dispenser and 3 gaming controllers. "We must be getting better at this. Last project broke at least 20. The construction continued at a pace that defied conventional project management theories. The humans worked in shifts, powered by their mysterious coffee substance and something they called energy drinks. I had to admit, their progress was remarkable, even if their methods were completely insane. Dr. Zax, VYX 299 reported, her sensors whirring anxiously. "They have begun integrating the salvaged atmospheric processors into the ship's life support systems. But they have replaced all the control circuits with something called Arduino boards." I watched as the humans tested their hybrid systems. Against all logic, against every principle of proper engineering, the cobbled-together components functioned. Not only functioned, but exceeded standard efficiency ratings. "This is preposterous," declared Commissioner Helix of the Galactic Engineering Board. "Their power distribution system appears to be controlled by a modified entertainment system." "PlayStation 5, Bishop corrected proudly. "Overclocked and water-cooled. You would not believe how well it handles quantum calculations when you unlock the developer mode." The ship took shape before our eyes, a testament to human stubbornness and innovation. It was neither sleek nor elegant like our vessels. Instead, it possessed a rough, industrial beauty, each piece of salvage transformed into something new and purposeful. "They cannot seriously intend to fly this contraption," Ambassador Krylix commented, their crystalline form vibrating with concern. "Oh, we are absolutely going to fly it," Turner assured them, patting the hull affectionately. "We are going to show you exactly what humans can do with a pile of scrap and a whole lot of determination." The final phases of construction brought even more skepticism. The humans had installed what they called an emergency backup system, which consisted of precisely measured applications of duct tape and something they referred to as WD-40. "The duct tape is for things that move but should not," Parker explained to a horrified group of alien engineers. "The WD-40 is for things that should move but do not. That is not how spacecraft maintenance works," Professor ZYXX exclaimed, all 7 eyes wide with horror. Maybe not where you come from, Bishop replied with a wink, adding another layer of duct tape to a particularly important-looking junction. As the project neared completion, I found myself torn between professional skepticism and grudging admiration. The humans had taken our discarded technology and created something entirely new, something that, by all standard scientific principles, should not work. Yet there it stood in our construction bay, a fully formed starship built from scrap, powered by gaming consoles, and held together with equal parts advanced quantum engineering and what humans called crazy glue. The real test, of course, would be whether this improbable vessel could actually fly. The entire station waited with a mixture of dread and anticipation for the upcoming test flight. Some began taking bets on the most likely type of catastrophic failure, but looking at the confident faces of our human guests, I began to wonder if perhaps we were about to witness something unprecedented in the history of galactic engineering. Either that, or the most spectacular explosion ever recorded in this sector of space. The day of the test flight arrived with what the humans called perfect timing and what every other species on Beta 9 classified as an imminent disaster. Our safety protocols typically required 3 months of pre-launch checks. The humans planned to do it in 3 hours. Captain Turner, I began, my voice modulator struggling to maintain a calm frequency. Our standard pre-flight checklist has 2,947 items. Cool, Turner replied, sipping their 7th cup of coffee. We have got our own checklist. Much shorter. Very efficient. I glanced at their checklist, displayed on a cracked tablet screen. 1, does it power up? 2, do the lights blink? 3, is anything on fire that should not be? 4, did we remember to install the bathroom? This is not a proper pre-flight checklist, I exclaimed, my plumage puffing up in distress. Added a 5th item just for you, Doc. Turner grinned, typing on the tablet. 5. Did we annoy Dr. Zax enough to make their feathers fluff up? The launch bay buzzed with activity as final preparations began. The safety board representatives huddled in a corner, their tentacles tangled in anxiety as they watched the humans work. They are calibrating the quantum drive using a gaming controller, one inspector whispered in horror. A gaming controller. Actually, Lieutenant Parker corrected, overhearing them. It is 3 gaming controllers duct taped together. Better range of motion that way. Chief Engineer Bishop emerged from the engine room, covered in various fluids that our sensors could not quite identify. Good news and bad news, she announced. Good news. The quantum flux is stable at 142% efficiency. That is impossible, Professor ZYXX interjected, all 7 eyes blinking rapidly. Bad news, Bishop continued, ignoring the interruption. We are out of duct tape. The entire launch bay fell silent. Even I had learned enough about human engineering to understand the gravity of this situation. No problem, Turner declared, reaching into their pocket. I always carry a spare roll for emergencies. The safety board representatives began drafting their resignation letters. As launch time approached, more modifications were apparently needed. The humans darted around their vessel, making last-minute adjustments that defied both physics and common sense. The quantum harmonics are a bit off, Parker announced, studying a device that appeared to be a modified toaster. We need to adjust the resonance frequency. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Bishop suggested. To everyone's horror, this actually worked. The station's medical team insisted on conducting pre-flight health screenings, a standard procedure that quickly turned bizarre. Your adrenaline levels are dangerously high, the medical officer reported, analyzing the crew's readings. And these caffeine concentrations cannot be right. Do not worry, Turner assured them. Those are our normal operating levels. The final hour before launch brought even more chaos. The humans insisted on adding what they called lucky charms to the ship. Engineer Bishop hung fuzzy dice in the cockpit. Lieutenant Parker installed something called a bobblehead on the dashboard. Captain Turner placed a small plastic tree air freshener next to the quantum drive controls. The air freshener is essential, Turner explained to my bewildered staff. It is new car scent. Every new ship needs new car scent. Ambassador Krylix arrived with a team of quantum physics experts, all intent on conducting last-minute calculations to predict the exact nature of the impending catastrophe. According to our models, the lead physicist announced, your ship has a 99.9% chance of catastrophic failure. So you are saying there is a 0.1% chance of success? Bishop grinned. Those are better odds than my college finals, and I passed those. The launch countdown began, though not in any way that followed proper procedure. The humans had programmed their ship's computer to announce the countdown using something called movie quotes. Dr. Zax, 427, VYX, 299 whispered, her sensors nearly overloading from stress. Should we evacuate the station? I watched as the humans completed their final preparations. They moved with absolute confidence, completely unfazed by the dire predictions surrounding them. Captain Turner sat in the pilot's seat, adjusting controls that looked suspiciously like arcade machine parts. Engineer Bishop hummed something called Top Gun theme music while running final system checks. Lieutenant Parker finished applying the last piece of duct tape to what he assured everyone was not an essential system. Probably. No. I replied to VYX 299, surprising myself. I believe we need to witness this. The observation deck filled with spectators from every scientific discipline. Some came to document what they assumed would be a cautionary tale about human recklessness. Others arrived out of morbid curiosity. A few, though they would never admit it, came because they had begun to wonder if perhaps, just perhaps, these humans knew something we did not. Final pre-flight checks complete, Bishop announced. All systems are green, or at least greenish. Maybe more of a yellowish green in a few spots, but definitely not red. Close enough for government work, Turner declared, another human phrase that sent shivers through the safety board representatives. As the launch sequence initiated, I made my final observation note. Either we are about to witness the most remarkable achievement in improvisational engineering, or we are about to learn exactly how many safety regulations can be violated in a single moment. The humans, naturally, remained perfectly calm. In fact, they seemed to be enjoying themselves. Hey Doc, Turner called out, flashing that unervingly confident grin. Want to see something cool? The launch countdown began with what the humans called dramatic flair. Their ship's computer, voiced by something called GLaDOS, started the sequence. T-minus 60 seconds until probable destruction, the computer announced cheerfully. All personnel should update their last will and testament now. The observation deck fell silent except for the sound of various alien species updating their insurance policies. The safety board representatives had taken refuge behind a reinforced blast shield, peeking out through specialized radiation-proof viewers. T-minus 30 seconds, the computer continued. Quantum drive powering up, or possibly preparing to explode. The odds are about 50-50 at this point. Captain Turner sat at the controls, looking impossibly relaxed for someone about to pilot a ship held together by spare parts and optimism. Engineer Bishop monitored her wall of jerry-rigged displays, each cobbled together from salvaged screens and gaming devices. Lieutenant Parker kept his hand on what he called the emergency backup system, which appeared to be a large red button labeled Plan Z. T-minus 15 seconds. Shield generators online. Warning. Shields are operating at 160% capacity, which should be impossible. Good job breaking physics, humans. The ship's engines hummed to life, a sound that somehow combined the roar of a quantum drive with what suspiciously resembled a game console startup tune. The deck plates vibrated at a frequency that made my feathers stand on end. 10 seconds. 9. 8. Ambassador Krylix's crystalline form vibrated with anxiety. They cannot seriously. 7. 6. 5. Professor ZYXX's 7 eyes blinked in perfect synchronization with the countdown. 4. 3. 2. I held my breath, a habit I had apparently picked up from the humans. 1. Ignition. Please keep all tentacles, appendages, and existential doubts inside the observation deck. The ship's engines flared to life. The quantum drive, that impossible combination of salvaged parts and reversed polarities, began to glow with an energy signature that made our sensors short-circuit. The gaming console turned quantum computer let out a cheerful ding, like it had just finished loading a save file. And then, breaking every law of physics that our civilization held sacred, the ship rose smoothly from the launch pad. Would you look at that? Turner's voice crackled over the comm. No explosions yet? The vessel moved with a grace that should have been impossible given its construction. The quantum field readings were off the scale, yet somehow stable. The shield harmonics, generated by what used to be a food replicator, created a perfect bubble of protected space. Beginning maneuverability tests, Turner announced, and proceeded to put the ship through a series of turns and rolls that made several alien observers lose their lunch in various species-specific ways. "That is not possible," Professor ZYXX whispered, all 7 eyes wide with disbelief. "They cannot achieve that level of control with salvaged parts." "Quantum drive engaging," Bishop reported, "running at 180% efficiency because, why not? Breaking the laws of physics is kind of our thing." The ship accelerated, pushing beyond speeds that our engineers had declared impossible for such a cobbled-together vessel. The observation deck erupted in chaos as various scientific instruments either overloaded or simply gave up trying to measure what they were seeing. "Preparing for quantum jump," Turner announced. "Hey Doc, watch this." Before anyone could protest, before the safety board could even finish drafting their strongly worded objection, the ship vanished in a flash of light that somehow included rainbow colors and what sounded like the victory music from an old video game. 3 seconds later, it reappeared on the other side of the station. "Quantum jump successful," Parker reported. "Also, the quantum matrix is now running at 200% efficiency. We have no idea why, but it seems happy about it." The ship landed as gracefully as it had taken off, settling onto the pad with a soft hiss of hydraulics. Steam rose from various vents, carrying the distinct scent of new car air freshener mixed with quantum plasma. As the engines powered down, the observation deck remained absolutely silent. Every alien scientist, engineer, and observer stood frozen, their various biological processes temporarily suspended by sheer disbelief. The ship's hatch opened, and the human crew emerged, looking exactly as casual as they had before the launch. "So," Turner called out, addressing the stunned crowd, "anyone else hungry? Test flights always make me crave pizza." The silence broke. The observation deck exploded into a cacophony of voices, questions, and demands for explanations. How had they achieved quantum stability with gaming hardware? Why did the shields work better when powered by a modified food replicator? What exactly was the purpose of the lucky fuzzy dice? Most importantly, why had it worked at all? I stared at my final observation notes, which had devolved into a series of exclamation points and question marks. Everything we thought we knew about engineering, about the proper way to build and test spacecraft, had just been turned upside down by a group of humans who treated the laws of physics more like polite suggestions. "Hey Doc," Turner approached, still wearing that infectious grin. "Want to help us install some upgrades? We have got some great ideas involving a toaster oven and 3 vending machine power supplies." And in that moment, I made a decision that would change the course of galactic engineering forever. I agreed. After all, I still had that spare roll of duct tape in my office. Report date: Solar Cycle 72, 49.7 location, Beta 9 Research Station subject, final observations on human engineering capabilities. The success of the human test flight sent shockwaves through the galactic scientific community. Literally, in fact, as their quantum drive harmonics had created a previously unknown form of subspace ripple that 3 different research teams were now studying with great interest. I sat in my office, staring at the mountain of reports, queries, and research proposals cluttering my desk. The Galactic Engineering Board had sent 17 urgent messages demanding explanations for what they called violations of fundamental physics. The Quantum Sciences Council requested detailed analysis of how a gaming console could possibly handle quantum calculations. The Safety Board had simply sent a message consisting entirely of question marks. Dr. Zax, 427, VYX 299 entered, her sensors still slightly fritzy from the launch. The humans are requesting permission to start another project. What could they possibly want to build now? I asked, already dreading the answer. They say they can upgrade our station's entire power grid using something called solar panels, 6 washing machines, and a microwave. I should have said no. I should have cited regulations, demanded proper procedures, insisted on standard safety protocols. Instead, I found myself asking, how many rolls of duct tape will they need? The changes in Beta 9 were more than just technological. The various alien species stationed here had begun to approach problems differently. Yesterday, I caught one of the packs, 890 twins trying to fix a malfunctioning food replicator by, as the humans would say, giving it a good whack. Professor ZYXX had started carrying a roll of duct tape in his robes, though he would deny it if asked. Ambassador Krylix had been spotted in the engineering bay, studying human repair techniques with poorly concealed fascination. Even the safety board representatives had evolved. They still documented every violation of standard procedures, but now they added notes like interesting approach and potential applications under certain, very specific, and completely hypothetical circumstances. "You know what your problem was, Doc?" Captain Turner said during one of our now regular coffee breaks. I had developed a taste for the bitter human beverage, though I suspected it was slowly turning my internal organs into quantum particles. "Only one problem?" I replied, my sense of humor having developed a distinctly human sarcasm. "You all got so caught up in doing things the right way that you forgot to ask if there might be a better way," Turner explained, retrieving a fresh roll of duct tape from what seemed like thin air. "Sometimes the best solution is not the prettiest or the most proper. Sometimes you just need to grab whatever works and make it work better." Looking around my station, I could not argue with the results. Human innovation had transformed Beta 9 into what they called a proper workspace. Our efficiency had increased by 47%, even if our adherence to safety protocols had decreased by roughly the same margin. The humans had taught us something fundamental about progress. It does not always come in neat, properly documented packages. Sometimes it arrives in a heap of scrap metal, held together with duct tape and optimism, powered by gaming consoles and coffee. The Galactic Federation had always prided itself on its methodical, careful approach to technological advancement. We had countless procedures, endless safety checks, and proper protocols for everything. And yes, this approach had served us well, leading to steady, predictable progress. But the humans? They showed us that sometimes you need to throw out the manual, grab whatever tools are at hand, and just try something new. Their method was chaotic, often terrifying, and surprisingly effective. Final log entry, I dictated, as I watched the humans start their new power grid project. Previous assessment of human technological capabilities was fundamentally flawed. Their strength lies not in following established principles, but in their ability to ignore them completely when necessary. Their engineering style, while unorthodox, demonstrates a creativity and adaptability that our civilization would do well to study. Through my office window, I could see Engineer Bishop explaining to a group of young alien scientists how to repurpose a games console into what she called a totally safe and only slightly explosive power regulator. Lieutenant Parker was teaching another group the proper application angles for duct tape in zero gravity. Captain Turner stood in the middle of it all, that characteristic human grin on their face, already planning the next impossible project. In conclusion, I continued my log. I hereby recommend that the Galactic Federation establish a permanent human engineering consultation program, though I do suggest we maintain a safe distance and stock up on fire suppression equipment. And duct tape. Lots of duct tape. As I finished my report, the station lights flickered, then brightened to what the humans called optimal levels. The new power grid was online, running at 180% efficiency, powered by an impossible combination of alien technology and Earth appliances. And somewhere in the background, a gaming console played its victory tune. The galaxy would never be the same. And neither would we. End report.p.s. Note to self, order more coffee. And maybe some antacids.
Captain Zorax Thune stared at the emergency beacon pulsing on his command console and wondered, for perhaps the 100th time, if making that distress call had been the worst decision of his life. "How long until they arrive?" he asked, his 4 eyes blinking in nervous succession. Lieutenant Vex Parla consulted her instruments. "Based on their last transmission, the human fleet should reach our position in approximately 6 hours, sir." 6 hours? Just 6 more hours until his modest research vessel would come face to face with the most feared military force in the known galaxy. The humans were coming, and Zorax had invited them. "Terrific," he muttered. "Just wonderful." We send out one little distress signal and now we have got the galaxy's apex predators racing toward us. Perfect. To be fair, sir, Vex said, her tentacles fidgeting with a datapad, we did specifically request immediate military assistance. The humans were simply the closest respondents. Yes, I'm aware of that, Vex, Zorax snapped, his dorsal spines rising in agitation. What I hadn't counted on was Earth sending the 7th Strike Fleet. Do you know what they call the 7th, Vex? They call it the Planet Cracker Brigade. Not exactly the gentle touch I was hoping for. Across the bridge, Science Officer Quip Faraday looked up from his station. Actually, Captain, I believe the humans have designated them the Rapid Response and Intervention Force. The Planet Cracker moniker is merely colloquial slang that emerged after the Proxima Centauri incident. Oh, well, that makes me feel so much better, Zorax replied, acidic sarcasm dripping from every word. They only cracked one planet. What a relief! The truth was, Zorax had no choice. When the Hrazak pirates had ambushed their research mission at the edge of the Volusian Nebula, they disabled the main engines and communications array. The emergency quantum beacon had been their only option, broadcasting on all frequencies the universal distress code. And the humans, being the battle-hungry species they were, had responded faster than anyone could have anticipated. I still think we should have waited for our own military, grumbled Security Chief Gallo Bim, a burly Taurian whose gray-scaled skin had turned a nervous shade of pale blue. The Galactic Council Defense Force would have arrived 3 days too late. As usual, Zorax interrupted. By then, the pirates would have stripped our ship for parts and sold us all to the organ harvesters of Rigel 9. No thank you. The captain rose from his command chair and moved to the viewport. The swirling gases of the nebula created a hypnotic purple-green curtain across the starfield. It would have been beautiful if not for the 3 Hrazak warships lurking just beyond sensor range. They were out there, waiting, no doubt planning their next attack. Sir, Vex said hesitantly, should we prepare some sort of welcome protocol for the human fleet? Zorax barked out a laugh. What did you have in mind, Lieutenant? A fruit basket? Some colorful balloons? I doubt the 7th Fleet deals much in pleasantries. Captain Communications Officer Eris Tayo interrupted, her voice oddly strained. I'm receiving a transmission. It's from the humans. They are ahead of schedule. Of course they were. Humans and their ridiculous propulsion technology. Zorax straightened his uniform and took a deep breath, but put it through. The main view screen flickered to life, and Zorax found himself staring into the face of a human female. Her skin was a rich copper tone, her head adorned with a mass of tight black curls pulled back from her face. Sharp eyes met his, and a mouth that seemed perpetually ready to smirk. This is Admiral Gianna Okoro of the Earth Alliance 7th Fleet, she said, her voice carrying that strange human blend of authority and casualness that always threw Zorax off balance. We received your distress call and have diverted to render assistance. What's your situation, Captain? Thune. Captain Zorax Thune of the galactic science vessel Horizons Eternal. We are a research vessel, Admiral. 3 days ago, we were attacked by Hrazak pirates. They disabled our engines and have been toying with us ever since, making small attacks, then retreating. I believe they are waiting for reinforcements before they board us. Admiral Okoro's expression remained neutral, but something flickered in her eyes. Hrazak, you say? Interesting. How many vessels? 3 that we can detect, though our sensors are damaged. The human nodded. Captain Thune, we will be at your position in approximately 40 minutes, not 6 hours as previously communicated. Zorax blinked all 4 eyes in rapid succession. 40 minutes? How is that possible? Your last transmission indicated. We prefer to keep certain capabilities classified, Okoro interrupted smoothly. A tactical advantage and all that. I assume you'd rather have us there sooner rather than later. Yes, of course, Zorax stammered. But Admiral, I should warn you, these pirates are well armed and extremely dangerous. They have been responsible for dozens of attacks in this sector alone. And that's when it happened. The human smiled. Not the warm, friendly gesture that diplomats displayed in official meetings. No, this was something predatory, something that made the fur on the back of Zorax's neck stand on end. "Good," Admiral Okoro said, and there was no mistaking the anticipation in her voice. "We have been looking for these Hrazak raiders for some time. Thank you for the assist, Captain Thune. Sit tight and try not to worry. 7th Fleet out." The transmission ended, leaving the bridge in stunned silence. "Did she just thank us for being attacked by pirates?" Eris asked, her voice small. Quip's data monocle whirred as he accessed the ship's archives. "Fascinating. I have found some data on Admiral Okoro. Apparently, she commanded the ground forces during the Battle of New Sydney. The human soldiers under her command were outnumbered 10-1 by Hrazak raiders. They suffered no casualties while eliminating the entire Hrazak force." Gallo let out a low whistle. "That's not possible." "The data appears verified by multiple sources," Quip insisted. Zorax returned to his command chair, feeling suddenly very small. What have we done? The next 40 minutes were the longest of Zorax's life. The crew busied themselves with repairs and preparations, but the tension on the bridge was thick enough to cut with a plasma torch. "Contact." Vex suddenly called out, multiple vessels dropping out of FTL on the far side of the nebula. "Is it the human fleet?" Zorax asked, leaning forward. "No, sir. Energy signatures match Hrazak vessels. 7, no, 8 warships joining the 3 already present." Gallo cursed in his native tongue. 11 pirate vessels? We are doomed." Zorax felt a cold dread washing over him. Even the vaunted 7th Fleet couldn't take on 11 Hrazak warships, could they? "Captain," Eris said, "I'm receiving a transmission from the lead Hrazak vessel." "Let's hear it." The view screen changed to reveal the grotesque visage of a Hrazak captain. Their species resembled nothing so much as upright, armored lizards, with sharp teeth protruding from powerful jaws and eyes that gleamed with cruel intelligence. "Research vessel," the pirate hissed, its translators struggling with the sibilant language. "Your time has ended. Prepare to be boarded. Resist, and we will vent your atmosphere before we strip your vessel for parts." Zorax stood, summoning what dignity he could manage. "We have called for help. A human military fleet is on its way. If you value your lives, you will leave this area immediately." The Hrazak captain blinked, then let out a series of coughing sounds that Zorax realized was laughter. "Humans? You called humans? Even better. The slave markets pay premium rates for human specimens. We will take your ship and then wait for the human vessels. Double profit." The transmission cut off, and Zorax slumped back into his chair. "Well, that didn't work," he muttered. "Sir," Vex said, her voice tight with tension, "the Hrazak vessels are moving into attack formation. They will be in weapons range in 5 minutes. Any sign of the humans?" "Nothing yet, Captain." Zorax closed his eyes. "Wonderful. We are about to be captured by pirates, and our supposed saviors are late to the party. It's typical." "Captain," Eris suddenly called out, "I'm receiving a wideband transmission. It's being broadcast on all frequencies." "From the Hrazak?" "No, sir. It's music." "Music?" Zorax repeated, confused. And then they heard it. A thundering beat, punctuated by wailing instruments and a powerful human voice singing about highways to some place called Hell? "What in the 7 moons is that?" Gallo demanded. Quip's monocle was working overtime. It appears to be a Earth cultural artifact, musical composition titled Highway to Hell by a human group designated AC, historically played by human military forces before engagement. As if on cue, space seemed to ripple and tear around them, not in one place, but everywhere, as if the very fabric of the universe was being punctured from another dimension. "Sensor contacts," Vex shouted, genuine fear in her voice. multiple vessels appearing everywhere. They are not using standard FTL emergence protocols. The view screen automatically adjusted to show the space around them, and what Zorax saw made his blood run cold. Ships were appearing in impossible positions, directly alongside the Irazak vessels, above them, below them, not emerging from jump points or warp corridors, but simply appearing, as if they'd been there all along, hidden behind some cosmic veil. "How many?" he whispered. Vex's tentacles trembled as she worked her console. 23 human warships detected, sir. Classification unknown. They don't match any known Earth Alliance design parameters. The music continued to blare across all frequencies as the human vessels took up positions surrounding the Hrazak pirates. They were sleek, predatory-looking ships, painted matte black with minimal running lights. No insignia, no markings, just smooth, angular death. "Sir," Eris said, "we are being hailed." "It's Admiral Okoro." The human appeared on screen again, but this time she was standing on what was clearly a combat bridge. Officers moved purposefully in the background, and Zorax could see tactical displays showing the positions of all vessels in the area. "Captain Thune," Okoro greeted him, that same predatory smile on her face. "Looks like we arrived just in time for the party. I see our friends brought reinforcements. How thoughtful of them." Zorax found himself at a loss for words. "Admiral, there are 11 Hrazak warships out there." "Yes, I can count," she replied dryly. "Don't worry, Captain. This won't take long. I suggest you power down all non-essential systems and brace for potential shock waves. 7th Fleet tends to be enthusiastic." Before Zorax could respond, the transmission cut off. The thundering music continued for another few seconds, then abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie silence. "The human vessels are powering weapons," Vex reported. "Energy signatures unlike anything I have ever seen." The Hrazak are responding, bringing their own weapons online, and Gallo stopped mid-sentence, staring at his display in disbelief. "What in the void?" Zorax turned to the view screen just in time to see it happen. The human vessels, moving with impossible coordination, fired simultaneously. Not beams or projectiles or missiles, but some kind of rippling distortion that passed through space like a wave. When it hit the Irazak ships, they simply came apart, not exploding, not burning, but disassembling, as if every atomic bond holding them together had suddenly decided to take a break. In less than 10 seconds, all 11 Hrazak warships had been reduced to slowly expanding clouds of component particles. The bridge of the horizon's eternal was absolutely silent. Did they just— Eris couldn't even finish her thought. They did. Quip confirmed, his scientific curiosity temporarily overriding his shock. Some type of quantum destabilization weapon. It disrupts the atomic bonds of matter. Theoretically impossible, of course. Apparently not, Zorax said weakly. The comm system activated again. "Captain Thune, this is Admiral Okoro. The threat has been neutralized. We will be sending over engineering teams to assist with your repairs. Should have you up and running within a few hours." Zorax found his voice at last. "Admiral, thank you." That was quite impressive. Okoro's expression softened slightly. "Just doing our job, Captain. This sector has been plagued by these raiders for too long. They have targeted many species, including human colonies. I didn't realize. Will you be pursuing the rest of their fleet?" The human admiral's smile returned, sharper than ever. "Oh yes, Captain. We most certainly will. The 7th Fleet has been authorized to resolve the Azak piracy situation permanently. Your distress call provided us with the perfect opportunity to locate one of their major task forces. For that, Earth thanks you." As the transmission ended, Zorax slowly sank into his command chair, a new understanding dawning on him. "We weren't rescued," he said quietly to his stunned crew. "We were bait." Quip adjusted his monocle nervously. "Perhaps, Captain. But we are alive, which is more than can be said for the pirates." Zorax looked out at the slowly dissipating clouds that had once been 11 warships and shivered. "Remind me never to make humans angry," he said. "And for the love of all that's sacred, if we ever need to send another distress call, let's try the Arcosian peacekeepers first." As the first human shuttle approached their docking bay, Zorax couldn't help but wonder what fresh chaos they had unleashed upon the galaxy. The humans were coming aboard his ship, and he had a sinking feeling that this was just the beginning of a much larger story. The docking clamps engaged with a satisfying thunk, and Captain Zorax Thune stood nervously at the airlock, flanked by Security Chief Gallo and Lieutenant Vex. The three officers exchanged uneasy glances as the pressure equalized and the status light shifted from red to green. "Remember," Zorax whispered urgently, "be polite, be grateful, and for the love of the cosmos, don't mention the quantum destabilization weapons." The airlock hissed open, and through the steam stepped 3 humans. At the center stood Admiral Gianna Okoro, significantly more imposing in person than over the view screen. She wore a sleek black uniform with minimal insignia, just a small silver pin on her collar shaped like Earth's ancient Roman numeral VI. Flanking her were 2 officers, a tall, pale man with a shaved head and cybernetic implants visible at his temples, and a shorter woman with striking amber eyes and a series of geometric tattoos running down her neck. "Captain Thune," Admiral Okoro greeted warmly, extending her hand. "A pleasure to meet in person." Zorax hesitantly reached out with his upper right arm, mimicking the human handshake gesture they'd studied in xenocultural briefings. The Admiral's grip was firm but not threatening. "Admiral Okoro, on behalf of my crew and the Galactic Science Consortium, I extend our profound gratitude for your timely intervention." The Admiral waved dismissively. "Just doing our job." "This is Commander Lucas Varshin, my tactical officer, and Lieutenant Parvati Singh, chief engineer. She will be leading the repair teams." The engineer stepped forward with a friendly smile. "We have completed initial scans of your vessel. Main propulsion, long-range communications, and defensive systems are all offline. We should have you space-worthy in about 4 hours." "4 hours?" Gallo blurted, unable to contain his surprise. "Our own technicians estimated 3 days of repairs at minimum." Lieutenant Singh's smile widened. "No offense to your techs, but the 7th Fleet specializes in rapid repairs under combat conditions. Plus, we have some specialized equipment." "Speaking of specialized equipment," Zorax said cautiously, "those weapons you deployed against the Hrazak ships were quite remarkable." The temperature in the corridor seemed to drop several degrees. Commander Varshin's cybernetic implants flickered briefly, and Admiral Okoro's smile never wavered, though it no longer reached her eyes. "Yes, quite effective, weren't they?" she replied smoothly. "Now, Captain, I'd like to discuss the Hrazak situation in more detail. Perhaps we could speak privately. Translation: this conversation is over." "Of course. We can use my ready room. Lieutenant Vex will show your engineer to our engine deck." As they walked through the corridors of the Horizon's Eternal, Zorax couldn't help but notice how the human officers moved, confident yet alert, eyes constantly scanning, in bodies positioned in ways that suggested they could respond to threats from any direction. Even the engineer, despite her friendly demeanor, moved with the predatory grace that seemed innate to humans. The crew they passed gaped openly. Most had never seen humans in person before, and the effect was unnerving. Humans looked deceptively soft and vulnerable with their smooth skin and lack of natural defenses, yet carried themselves like apex predators. Once inside the captain's ready room, Admiral Okoro declined the offered seat and instead walked to the viewport, gazing out at the nebula. "Beautiful view," she remarked. "The Volusian Nebula is famous throughout Earth space for its unique spectral properties." "Yes, that's actually why we are here," Zorax explained, grateful for the neutral topic. "The consortium is studying how the nebula's unique radiation affects quantum communications. It's quite fascinating, really. The photonic—" "Captain," Okoro interrupted gently, turning from the viewport. "While I'd genuinely love to hear about your research another time, right now I need information about the Hrazak. Zorax's spines drooped slightly. Of course, Admiral. Though I'm afraid we don't know much. They attacked without warning, disabled our engines, and then simply waited. That's not their usual pattern, Okoro mused. Typically, they hit fast, take what they want, and retreat before reinforcements arrive. From what we observed, they seemed to be waiting for something. Or someone. Hey! The Admiral nodded. They were waiting for us, Captain. Your distress call mentioned a human research vessel, not a Galactic Consortium ship. They were setting a trap. Zorax's 4 eyes blinked in astonishment. A trap? For you? But they couldn't have known the 7th Fleet would respond. Admiral Okoro's expression hardened. The Razak have declared a blood feud against Earth after their defeat at New Sydney. They have been targeting human ships and colonies for months. When they intercepted your distress call mentioning humans, they decided to wait for whatever help arrived. So we were bait in their trap, and then became bait in yours, Zorax said, unexpected boldness in his voice. To his surprise, the Admiral laughed. Exactly right, Captain. You catch on quickly. Her face grew serious again. The difference is, we saved your ship and crew. They would have sold you all into slavery, or worse. True enough, Zorax conceded. May I ask what happens now? Now? We finish repairing your ship, then continue hunting the remaining Razak forces. Thanks to data we gathered during the engagement, we have identified their primary staging area in this sector. You are going after their base? Zorax couldn't keep the alarm from his voice. Captain Thune, Admiral Okoro said softly, do you know how many civilian vessels the Razak have attacked in the past galactic year? How many beings have been taken as slaves or harvested for organs? Zorax swallowed uncomfortably. I have heard the reports. Then you understand why they need to be stopped. Permanently. Why? Before Zorax could respond, the ship's alarm blared. The intercom crackled to life with Gallo's urgent voice. Captain to the bridge. Emergency. Both officers bolted from the ready room. On the bridge, chaos reigned. Lieutenant Vex was frantically working her console while Gallo stood at the tactical station, his scales now a deep, agitated purple. Report. Zorax demanded. Long-range sensors just came back online, Vex explained breathlessly. We have detected a massive energy surge from within the nebula. It's a Razak dreadnought, sir. Impossible, Zorax snapped. The Razak don't have dreadnought-class vessels. They didn't, Admiral Okoro said grimly, studying the sensor readings. Until recently. Commander Varshan, alert the fleet. And battle stations. The cybernetic officer tapped his temple implant. Already done, Admiral. The fleet is moving to intercept. On the main view screen, a massive shape emerged from the swirling gases of the nebula. It dwarfed even the largest of the human vessels, a grotesque amalgamation of stolen technology and brutal Razak engineering. Its hull bristled with weapons, and a malevolent red glow emanated from its engine section. What in the 7 hells is that? Zorax whispered. That, Admiral Okoro said with unexpected calm, is the world render. Stolen Viridian technology combined with Razak brutality. We have been hunting it for months. Admiral Communications Officer Eris called out, we are receiving a transmission from the Arzak vessel. Put it through. The view screen changed to reveal a Razak unlike any Zorax had seen before. And most of their species had natural armor and reptilian features. This one was more machine than organic. Cybernetic implants covered half its face, and its eyes glowed with the same malevolent red as the ship's engines. Humans, the creature hissed, its voice distorted by both translator and cybernetics. I am War Marshal Krex, last warlord of the Azak Dominion. You have destroyed my battle group, but in doing so you have revealed yourselves. War Marshal Krex, Admiral Okoro replied, her voice calm and professional. In accordance with Galactic Council Resolution 3372, I am authorized to accept your immediate and unconditional surrender. The cybernetic Razak's laughter was a horrible, grinding sound. Surrender? No, human. Today, the hunters become the hunted. Your pitiful fleet is no match for the world render. After we destroy you, we will use this vessel to burn Earth to ash. Admiral Okoro sighed, as if dealing with a particularly slow child. I was really hoping we could do this the easy way. Very well. She glanced at Commander Varshan, informed the fleet to initiate Protocol Omega. The Razak leader's expression changed subtly. What trick is this? Your vessels are not moving to attack positions. That's because we don't need to, Okoro replied with that same predatory smile Zorax had seen earlier. You see, War Marshal, while you were monologuing, we finished our targeting solutions. Admiral, Zorax interrupted desperately. Those destabilization weapons, you can't use them here. We are too close to the nebula. The quantum cascade could trigger a chain reaction. For a brief moment, genuine surprise flickered across Admiral Okoro's face. Destabilization weapons? Oh, Captain Thune, those were just our standard armaments. For something like the World Render, we need something with a bit more finality. On the view screen, the Razak warlord was barking orders to his crew, his vessel beginning to move ponderously toward the human fleet. 3 seconds to firing solution, Commander Varshan announced calmly. 2, 1. Protocol Omega initiated. Nothing happened. Or rather, nothing seemed to happen. No weapons fire, no energy beams, no missiles streaking through space. The human vessels simply maintained their positions, apparently doing nothing at all. The Razak warlord laughed again. Your weapons have failed humans. Now feel the might of. He never finished the sentence. The Razak's image froze mid-word, then flickered and dissolved into static. On the tactical display, something impossible was happening to the massive dreadnought. Space itself seemed to be folding around it, warping and twisting like fabric being crumpled by an invisible hand. What's happening? Zorax demanded, all 4 eyes wide with disbelief. Spatial compression, Lieutenant Singh explained, having just entered the bridge. We are creating a localized gravity well that's collapsing in on itself. Zorax watched in horrified fascination as the enormous dreadnought was literally crushed by space itself, each compacting smaller and smaller until it was merely a bright point of light. Detonation in 3, 2, 1, Commander Varshan counted down. The point of light exploded outward in a silent, beautiful burst that quickly dissipated into the nebula gases, leaving no trace that the massive vessel had ever existed. Silence fell across the bridge of the horizons eternal. All targets eliminated, Commander Varshan reported calmly. No debris larger than molecular size detected. Clean kill. Admiral Okoro nodded with satisfaction. Good work. Resume repair operations. I want us ready to jump within the hour. Zorax finally found his voice. What did you just do? The Admiral turned to him, her expression now genuinely warm. That, Captain, is classified at the highest levels. Let's just say it involves manipulating the fabric of space-time itself. The technology is not widely known. Not widely known? Zorax repeated incredulously. It should be impossible. The energy requirements alone would exceed the output of a small star, Lieutenant Singh finished for him. Yes, by conventional standards, we have found unconventional solutions. Quip, who had been silent throughout the entire engagement, suddenly spoke up from his science station. You are drawing energy directly from subspace, aren't you? You have solved the quantum tunneling equation. The 3 humans exchanged glances, and Admiral Okoro nodded slightly. Your science officer is quite perceptive, Captain. Yes, Earth developed stable quantum tunneling technology approximately 5 years ago. It's how our ships were able to appear without using standard FTL corridors. But such technology would revolutionize galactic travel, power generation, even manufacturing, Zorax protested. Why keep it secret? Because Admiral Okoro said softly, not everyone would use it responsibly. Imagine if the Hrazak had developed this technology first. The implications hit Zorax like a physical blow. The power to fold space, to draw unlimited energy from subspace. In the wrong hands, it could destroy worlds, civilizations. I think I understand, he said quietly. But why reveal this to us now? Admiral Okoro smiled. Because you were clever enough to figure it out on your own, Captain. And because the Galactic Science Consortium has a reputation for ethical research. Perhaps in time your scientists and ours can collaborate on safer applications. Sir, Lieutenant Vex interrupted. The human repair teams report that our engines will be online in 20 minutes. The communications are already restored. Excellent. Please convey our thanks, Zorax replied, his mind still reeling from the implications of what he'd witnessed. Admiral Okoro checked a device on her wrist. I should return to my ship. We still have work to do tracking down the remaining Hrazak forces. Of course, Zorax said, accompanying her to the turbolift. Admiral, before you go, was this all planned? Using our distress call to draw out the Hrazak forces? The human stopped, considering her words carefully. Not initially, no, we genuinely responded to assist you. But when we realized what we were dealing with, let's just say we are very good at adapting to changing situations. Opportunists, then, Zorax observed. I prefer tactically flexible, she replied with a wink. Either way, the outcome benefits us both. Your ship is repaired, the Hrazak threat in this sector has been neutralized, and we have eliminated a major enemy vessel. As they reached the airlock, Admiral Okoro extended her hand once more. It's been a pleasure, Captain Thune. I suspect our paths may cross again someday. Zorax took her hand. I certainly hope it will be under less dramatic circumstances, Admiral. One can hope, she agreed, though her tone suggested she thought this unlikely. Oh, and Captain? Your transmission logs, sensor records, and visual data regarding our weapons technology have all been scrubbed. Standard procedure, nothing personal. Of course, Zorax said dryly. I wouldn't expect anything less. With a final nod, the Admiral and her officers departed, leaving Zorax standing alone at the airlock. Through the viewport, he watched their shuttle return to the flagship of the human fleet, a sleek predatory vessel that somehow seemed even more menacing now than before. Within the hour, the human fleet vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared, leaving no trace behind. As the Horizon's Eternal prepared to resume its research mission, Zorax sat in his command chair, lost in thought. Penny for your thoughts, Captain? Quip asked, using a human expression he'd picked up from the repair crews. I was just thinking, Zorax replied slowly, about how fortunate we are that humans decided to become galactic peacekeepers rather than conquerors. Gallo snorted. Who says they haven't? You saw what they did out there. That wasn't peacekeeping, that was extermination. Perhaps, Zorax conceded. But consider this, they could have kept going. With that technology, they could conquer the entire galaxy if they wanted to. Instead, they hunt pirates and respond to distress calls from research vessels. For now, Gallo muttered. For now, Zorax agreed. Which is why I have decided to accept Admiral Okoro's suggestion of a joint research initiative. If humans possess this kind of technology, I'd rather have them as colleagues than opponents. Vex looked up from her console. Captain, are you suggesting we should spy on them? Not at all, Lieutenant. I'm suggesting we should learn from them, and perhaps teach them something in return. The humans have power, yes, but they lack certain perspectives that other species can provide. Like ethical restraint? Quip suggested. Among other things, Zorax nodded. Computer, begin Captain's log. After our encounter with both Hrazak pirates and Earth's 7th Fleet, I have come to several conclusions. He paused, gathering his thoughts. First, the galaxy is a far more dangerous place than the Consortium has been willing to acknowledge. Second, humanity is simultaneously our greatest potential ally and our most terrifying possible adversary. And third, He smiled ruefully. When sending distress calls in the future, we should be very specific about what kind of help we are requesting. Setting course for consortium headquarters, Vex announced. Estimated arrival in 3 days. Make it so, Lieutenant, Zorak said, leaning back in his chair. I have a feeling the Council is going to find our report very interesting. As the Horizon's Eternal slipped into FTL, leaving the nebula behind, Captain Zorax Thune couldn't shake the feeling that they had just witnessed the first moves in a much larger game, one that would ultimately determine the fate of the galaxy itself. The distress signal that had summoned Earth's most dangerous fleet had done more than save a single research vessel. It had lifted the veil on a new reality, one where humanity's true capabilities were finally beginning to emerge from the shadows. And somewhere out in the darkness between the stars, Admiral Gianna Okoro stood on the bridge of her flagship, plotting the next phase of a campaign that had been years in the planning, a campaign that would either save the galaxy or reshape it forever. For now, at least, the humans were the good guys. Zorax just hoped they stayed that way, because he'd seen what happened to those who crossed them. And there wasn't enough left to fill a specimen jar.
Let me tell you about the day we made the biggest mistake in Galactic Federation history. Oh yes, you heard that right. I, Admiral Tech Ra Bluefin, was there when we decided to welcome humanity into our enlightened civilization. Spoiler alert, it didn't go as planned. There we were, hovering above their tiny blue planet in our most impressive diplomatic vessel, the Starseeker. The ship was designed to strike awe into the hearts of primitive species, all gleaming silver and pulsing with energy fields. The Council had spent decades planning this moment. Make it grand, they said. Show them our superiority, they insisted. It'll be simple, they promised. I should mention that I'm what humans would later call an aquatic alien. My species evolved in the deep oceans of Hydros Prime, and we're known for our practical thinking. But even I got caught up in the Council's enthusiasm. Looking back, I should have trusted my gills. They were twitching like crazy that day. Council leader Zan Brightscale, with his shimmering scales and ceremonial robes, stood at the bridge. Admiral Bluefin, he announced, initiate First Contact Protocol Beta 7. Now, Beta 7 was our standard shock and awe approach. We would position our fleet in a perfect geometric pattern above their largest cities, activate our energy shields for that extra sparkle, and broadcast our message of peaceful superiority across all their communication channels. Here's where it got interesting. We expected them to panic. Maybe launch a few primitive missiles that would harmlessly bounce off our shields. Perhaps their leaders would fall to their knees in reverence. That's what happened on Proxima B, after all. Instead, we got Barry from New Jersey. Our grand message, carefully crafted over centuries, was interrupted by a streaming video of this human in what appeared to be his basement drinking something called a beer and critiquing our ship designs. Yo, he said, those ships look like someone attached engines to my grandma's disco ball collection. The Council was speechless. I was trying not to laugh, which is quite a sight when you have gills. But it got better. Their military response wasn't panic or fear. No, they sent us memes, thousands of them. Our cultural analysis team went into meltdown trying to understand why humans kept sending images of something called a surprised Pikachu face whenever we made our demands. Council leader Brightscale turned such an interesting shade of purple that day. This is unprecedented, he sputtered, his scales now a chaotic rainbow of confusion. Admiral, why aren't they following the standard primitive species response pattern? I adjusted my moisture field and replied as diplomatically as I could, perhaps, sir, we should consider that our definition of primitive might need some revision. The Council ignored me, of course. They always did when it didn't fit their narrative. Instead, they called an emergency session right there on the bridge. Picture this: 12 of the most powerful beings in the galaxy, all arguing while human cat videos played on our main screen. Someone had hacked our communication system that quickly. Junior Ambassador Lumi Brightweaver, fresh from the Diplomatic Academy, raised her luminescent antenna in protest. But the briefing said they've barely achieved space flight. They still use combustion engines. They spend enormous resources making small talk about their weather. That's when my first officer, Splash Commander Ripple, who had been quietly analyzing the human internet, spoke up. Sir, they also spend enormous resources on something called gaming. Their battle simulations are extensive. The Council dismissed this as irrelevant. After all, what could a species that hadn't even colonized their own moon teach the mighty Galactic Federation? As I stood there, watching the Council draft their formal greeting read subtle threat to humanity, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were making a terrible mistake. The humans weren't following any of our predictive models, and my experience told me that unpredictable species were the most dangerous kind. But hey, who was I to question the Council? I'm just an admiral with 3 centuries of experience in first contact situations. Clearly the Council, in their infinite wisdom, knew better than to be concerned about a species that had turned our serious first contact attempt into what they called a viral moment. Little did we know, this was just the beginning of our problems. And by problems, I mean the most humiliating series of events in Federation history. You'd think after the first contact debacle, the Council would approach the situation with more caution. But no, they doubled down on their superiority complex. I remember standing in the grand assessment chamber of the Starseeker, watching our top analysts make the second biggest mistake of our campaign. Leading the assessment team was Nyx Starweaver, our most decorated intelligence officer. She had this fascinating ability to change colors based on her mood, and right now she was cycling through shades of green that usually indicated extreme frustration. These humans, she reported, projecting a hologram of Earth's internet infrastructure, have created something called social media where they spend approximately 147 Earth minutes per day arguing about whether their round planet is actually flat. Council leader Brightscale nodded sagely, his scales glistening with satisfaction. You see? Primitive minds, just as we suspected. Nyx changed to a worried shade of blue. Sir, with respect, that's not the point I was trying to make. They also created something called cryptocurrency just to prove they could, and then turned it into a trillion-credit economy based largely on pictures of bored primates. Clearly interrupted High Counselor Vista Moonwhisper. They lack economic sophistication. She adjusted her gravity-defying robes with a smug flourish. I noticed she was carefully ignoring the fact that 3 junior counselors were secretly trading human NFTs in the corner. The assessment continued with each revelation being more baffling than the last. Humans had developed artificial intelligence, but primarily used it to generate images of cats wearing spacesuits. They had nuclear fusion technology, but spent more energy on devices called gaming consoles. They had mapped their own genome, but were more interested in creating new varieties of dogs that looked like floating dust mops. Most concerning, Nyx continued, now pulsing a cautionary orange. They have this concept called speedrunning where they take complex tasks and find incredibly unorthodox ways to complete them faster than intended. How is that concerning? Asked Council Leader Brightscale, absent-mindedly polishing his ceremonial scepter of authority. Sir, they're doing it with everything. Evolution of technology, scientific advancement, even their own social development. They're not following any of our predicted patterns. They just keep breaking things until they work better. I decided to interject. Perhaps we should send in ground observers? Get a closer look. The Council agreed, though not for the right reasons. They dispatched our most elite observation team, led by Field Agent Spark Thunder. Within 2 Earth weeks, we lost contact with half the team. The other half refused to return. What do you mean they refused to return? Council Leader Brightscale demanded. I checked the latest report. According to Agent Thunder's last transmission, and I quote, have discovered something called pizza and video games. Not coming back. Also, humans have surprisingly good meme culture. P.S. Their dogs are amazing. The Council was outraged. High Counselor Moonwhisper demanded we extract our agents immediately. We tried. The agents had apparently started a successful YouTube channel reviewing alien technology under the guise of special effects videos. But the real shock came when Nyx discovered their military capabilities. They've turned their most devastating weapons into deterrents, she reported, now a confused swirl of colors. They built them hoping to never use them. Who does that? Clearly declared Council Leader Brightscale, they lack the courage to use their own weapons. This assessment confirms our superiority. I watched Nyx's colors shift to alarm red. Sir, that's really not the conclusion I would draw. But the council had made up their collective minds. They saw exactly what they wanted to see: a primitive species that would easily bow to their authority. They completely missed the warning signs that were literally flashing before them in the form of our increasingly panicked intelligence officer. As I stood there watching the council draft their challenge to humanity, I couldn't help but notice that humans had already turned our first contact into an internet phenomenon. They were selling t-shirts with Disco Ball Space Fleet printed on them. Someone had remixed Barry from New Jersey's video into something called a trap beat banger. That's when junior analyst Bubble Wavecrest rushed in with what should have been the most alarming report of all. Humans had already written thousands of stories about successfully fighting alien invasions. They had been imagining and solving this exact scenario for centuries. The council's response: how charmingly primitive. They fantasize about victory because they know they cannot achieve it. I just adjusted my moisture field and sighed. Some lessons, it seems, can only be learned the hard way. And, oh, what a lesson it would be. Have you ever watched a train wreck in slow motion? That's exactly what delivering the Federation's ultimatum to Earth felt like. Except the train was our dignity, and the wreck was broadcast live across 12,000 star systems. Council leader Brightscale insisted on delivering the message himself. He spent 3 hours in his private chamber practicing his intimidating poses with his ceremonial staff. I know this because my security feeds caught him practicing in front of a mirror, muttering "You will bow before our might" in different tones. The chosen venue was the United Nations building in New York. We arranged for our most impressive holographic display, the one that usually makes primitive species gasp in awe. The council members positioned themselves in their traditional formation, floating above their seats for extra dramatic effect. The human delegates filed in right on schedule. Leading them was Ambassador Maya Blackwood, a woman whose poker face would have won her millions at the Centaurian gambling rings. She sat there, sipping something called coffee, looking about as impressed as I am with dehydrated food packets. People of Earth Council leader Brightscale began, his scales shimmering in what he thought was an intimidating rainbow pattern. "We have assessed your civilization and found it wanting." That's when the first snicker echoed through the chamber. A junior ambassador in the back row quickly turned it into an unconvincing cough. Brightscale, bless his luminescent heart, plowed ahead. "You have one planetary rotation to submit to Federation authority. Resist, and we will demonstrate our superior power. Your primitive weapons will be useless. Your technology will fail. Your civilization will." "Point of order," Ambassador Blackwood interrupted, raising her hand like a student in class. "Are you reading this from a script? Because I'm pretty sure I saw this movie in 1996. Council leader Brightscale's scales turned a magnificent shade of flustered purple. "This is not entertainment. This is your destiny." Blackwood nodded, taking another sip of coffee. "Quick question, did you happen to notice what happened to the aliens in that movie?" Behind the council's dramatic holographic display, panic was spreading among our junior officers. Splash Commander Ripple pulled me aside, his fins trembling. "Sir, the humans are live streaming this. They've turned it into something called a watch party. There are already memes." Indeed, on my neural display, I could see that humans worldwide were not cowering in fear. They were organizing viewing parties. Someone had created a drinking game based on how many times Council leader Brightscale said primitive. Betting pools were forming, but not about Earth's survival. They were betting on how exactly humanity would win. Furthermore, Brightscale continued, desperately trying to regain control of the situation. "We demand access to all your technological facilities for immediate assessment." Ambassador Blackwood raised her eyebrow. "You mean the facilities that you called primitive 2 minutes ago? Those facilities?" That's when young Ensign Bubble Wavecrest made the mistake of laughing. She tried to cover it with a series of bubbles in her breathing tank, but the damage was done. Council leader Brightscale shot her a look that could have frozen a sun. "You have until sunset in your capital city," he declared, trying to salvage some dignity. "Which capital city?" another human delegate asked. "We have hundreds, and due to Earth's rotation, it's always sunset somewhere." I watched as the council's carefully choreographed show of force crumbled into what humans would call a hot mess in the back of the chamber. Our junior officers were frantically updating their resumes. Nick Starweaver had turned such a bright shade of warning red that she was practically a beacon. As the council made their dramatic exit, I overheard Ambassador Blackwood talking to her aide. "Send a message to the tech division. Tell them it's time for protocol welcome party," she winked at me as she left. That wink haunted me. In all my years of first contact scenarios, I'd never seen a species respond to threats with such amusement. It wasn't until much later that I understood for humans, this wasn't a crisis. It was entertainment with a dash of opportunity. And we, the mighty Galactic Federation, had just handed them exactly what they'd been preparing for, since they first looked up at the stars and thought, "I bet we could take them." The real show was about to begin. Looking back, I can pinpoint the exact moment everything went sideways. It wasn't when the humans started winning, it was when we realized they'd been playing an entirely different game all along. The Council had just ordered our fleet to disable Earth's satellite network. Standard procedure, really. Show of force, minimal damage, maximum impact. Except something strange happened. Our targeting systems locked onto their satellites, and then they multiplied. So reported Navigation Officer Aurora Swiftwind, her antennae twitching in confusion. We're detecting 10,000 new satellites that just appeared. Before anyone could process this information, our ship's entertainment system started playing something called "Never Gonna Give You Up" by Rick Astley on every single screen. Council Leader Brightscale was not amused. "Shut it off," he commanded, his scales now a mortified pink. "We can't," Sir Aurora replied, trying not to bob her head to the beat. "And, sir? The humans are rating our ships on something called Twitter. We're trending. They're giving us 3 stars for design, but 5 stars for, quote, dramatic villain aesthetic." That's when Ambassador Maya Blackwood's face appeared on our main view screen. She was sitting in what appeared to be a casual Earth dining establishment called a coffee shop, stirring her beverage with infuriating calm. "Having trouble with our decoy satellites?" she asked, smiling. "You know, the funny thing about humans is we tend to plan for everything. Alien invasion? We've got protocols for that. Zombie apocalypse? There's a manual. Time travelers trying to kill someone's grandfather? We've had that conversation." Our tactical display suddenly lit up like a Lumerian festival. Hidden facilities across Earth's surface were powering up. Orbital platforms we'd dismissed as space junk transformed into defensive positions. And our own systems. Well, they're in everything, Nick Starweaver announced, her color shifting rapidly between disbelief and admiration. Every piece of technology we gave their corporations to study? They didn't just study it, they improved it. Then they built countermeasures. Then they built countermeasures for their countermeasures. That's when a most peculiar thing happened. Junior Officer Ripple stepped forward, removed his insignia, and said something that would go down in Federation history, "Sir. Permission to defect to the obviously winning side." He wasn't alone. Across our fleet, crews were reporting similar requests. It turns out humans had been making friends among our ranks for weeks. How? They shared their entertainment, their food, their music, their games. While the Council was planning conquest, humanity was hosting the galaxy's best party. "Did you really think," Ambassador Blackwood continued, now dunking something called a cookie in her coffee, "that a species that invented backup plans for their backup plans wouldn't have prepared for this? We've been writing stories about alien invasions since before we had electricity. We've played out this scenario in every possible way. And you want to know the really funny part?" She leaned forward, and I swear her smile could have outshone a supernova. "We're not even using our best stuff yet." Council Leader Brightscale, his dignity in tatters, attempted one last show of authority. "You dare to challenge the might of the Galactic Federation?" "Challenge?" Blackwood laughed. "Oh no, we're not challenging you. We're replacing you. See, while you were busy trying to intimidate us, we were making alliances, trade deals, cultural exchange programs. Did you know Officer Aurora there has become quite the sensation on TikTok? Her dance videos are amazing." Aurora, caught mid-groove, quickly stood at attention. And Nix Blackwood continued, "Your analysis of human meme culture is being taught in our universities now. We're particularly impressed with your paper on the evolutionary significance of cat videos." Nix turned a proud shade of purple. then quickly tried to hide it. The council watched in horror as their command structure crumbled, not through violence or force, but through something far more powerful: cultural exchange and free Wi-Fi. "Face it," Blackwood said, finishing her coffee, "you never stood a chance. We survived our own history. We survived each other. We survived reality TV. Did you really think we couldn't handle a few floating disco balls?" That's when our ship's system started playing something called the Macarena, and to my eternal embarrassment, half our crew knew the dance. In the end, it wasn't even a fight. Humanity had turned galactic conquest into a social media event, complete with merchandising. They were selling plushies of our ships. Plushies. The final blow came when humans revealed they'd already established diplomatic relations with 17 other species the Federation had deemed too primitive to contact. Turns out, while we were busy being superior, they'd been busy making friends. And there I stood, watching the mighty Galactic Federation effectively neutralized by a species that still couldn't decide whether hot dogs qualified as sandwiches. Council Leader Brightscale, his scales now a defeated gray, slumped in his chair. How he whispered, "How did we not see this coming?" Ambassador Blackwood's face reappeared on screen one last time. Simple. "You looked at our technology and saw what we'd finished. We look at technology and see what we can change. You sought to maintain order. We've been surfing chaos since we learned to walk. You tried to control the galaxy. We just wanted to make it more interesting." She paused, then added with a wink, "Also, we've officially renamed your invasion fleet Space Disco Party 2157. Hope you don't mind. The merchandise is already in production." As I watched several council members secretly ordering human t-shirts on their neural interfaces, I realized something profound: we hadn't just lost a battle. We'd been absorbed into humanity's endless talent for turning everything, even potential apocalypses, into entertainment. And somehow, that was a far more effective form of conquest than anything we had planned. The final confrontation between humanity and the Galactic Federation didn't happen in the way anyone expected. No massive space battles, no heroic last stands. Instead, it happened in what humans call a Zoom meeting. Yes, you heard that right. The most advanced civilization in the known galaxy was outmaneuvered through video conferencing software. Council Leader Brightscale had ordered our remaining loyal ships to form up for one last glorious attack. That's when every screen in our fleet started displaying a meeting invitation: emergency Galactic Federation shareholders meeting, attendance mandatory. What shareholders? Brightscale demanded, his scales flickering in confusion. Ambassador Maya Blackwood appeared on screen, wearing what humans call business casual and holding up a stack of digital documents. Fun fact: when your corporation started trading with our tech companies, they had to file paperwork. Did anyone actually read the terms and conditions? The silence in our command center was deafening. Turns out, she continued, shuffling through her papers with obvious glee, humanity now owns 51% of the Galactic Federation's trading rights. We bought them through various shell companies while you were busy planning your invasion. The paperwork was finalized about 3 minutes ago. Nick Starweaver, who had by this point turned an impressed shade of turquoise, pulled up the documents. "She's right, sir. They effectively bought us while we were trying to conquer them." "That's impossible," Brightscale sputtered. "Our legal system is beyond their primitive understanding." "Oh, really?" Blackwood raised an eyebrow. "You should meet our corporate lawyers. These people make galactic overlords look like amateurs." The emergency shareholders meeting was memorable. Picture this: the most powerful beings in the galaxy, forced to sit through a PowerPoint presentation about corporate restructuring. Humans had turned intergalactic warfare into a hostile takeover. The presentation, delivered by a human named Brad from accounting, was particularly brutal. And as you can see from this pie chart, your current management strategy is highly inefficient. We're going to need to implement some changes. Several council members actually fell asleep during the budget review section. I can't blame them. Even our most hardened warriors break under the strain of quarterly earnings reports. The final vote wasn't even close. By overwhelming shareholder majority, the Galactic Federation was merged with something called Humanity Interstellar LLC, a company that had apparently been registered just weeks after our first contact. Council Leader Brightscale made one last attempt at resistance. You cannot simply buy the greatest civilization in the galaxy. Actually, Brad from accounting interjected, pushing up his glasses, according to subsection 7, paragraph 12 of the Federation's own trade laws. We totally can. Also, we're implementing casual Fridays and mandatory team-building exercises. The look of horror on the Council's faces at the words team-building exercises told me they finally understood true defeat. In the end, humanity didn't need advanced weapons or clever battle strategies. They beat us with paperwork, corporate law, and the most terrifying weapon of all, middle management. Ambassador Blackwood closed the meeting with a smile. Don't think of this as a conquest. Think of it as a merger that optimizes synergistic opportunities across multiple cosmic market sectors. Even I had to admire the elegance of it. They conquered us using our own bureaucracy against us. The final surrender document was buried in a 300-page employee handbook that most of the Council signed without reading. The aftermath was surprisingly pleasant. Humanity's first act as majority shareholders was to implement an actual galactic democracy. They turned our pompous council chambers into a casual co-working space. They introduced something called Coffee Mondays and Taco Tuesdays to diplomatic meetings. And you know what? The galaxy runs better now. Turns out humans have a knack for bringing people together, even if their methods are unorthodox. As for me, I was promoted to Chief Officer of Xeno-Human Relations. My first task was organizing the company picnic. Let me tell you, you haven't lived until you've seen a Zorblaxian try to play human party games. Council Leader Brightscale? He now runs a surprisingly successful TikTok channel reviewing Earth cuisine. His video about trying hot sauce for the first time got 2 billion views. The greatest empire in the galaxy, defeated not with a bang, but with a merger agreement and a complimentary welcome package. And honestly, we're all better for it. Personal Log Admiral Tech Raw Bluefin. 8-1 standard year after the corporate takeover. Location: New Federation Headquarters, Earth Branch. Who would have thought that the galaxy's most efficient government would run on something called happy hour? 1 year after humanity's bloodless conquest through corporate law, the changes in galactic society are nothing short of remarkable. The Federation, once a stuffy bureaucracy, has become something far more interesting. We still govern the galaxy, but now we do it with style. Last week, I watched former Council Leader Brightscale present a proposal for interstellar trade routes while wearing something called a Hawaiian shirt. The proposal was approved, not because of political maneuvering, but because it actually made sense. The horror. The humans have introduced concepts that would have scandalized our old council. Things like transparency in government democratic processes and casual dress code Fridays. The really shocking part. Everything works better. Ambassador Blackwood, now serving as Galactic CEO, introduced a revolutionary policy, actually talking to other species instead of just assuming we're better than them. Thanks to this radical approach, we've discovered 18 new civilizations that we previously ignored because they didn't meet our standards. Turns out, if you don't act like a pompous space dictator, people actually want to join your alliance. My favorite change? The new diplomatic protocol. Instead of formal ceremonies that last for days, major galactic decisions are now made over something called brunch. It's amazing how much you can accomplish when mimosas are involved. As for me, I've learned the most valuable lesson of all: never underestimate a species that turned their own primitive internet into a weapon of mass distraction. The humans didn't just beat us, they made us enjoy losing. The greatest irony? We spent millennia building the perfect galactic civilization, and humans improved it by basically turning it into a really big startup company with good benefits and an open bar policy. So here's my final report to whoever reads these archives in the future. If you ever meet humans, don't try to conquer them. They'll end up conquering you, but in such a way that you'll thank them for it. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's Taco Tuesday in the diplomatic sector, and I've heard rumors about something called a margarita. End log. A.
The day Lieutenant Carathorn fell was supposed to be our greatest victory. Hey, what a joke that turned out to be. My name is Vaznik, first-rank combat observer of the Galactic Hegemony, 7th Fleet. And I'm about to tell you how one single human female turned our most celebrated conquest into our most humiliating defeat. Target their command center. Do not allow any survivors. Grand Marshal Urtax bellowed, his forearms gesticulating wildly at the tactical display. His purple skin had darkened to an almost black hue, a sure sign he was practically drunk on victory. The humans cannot be allowed to regroup. Push forward. I watched from my observation pod as our assault teams poured through the breach in the human defensive line. The battlefield, what humans dramatically called no man's land, stretched before us. A wasteland of impact craters, twisted metal, and bodies. So many bodies. Sir, I ventured, our intelligence suggests. Your intelligence has been consistently wrong about these humans, Urtax snapped. They are broken. Look at them run. Indeed, the human forces were falling back across the field, all except for one unit, which held its position at a small rise about 300 meters from our advancing line. I zoomed my optical enhancers. 5 humans remained at that position, protecting something. No, not something. Someone. Sir, there's an injured human being defended by a small unit. They are not retreating with the others. Urtax barely glanced at my display. Relevant. They will be overrun in moments. He wasn't wrong. Our forces surged forward like a tide of death. The defending humans fought with surprising ferocity, but one by one they fell. 4, 3, 2, 1. The last defender, a burly human with a heavy weapon, stood over the injured soldier. Through my enhancers, I could see the wounded one clearly now. Female. Her armor partially shattered around her midsection. Dark red blood pooled beneath her. Her helmet had been knocked aside, revealing short blonde hair matted with dirt and blood. Last one standing, Urtax chuckled. How typically human, sacrificing themselves for nothing. The final defender fired until his weapon clicked empty. Then he drew a side arm and continued firing. One of our assault troops fell, then another. It was almost admirable, in a primitive sort of way. Then a blast caught him in the chest, and he toppled backward. Victory is ours. Urtax roared, and the command center erupted in cheers. I kept watching. The injured female was still moving. Live. Our troops approached cautiously, weapons trained on her. Sir, shouldn't we take prisoners? The hegemony protocols clearly state. These humans have cost us too much, Urtax growled. No prisoners today. I expected our troops to execute her immediately. Instead, something unexpected happened. They gathered around her, seemed to confer, and then they left her there. What are they doing? I asked, confused. One of the intelligence officers, Pelnar, leaned closer to my station. They are leaving her to die slowly, he whispered. The squad leader thinks it will demoralize the other humans when they return and find her. I felt my stomachs turn. That's barbaric. It's war, Pelnar shrugged. Besides, these humans have been a thorn in our side for too long. Remember what they did at the Jupiter outpost? I did remember, but still, watching the wounded human struggle to crawl toward her fallen comrade, only to collapse again, it didn't sit right. Our forces continued their advance, pushing the human army back several kilometers. By nightfall, Urtax was already planning the next day's assault, the one that would supposedly break the human resistance once and for all. I was relieved from my observation duties but couldn't sleep. Instead, I returned to my station and focused my enhancers on the battlefield we'd left behind. The female was still there, still alive somehow. In the pale moonlight, I could see her working on something. Her armor, perhaps? No, she was. Applying medical treatment to herself. Fascinating. These humans were certainly tenacious. You shouldn't obsess over a single enemy combatant, Pelnar said, startling me. I hadn't heard him approach. I'm not obsessing. I'm observing. It's literally my job title. Pelnar laughed, a gurgling sound that always reminded me of a clogged waste disposal unit. Well, observe all you want. She will be dead by morning. The temperature dropped significantly on this planet at night. But when morning came, she wasn't dead. Not only was she not dead, she was gone. What do you mean, gone? Urtax thundered when the advanced scouts reported that the wounded human was no longer where they'd left her. Exactly that, sir. She's not there. There's a blood trail leading toward the human lines, but it disappears after about 100 meters. Urtax dismissed this information as irrelevant. One wounded human couldn't possibly affect the outcome of this battle. We had their main force on the run. Oh, how wonderfully wrong he was. The day proceeded according to plan. Our forces continued to push forward. The humans fell back, offering only token resistance. Urtax was practically glowing with victory, his skin the brightest shade of purple I'd ever seen. By sunset, we will have their command center, he boasted. By tomorrow, this entire region will be under hegemony control. And then everything went wrong. First came the explosion at our forward supply depot. Initial reports blamed it on a forgotten human explosive device. But then came another explosion, this one at our fuel reserve. Sir, the communications officer called out, Forward Base 6 reports they are under attack. Impossible. The human forces are all in front of us, Urtax snapped. It's not an army, sir. They are reporting a single attacker, a human female. The command center fell silent. I felt a chill run down my spine. Show me? Urtax demanded. The main display flickered to life, showing footage from Forward Base 6. The image was chaotic smoke, running soldiers, weapons fire, and there, moving through it all like a ghost, was a figure in patched-together armor. Female. Blonde hair visible through a cracked visor. It can't be, Pelnar whispered beside me. But it was. The same wounded human female our troops had left to die in no man's land was now tearing through our rear echelon like a vengeful spirit. How is this possible? Urtax roared. She was practically dead, for no one had an answer. We watched in stunned silence as she planted explosives, fired with deadly accuracy, and disappeared before our troops could respond effectively. Sir, I pointed at the screen. What is she carrying? Strapped to her back was a large, cylindrical object. It took me a moment to recognize it, a human-modified flamethrower. Where had she gotten that? Our intelligence indicated those weapons were rare, even among human special forces. The answer came minutes later when another base reported being hit. This one had been a captured human weapons depot. She wasn't just attacking randomly, she was arming herself, gathering what she needed for. For what? All bases on high alert. I want this human found and eliminated immediately. Urtax was no longer glowing with victory. His skin had paled to a sickly lavender. For the next 8 hours, reports kept coming in. Another supply depot destroyed. A communications relay sabotaged. A squad of our elite troops found dead, their weapons missing. She can't be working alone, Pelnar insisted. It's impossible. But our sensors detected no other human signatures. Somehow this single wounded warrior was wreaking havoc across our entire operation. Pull troops from the front line if you have to, Urtax ordered. Find her and kill her. It's that proved to be his fatal mistake. With forces diverted to hunt the phantom attacker, our front line weakened. The humans, who had been retreating so steadily, suddenly pushed back. Hard. By sunset, we had lost all the ground we'd gained that day. By midnight, we were in danger of losing our primary base of operations. And still, the lone attacker struck again and again, always moving, never where our troops expected her to be. How? Urtax bellowed, smashing his fist against the tactical display. How is she doing this? I had been studying the pattern of her attacks. Sir, I believe she's using our own communication network against us. Explain, he growled. Each attack comes shortly after we transmit troop movements or supply information. I think she's intercepted one of our communication devices and is listening to everything we say. Urtax stared at me for a long moment. Then he turned to the communications officer. shut down all non-essential communications. A new encryption protocol, level 9. Too little, too late. Even as the order went out, alarms blared. The base was under attack. Not from the front, where the main human force was pressing, but from beneath, the maintenance tunnels. How did she even know about those? Pelnar gasped. I didn't have time to form a theory. Explosions rocked the command center. The lights flickered and died, replaced by the dim red glow of emergency lighting. Secure the Grand Marshal, someone shouted. Guards rushed to surround Urtax. Too late again. A section of the floor burst upward, sending metal plates flying. Through the smoke and debris, a figure emerged, armored, bloodied, but moving with deadly purpose. The wounded female from no man's land had somehow infiltrated our most secure facility. Her guards opened fire. She rolled, came up firing, and 3 guards fell before anyone could react. A small object flew from her hand, landing near Urtax's position. A blinding flash, a deafening bang, stunned device. When my vision cleared, I saw her standing over Urtax's unconscious form. The command center was in chaos, some officers fleeing, others trying to call for help on comms that no longer functioned. Stop, I shouted, raising my hands. Everyone stop. Surprisingly, both my people and the human female paused. You, I addressed her directly. You have proven your point. You don't need to kill anyone else. She turned toward me, and for the first time I saw her face clearly. Young by human standards, perhaps 30 cycles. A fresh scar ran across her left cheek. Her eyes, though her eyes were the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. Cold, calculating, utterly devoid of fear. Your people left me to die, she said, her voice rougher than I expected, probably from the smoke and dust. They could have killed me cleanly. Instead, they walked away laughing. I swallowed hard. It was wrong, against our protocols. But please, I'm not here to negotiate, she cut me off. I'm here to send a message. She reached down and removed Urtax's ornate helmet, the symbol of his rank and authority. Tell your hegemony that humans don't die easily. And we don't forget. She placed the helmet under her arm. You have 6 hours to begin full withdrawal from this planet. After that, I start hunting your officers, one by one. You can't possibly, Pelnar began. Without looking, she fired a single shot that grazed his ear, silencing him. 6 hours, she repeated. Then she dropped something on the floor, a small explosive device with a timer. This isn't powerful enough to kill anyone, but it will destroy your communications equipment. I suggest you evacuate. With that, she backed toward the hole she'd created, keeping her weapon trained on us. No one dared move. Just before she disappeared, I had to ask, "Who are you?" A small, terrible smile crossed her face. Lieutenant Kara Thorne, Human Expeditionary Force, and I'm just getting started. She vanished into the tunnels just as the device began to beep more rapidly. Evacuate. Now, I shouted. We barely made it out before the explosion. True to her word, it wasn't lethal, but it completely destroyed our command and control capabilities. By morning, the hegemony forces were in full retreat. Not because of her threat, but because without central coordination we couldn't maintain our position against the now advancing human army. I watched from our fallback position as our great invasion crumbled. All because we left one wounded human in no man's land. All because we thought humans were predictable, weak, easily broken. I have since learned that there's an old human saying, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. Lieutenant Kara Thorne had shown us just how much fight one human could contain. And as I prepared my report for Hegemony High Command, I couldn't help but wonder what would happen when she came for us again. Because if there's one thing I now know about humans, it's that they always come back. 3 standard months after our humiliating retreat from Earth's northern continent, I found myself demoted, disgraced, and most surprisingly still alive. Grand Marshal Urtax wasn't so fortunate. The Hegemony High Command doesn't tolerate failure, especially the spectacular kind that makes headlines across 17 star systems. His empty helmet, returned to high command via diplomatic pouch, sealed his fate. They executed him publicly, claiming he had surrendered his dignity to a primitive species. What a convenient lie. I was there. Tax never surrendered anything. Lieutenant Thorne simply took what she wanted. Observer Vaznik, report to Interrogation Chamber 3 immediately. The voice over the intercom jolted me from my thoughts. This wasn't unexpected. For weeks, I'd been questioned repeatedly about the incident, as they now called it. Every detail, every moment scrutinized by intelligence officers whose skin grew paler with each session. Chamber 3 was different from the others. Smaller, darker, and occupied by someone I hadn't seen before, a female hegemony officer with the insignia of special operations. Sit, she commanded, not bothering with introductions. I sat. Your previous reports contain inconsistencies, she said, placing a data pad between us. Explain how one wounded human female managed to infiltrate 6 secure facilities, neutralize 42 elite combat personnel, and effectively collapse our entire northern front. I sighed. With respect, Commander, Narix. For Commander Narix. There are no inconsistencies, only facts that High Command finds inconvenient. Her upper eye ridges rose slightly, the hegemony equivalent of raised eyebrows. Be careful, Vaznik. Such talk borders on sedition. What's one more charge? I laughed bitterly. You have already stripped me of rank and standing. What's left? My life? Take it. At least I won't have to file any more reports. Commander Narix studied me silently for several moments. Then, unexpectedly, she deactivated the recording devices in the room. All of them. Speak freely, she said, her voice suddenly lower. No records. No consequences. I need to understand what happened. Not the official version, the truth. I hesitated, suspicious. This could be a trap. Why? Why? Because she leaned forward. Lieutenant Kara Thorne has returned. And she's not alone. My blood went cold. What do you mean? 8 days ago, our primary command center on the southern continent went dark. When reinforcements arrived, they found everyone dead or missing. And on the central command console, another helmet I finished for her. She nodded. Regional Commander Fenax's helmet, along with a message, 6 down, many to go. 6. The number hit me like a physical blow. While I'd been locked in interrogation rooms, Thorne had been busy. Very busy. You need to understand something fundamental about humans, I said carefully. Something our intelligence completely missed or chose to ignore. Which is, they don't think like us. When we are wounded, we retreat to safety. When our position is hopeless, we surrender to preserve our forces. When we are outmatched, we negotiate. I leaned closer. Humans don't do any of that. They get wounded. They use the pain to fuel their resolve. Position hopeless. They fight harder, get creative. Outmatched? They'd rather die than yield. Narix's expression remained neutral, but I could see her throat sac pulse rapidly, a sign of agitation. You sound like you admire them. I respect them. There's a difference. I tapped the data pad between us. Everything in our tactical manuals about human psychology is wrong. We have been fighting them as if they were just hairless, bipedal versions of us. They are not. Then what are they? I considered my answer carefully. The closest analogy I can think of is the apex predators from the Death World Skeksis IV. Cornered, wounded, they don't cower, they charge directly at whatever is threatening them. That's just primitive survival instinct, Narix dismissed. No, I shook my head firmly. That's where you are wrong. It's not just instinct. They calculate. They plan. Lieutenant Thorne didn't just lash out in pain or fear. She systematically dismantled our entire operation. She studied our weaknesses while we thought she was dying. Commander Narix was silent for a long moment. Tell me about her. not the facts in the report. Tell me about Thorn herself. I closed my eyes, remembering. Her eyes were the most disturbing part. When she stood in our command center, bleeding, exhausted, she should have shown fear. There was none. Only purpose. Absolute clarity of purpose. And now she has others with her, Narix murmured. My eyes snapped open. How many? Intelligence isn't certain. Estimates range from 6 to 20. All survivors of various incidents. Where our forces? She stopped abruptly. Where our forces what, Commander? She met my gaze reluctantly. Where our forces left wounded humans on battlefields against protocol. So that was it. Not just Thorn. Multiple human survivors, all with similar grievances, all apparently following her lead. The realization made my skin crawl. You are not here to interrogate me, I said slowly. You are here because High Command is afraid. Narix didn't deny it. They are considering a full withdrawal from Earth. After all we invested? All the resources? The lives? I couldn't hide my shock. The hegemony never retreated completely from an invasion. Never. Unless, she continued, we can neutralize this threat. This Thorn and her followers. And there it was. The real reason for this conversation. You want me to help you hunt her. You are the only one who's seen her up close and survived. The only one who seemed to understand her, even briefly. Narix's voice hardened. And frankly, Vaznik, it's your only chance for redemption. Help us eliminate this threat, and your rank will be restored. Refuse, and I will join Urtax in a public execution, I finished. Not much of a choice. There's always a choice. She reactivated one of the recording devices. For the record, Observer Vaznik, do you agree to assist Special Operations in the neutralization of hostile human elements? I should have said yes immediately. Should have jumped at the chance to regain my position, my honor. Instead, I heard myself asking, what exactly would this assistance entail? You will join my field team. Help us track, identify, and eliminate Thorn and her group. Narix's expression grew impatient. Your answer, Observer? I thought of Lieutenant Thorn's eyes again, with that terrible focus. And now there were more like her, all bearing grudges as justified as hers. Yes, I said finally, I will help you find her. I didn't say I'd help them kill her. A small distinction, but important to me for reasons I couldn't fully articulate. Within 12 hours, I was aboard a tactical shuttle heading toward Earth's southern continent. Commander Narix's team consisted of 5 special operations soldiers, each wearing the newest combat exoskeletons, powered armor that supposedly made them equal to 3 regular troops. They'd need it. Our intelligence places Thorn's group near these mountains, Narix explained during the flight, highlighting a region on the tactical display. They have been striking our outposts seemingly at random, but I believe there's a pattern. There is, I agreed, studying the map. She's working her way up the chain of command. Each target is higher ranking than the last. Which means Narix looked at me. Regional Commander Vutax is next, I finished. He's the highest ranking officer in this hemisphere. The shuttle altered course immediately, heading for Vutax's headquarters. We were too late. By the time we arrived, the attack was already over. The perimeter defenses had been breached with surgical precision. The command bunker designed to withstand orbital bombardment had been penetrated through a maintenance shaft that wasn't supposed to exist according to official schematics. Commander Vutax was gone. So was his ceremonial helmet. The only casualty was his personal security chief, a veteran of 12 campaigns who'd once killed 3 assassins with his bare hands. How many attackers? Narix demanded of the shaken survivors. Just 2. A junior officer replied. There is a female and a male. Both human. Describe them. The female was average height. Short blonde hair. Moved like she knew exactly where everything was. The officer swallowed hard. The male was larger. Dark skin. Had some kind of heavy weapon we have never seen before. I recognized the description of Thorn immediately. The male was new, perhaps one of her recruits. They took the commander alive? I asked. The junior officer nodded. Left a message too. He handed Narix a small data crystal. She inserted it into her portable reader. A holographic image appeared Lieutenant Thorn, looking considerably healthier than when I'd last seen her, though the scar on her cheek remained. Attention hegemony forces, the recording began. By now you have realized we are not stopping. Your commanders left us to die slowly instead of killing us cleanly or taking us prisoner. Dishonorable, cowardly. Her expression darkened. For each of us left to die, one of your commanders will face justice. We currently hold Regional Commander Vutax. He will be returned to you in exchange for immediate withdrawal from the southern continent. You have 48 hours. The message ended. They call this justice. One of Narix's soldiers spat. It's terrorism. Actually, I said quietly, by their standards, it's quite merciful. They are offering an exchange rather than simply executing him. Narix silenced the soldier with a gesture. Can we track where this message originated? The technical team tried but failed. Thorn was too smart for that. We need to find them before the deadline, Narix declared. Vaznik, if you were her, where would you go? I considered the question carefully. Somewhere with multiple escape routes. Defensible. But not obvious. I studied the map again. There's an abandoned human mining facility in this region. Our forces deemed it strategically worthless during the initial invasion. Why there? Because we'd think exactly that it's worthless. But it would have tunnels, power systems she could restore, and probably multiple hidden entrances. Narix made the decision instantly. We move now. Full stealth approach. The mining facility looked deserted when we arrived. No heat signatures, no movement, no signs of occupation. Perfect camouflage or a perfect trap. I should go first, I suggested as we prepared to enter. She knows me. Might hesitate. Or shoot you immediately, Narix countered. No, we go in as a unit. Non-lethal tactics first, we need Vutax alive. I wasn't sure Thorn would extend us the same courtesy, but I kept that thought to myself. The main entrance was partially collapsed, forcing us to navigate through rubble. The darkness beyond swallowed our lights, the facility stretching deep into the mountainside. Motion sensors show nothing, one soldier whispered. Place is empty. I didn't believe it for a second. They have found ways to mask their signatures before. We moved deeper, tension building with each step. The silence was absolute, broken only by our breathing and the soft whir of exoskeleton joints. Then her voice echoed from everywhere at once. I was wondering when you'd find this place, Vaznik. Narix's team instantly formed a defensive circle, weapons ready. Lieutenant Thorn, I called out. We received your message. And your response? I looked at Narix, who nodded. We are authorized to negotiate the release of Commander Vutax. A harsh laugh bounced off the walls. Negotiate? That implies both sides have leverage. You have nothing I want except a complete withdrawal. Where is Vutax? Narix demanded. Safe. Unlike we were when your troops left us bleeding in the dirt. I stepped forward, away from the group. Lieutenant, I understand your grievance. But this cycle of revenge solves nothing. It's not revenge, her voice replied, suddenly coming from a different direction. It's education. Your species needs to learn what happens when you break the rules of war. And what about your rules? I countered. Aren't you breaking them too? The silence that followed stretched uncomfortably long. Finally, lights flickered on, revealing we were in a large processing chamber. And standing on a catwalk above us was Lieutenant Kara Thorn. Behind her stood 6 humans of various sizes and appearances, all bearing visible scars or injuries, all wearing pieces of hegemony armor modified to fit their bodies. Your Commander Vutax is in a holding cell, Thorn said, looking directly at me. Unharmed. unlike your special operations team will be if they don't lower their weapons in the next 5 seconds. Red targeting dots suddenly appeared on each of Narix's soldiers, snipers hidden in the shadows, positions we'd completely missed. Stand down, Narix ordered her team reluctantly. Wise choice, Thorn nodded. She descended from the catwalk, moving with the same deadly grace I remembered. Up close, I could see new scars on her arms, her neck, of battle trophies. "You remember me?" I said as she approached. "The observer who tried to stop me from killing everyone." Yes, her gaze shifted to Narix. "This is new. The hegemony sending a female commander. Are they getting desperate?" Narix's throat sac pulsed with anger, but she maintained her composure. "We want to end this conflict. Return Commander Vutax, and we will withdraw from the southern continent as demanded." Thorn studied her for a moment, then looked back at me. "Do you believe her, Observer Vosnik?" The question caught me off guard. Why would she care what I thought? "I believe she's authorized to make that deal, yes." "That's not what I asked." Thorn's eyes narrowed. "Will the hegemony honor the agreement, or are they buying time to launch a counterattack?" I found I couldn't lie. Not to those eyes. High Command is divided. Some want full withdrawal. Others want to make an example of you. Narix hissed in anger. "Vosnik, that's classified." "It's also the truth," I cut her off. "And she deserves that much." Thorn's expression softened fractionally. Honesty. Rare commodity. She gestured to one of her companions, who disappeared through a side door. "Commander Vutax will be brought here. You will take him and go. We will expect the withdrawal to begin immediately." "And if it doesn't?" Narix asked. Thorn's smile was cold. "Then we expand our operation. We have a list of every officer who ordered or allowed wounded humans to be abandoned. It's longer than you might think." The side door opened again, and 2 humans escorted Commander Vutax into the chamber. He looked unharmed but deeply shaken. Around his neck hung a small device. Explosive collar, Thorn explained casually. "It will deactivate once you are 5 kilometers from this facility. Try to remove it before then, and, well," she shrugged, "use your imagination." As Vutax was handed over, Thorn approached me directly. "You are different from the others," she said quietly. "You saw us as people, not just targets. Remember that feeling." "Why?" I asked. "Because someday, when this war is over, someone will need to build the peace." She pressed something into my hand, a small data crystal. "When you are ready to talk instead of fight, use this to contact me." Before I could respond, she stepped back and addressed Narix. 48 hours. Then we check if your forces are withdrawing. If not," she tapped her own neck, mimicking the collar around Vutax's neck. The message was clear. As we left the facility, Vutax clinging to Narix like a frightened child, I glanced back. Thorn stood in the entrance, watching us go. Not with hatred or triumph, but with something like weariness. The weight of her self-appointed mission visible in the set of her shoulders. 3 days later, the hegemony began withdrawing from Earth's southern continent. 1 week after that, High Command announced a strategic repositioning of all forces on the planet. In other words, retreat. I kept the data crystal hidden, saying nothing of it in my reports. Someday, perhaps, I would use it. When my people were ready to admit that this species, these humans, were not just primitives to be conquered but equals to be respected. In the grand chamber of the Hegemony Council, 7 empty helmets now sit on display, a warning of what happens when we underestimate our enemies. And somewhere on Earth, Lieutenant Kara Thorne and her band of survivors wait, watching, ready to fight again if needed, ready to teach us another painful lesson. They left her wounded in no man's land. She came back with their captain's helmet and changed the course of the war.
The Grand Chamber of the Galactic Council buzzed with the usual cacophony of 200 different species trying to communicate at once. High Diplomat Zextor of the Vexillian Empire adjusted his neural translator inside, watching the newest addition to the Galactic Community file into their designated seats. Humans, What a peculiar bunch. Are they wearing different colored fabrics? Zextor whispered to his aide, Third Secretary New York Lara. How wonderfully primitive. Indeed, High Diplomat. They call it fashion, New York Lara responded, her 4 eyes blinking in synchronized amusement. Apparently, they change these coverings daily. Zextor's scales rippled with barely contained laughter. Here they were, in the most prestigious gathering in the known universe, surrounded by beings who had mastered quantum mechanics before these humans had figured out basic space travel, and they showed up in cotton? The audacity was almost admirable. The human delegation, led by their representative Lisa Reeves, took their seats with an air of wide-eyed wonder that Zextor found both endearing and pathetic. Like watching younglings at their first spaceflight ceremony. Esteemed members of the Galactic Council, Supreme Chancellor Xothes' voice boomed across the chamber, his crystalline body refracting light in mesmerizing patterns. We gather today to address the formal petition from Earth regarding unrestricted access to deep space mining rights. Zextor's amusement vanished faster than a quantum leaper in distress. Mining rights? These barely spacefaring primitives wanted unrestricted mining access? The same access that took his species 3 centuries of diplomatic maneuvering to acquire. Representative Reeves stood, her red hair catching the light from the chamber's artificial sun. Thank you, Supreme Chancellor. The Earth Confederation simply requests equal treatment under galactic law. The current restrictions on deep space mining operations unfairly disadvantage newer members of the community. Equal treatment? Zextor muttered under his breath. They still have combustion engines on their planet. But as he watched Reeves present her case, something about her demeanor made his third stomach churn uneasily. Behind that facade of naive enthusiasm, he caught glimpses of something else. The way her eyes darted between council members, measuring reactions, the precise timing of her pauses, the carefully crafted simplicity of her arguments. Furthermore, Reeves continued, we believe that current regulations were designed specifically to maintain the economic advantages of founding council members. She paused, smiling pleasantly. Not that we're suggesting any deliberate unfairness, of course. Several council members shifted uncomfortably in their anti-gravity seats. Zextor felt his scales prickling. This human had just accused the founding members of institutional bias while maintaining a smile that would make a pleasurebot look insincere. The regulations exist for safety reasons, Zextor interjected, rising to his full 3-meter height. Deep space mining requires sophisticated containment protocols and, which we're fully capable of implementing, Reeves interrupted smoothly. Unless you're suggesting humans are inherently less competent? Zextor's 4th heart skipped a beat. She just backed him into a diplomatic corner with the casual ease of a master player. Either he admitted humans were capable, thus undermining his argument, or he explicitly stated they were inferior, violating 3 different anti-discrimination treaties. Murmurs of discussion rippled through the chamber. Zextor noticed something that made his blood run cold. Representative Reeves wasn't looking at him anymore. She wasn't even paying attention to the rising debate. Instead, she was making notes on her primitive paper tablet, looking for all the world like a student in a basic physics class. But she was smiling. That same pleasant, empty smile. Third Secretary, he whispered to New York Lara, run a full background check on Earth's mining capabilities. Something isn't right here. Already done. High Diplomat, New York Lara replied, her voice unusually tense. According to their public records, they have exactly 3 deep space mining operations. All of them are basic asteroid extraction facilities. And non-public records? That's just it, sir. We can't find any. Zextor watched as Reeves continued fielding questions from the council, maintaining that same carefully crafted air of earnest simplicity. These humans weren't as primitive as they appeared. They couldn't be. But if that was true, what exactly were they hiding? For the first time in his 300-year diplomatic career, Zextor felt genuinely unsettled. He had a sinking feeling they were all missing something obvious, something important. And Representative Lisa Reeves was still smiling that infuriating smile. 6 months after the mining rights debate, Zextor found himself dealing with the 15th human-related incident report that week. He stared at the holographic display, his scales turning a mottled gray from stress. "They did what?" he asked, hoping he'd misunderstood. "They built a refueling station in the Proxima Centauri system," New York Lara explained, by classifying it as a temporary emergency shelter. A 5-kilometer-long emergency shelter? According to human regulations, they need one emergency pod for every potential visitor. They simply connected all the pods together. Zextor slammed all 4 hands onto his desk. "That's not how emergency shelters work." "Actually, sir," New York Lara's voice carried that particular tone that meant more bad news was coming. "There's nothing in the regulations that specifically says it isn't." The incident reports kept piling up. Humans had started trading technology with the Zyxtari, circumventing export restrictions by hosting trade shows where they simply demonstrated their devices. No actual technology changed hands. They just showed others how to build it themselves. They established colonies by sending autonomous terraforming drones classified as scientific research equipment. When questioned, they pointed out that studying environmental changes was, technically, scientific research. "Have you noticed?" Grand Minister Folex of the Harmonious Collective complained during an emergency session. "How they keep using that word?" "Technically." Zextor had noticed. He'd also noticed how the humans seemed to delight in finding creative interpretations of every rule they encountered. The mining rights request had been just the beginning. Yesterday, Ambassador Youth of the Silicon Consciousness reported, "A human merchant avoided paying docking fees at our primary spaceport by declaring his ship a mobile art installation. He claimed the act of landing was a performance piece about the intersection of commerce and bureaucracy." "Did you impound his vessel?" Zextor asked hopefully. "We tried." He sold tickets to the impoundment procedure, calling it the second act of his performance. Made more money from the spectators than the docking fees would have cost. The other council members buzzed and hummed with frustration, but Zextor remained silent, watching the patterns emerge. Each incident seemed random, almost silly on its own. But together, third secretary, he called over the neural link. "Show me the locations of all human-related incidents from the past 6 months." The holographic display flickered, showing a map of known space. Red dots appeared, marking each location where humans had bent, twisted, or practically tied the rules into knots. "Now overlay their approved mining operation sites." 3 green dots appeared. They formed a perfect triangle. "And now show me the most efficient distribution pattern for a quantum communication network." The display added theoretical nodes for an FTL communication grid. Every single human incident lined up with a potential node location. Zextor felt his scales go completely white. They're not breaking rules randomly. They're building infrastructure. "Sir?" New York Lara asked. "Every incident, every bizarre interpretation of the rules, they're establishing presence in strategic locations. The mining rights request was just to get us looking the wrong way." A notification pinged on his display. Another incident report. "Humans are requesting permission to establish a solar observation post in the Rigel system," New York Lara read. "They want to study the effects of light on various Earth plants." Rigel? Zextor checked the map. That would put them exactly where they'd need to be to, oh, those clever primates. The pieces were falling into place. While the council had been laughing at human antics and filing incident reports, these supposed primitives had been systematically positioning themselves across known space. Not through military might or economic power, but through increasingly ridiculous legal loopholes. "Sir," New York Lara's voice interrupted his revelation. "Representative Reeves is requesting a meeting. She says it's about clarifying the definition of scientific research vessels." Zextor looked at the map again, at the web of human activity spreading across the stars like a carefully crafted spider's web. He remembered that smile from the council meeting, that carefully crafted appearance of simplicity. "Tell her," he said slowly, "that I'm very interested in her definition of scientific research." He paused, scales rippling with concern. "And New York Lara? Start monitoring all human entertainment broadcasts. I have a feeling their fiction might tell us more about their plans than their diplomatic corps." As he prepared for the meeting, a final incident report scrolled across his display. Humans had successfully argued that faster-than-light particles couldn't technically be considered particles under current regulations, thereby exempting their new drive system from safety protocols. Zextor had a feeling things were about to get much more interesting and much more concerning. The Centauri Trading Hub was the pride of the Galactic Council, a massive space station where 2,000 species conducted commerce in perfect harmony. At least, that was the case until the humans arrived with their lawyers. Zextor stood at the observation deck, watching the latest crisis unfold. Below, a crowd of various species gathered around Trading Bay 47, where human merchant Beverly Nash was currently redefining the concept of free trade. "Let me make sure I understand this correctly," Zextor said, each word carefully measured. "She's giving away her quantum processors for free?" "Yes, sir," New York Lara confirmed, "with a complimentary lifetime subscription to what she calls a support service." "And the subscription costs?" "3 times the market price of the processor." The crowd below had grown larger. Several merchant guild representatives were turning interesting shades of purple, green, and ultraviolet with rage. "But that's not the worst part," New York Lara continued. "The support service is classified as educational entertainment under Section 47B of the Trade Accords, which means no trade tariffs, no quality control inspections, no regulatory oversight." Beverly Nash stood behind her counter, her brown hair tied back in a simple ponytail, looking about as threatening as a Fluffarian peace monk. She was even wearing a t-shirt with a cartoon character on it. The sign above her booth read, "Free quantum processors. Education subscription required. Void where prohibited. Terms and conditions apply. Subscription automatically renews. Cancellation fees may apply. Standard rate subject to change without notice." "Sir," a junior aide rushed up, slightly out of breath. "The Merchant Guild is threatening to file a formal complaint. They say humans are destroying 10,000 years of established trade practices." "Tell them to get in line," Zextor muttered. The Regulatory Commission already filed 3 complaints this morning. The situation had been building for weeks. Human merchants had been flooding the hub with similar schemes. Free starship parts with mandatory maintenance plans. Complimentary AI cores that required proprietary update subscriptions. Zero-cost fusion reactors that only worked with human-certified fuel cells. None of it was technically illegal. The humans had apparently spent months studying every trade regulation, finding loopholes, and driving their legal transports right through them. The Merchant Guild representatives are approaching Nash's booth, New York Lara reported. Zextor focused his attention on the scene below. "This should be interesting. Your practices are unacceptable." Guild Master Vex Trall boomed, his crystalline form vibrating with indignation. "You cannot simply give away advanced technology." "Of course I can," Beverly replied cheerfully. "Show me where in the regulations it says I can't." "The regulations clearly state that all technological transfers must be properly compensated. And they will be. Through the educational subscription service. That is not a legitimate form of commerce." Beverly's smile widened. "Actually, according to Galactic Trade Regulation 359, subsection C, paragraph 12, educational services are classified as legitimate commerce. Would you like to subscribe to our premium legal consultation package? It includes fascinating lectures on regulatory interpretation." The Guild Master's crystalline form was practically strobing with fury. "This is absurd. You're manipulating the system." "No, we're optimizing it. There's a difference." Beverly paused, then added with a wink, "Technically." That's when Zextor noticed something odd. While everyone was focused on Beverly and her quantum processors, other humans were quietly moving through the crowd. They were, "New York Lara," he said sharply. "Access the hub's commerce logs. I want to know what other humans are trading right now." The data appeared on his display, and his scales went from concerned gray to alarmed white in an instant. While Beverly Nash was creating a spectacle and drawing all attention to her booth, other humans were conducting thousands of small, seemingly unrelated transactions. Individually, they looked random. Together, they formed a pattern. "They're buying up controlling interests in key supply chains," he whispered, "using shell companies, distributed purchases, and, oh, those sneaky primates. The free quantum processors aren't the real play. They're a distraction. Below, the argument continued to escalate. More guild representatives had arrived. Beverly Nash was now offering them a special group discount on her educational subscriptions, which only seemed to infuriate them more. Sir, New Year Clara's voice had taken on an unusual tone. I've finished analyzing the human entertainment broadcasts like you requested. There's something you need to see. She displayed a series of clips from human video entertainment. Stories about clever underdogs outsmarting powerful opponents. Tales of business tactics and market manipulation. Something called poker tutorials. They've been training for this their entire history, Zextor realized. Every story, every game, every business practice, it's all about finding creative ways around obstacles. The confrontation below had reached a crescendo. Guildmaster Vextral was now demanding to speak to Beverly's superior. Oh, of course, Beverly said brightly. She pulled out a communication device. Let me connect you with our customer service department. The resulting 4-hour conversation with an automated response system would later be described in official reports as psychological warfare. As the chaos unfolded, Zextor received an urgent message from the council. Human companies had just announced simultaneous takeovers of 17 major trading corporations across known space. All perfectly legal. All using methods no one had thought possible. Sir? New York Lara asked, watching his expression. Send a message to Representative Reeves, he said quietly. Tell her we're ready to discuss those mining rights. And the trade regulations? Zextor looked down at Beverly Nash's booth, where she was now offering the increasingly desperate guild representatives a special limited-time discount on her premium subscription package. I have a feeling, he said, that by the time this is over, we'll be the ones learning their regulations. In the distance, he could hear the automated customer service system cheerfully asking the guildmaster to please hold for the next available representative. The emergency session of the Galactic Council began exactly 3 minutes after the humans revealed their fleet. Zextor had never seen the Grand Chamber in such disarray. Species that normally required elaborate greeting rituals were shouting across the aisles. The usually stoic silicon consciousness representatives were displaying emotion symbols at frequencies that threatened to overload the chamber's display systems. Order. Supreme Chancellor Xo thundered. We will have order. Representative Lisa Reeves stood calmly at the center of the chamber, that same pleasant smile still firmly in place. Behind her, the main display showed real-time footage of what the humans were calling their Expeditionary Defense Force Point 10,000 ships, all built within council space, all perfectly legal. Would anyone like me to explain how we did it? Reeves asked sweetly. Yes, several dozen representatives shouted. No. Several dozen more countered, probably afraid of learning just how thoroughly they'd been outmaneuvered. Zextor leaned forward, his scales rippling with a mix of dread and fascination. Please proceed, Representative Reeves. She nodded, tapping her datapad. The display changed, showing a maze of corporate registrations, property deeds, and building permits. Remember all those emergency shelters we built? The ones connected together? Her smile widened. Turns out, if you connect enough life support pods in the right configuration, you get something that looks remarkably like a carrier vessel. Technically speaking, of course. The display shifted again. Those solar observation posts? Perfect framework for weapon systems, once you add what are permit applications called enhanced sensor packages. You cannot simply reclassify military hardware as scientific equipment. Ambassador Youth protested. Actually, Reeves countered. According to Regulation 772(d), any device capable of collecting data is scientific equipment. Our kinetic impact sensors just happen to collect data by launching high-velocity projectiles at targets and measuring the results. Zextor felt a headache building in all 3 of his brains. The trading hub takeovers, supply chains for our shipyards, hidden in plain sight, the quantum processor scheme, control systems for our fleet, distributed piece by piece through educational materials. The chamber erupted in fresh chaos. Reeves stood there, waiting patiently as various species accused humans of everything from fraud to violating the spirit of galactic law. Point of order, she said finally. We have violated exactly 0 regulations. We have simply interpreted them in innovative ways. This is unprecedented, Grand Minister Folex declared. No, Zextor said quietly, causing the chamber to fall silent. It is not. He stood, his ceremonial robes rustling. This is exactly what humans have been showing us they would do, from the very beginning. Every incident report, every complaint, every bizarre interpretation of our rules, they were telling us their strategy. We just weren't listening. The display changed again, showing the fleet in formation. The ships were beautiful in a distinctly human way, function disguised as form, weapons hidden behind sleek lines, military power masquerading as artistic expression. 47 separate species filed complaints about human behavior in the past year, Zextor continued. Each time, we assumed they were simply being difficult or primitive or failing to understand our sophisticated regulations. We never considered they might be testing our responses, measuring our reactions, finding our limits. Reeves nodded approvingly. The Trade Hub incident last month was our final test. We needed to see how the Council would respond to obvious manipulation of regulations. And how did we do? Someone asked nervously. You filed complaints, launched investigations, formed committees to study the situation. She shrugged. Exactly as we predicted. Your responses are remarkably consistent and slow. The implications hit the chamber like a quantum torpedo. Humans hadn't just built a fleet, they had systematically analyzed how the Galactic Council would react to its existence. What are your demands? Supreme Chancellor Xoth asked, his crystalline form dimmed with concern. Demands? Oh no, Reeves laughed. This isn't a hostile takeover. This is a business proposition. She gestured, and the display changed to show trade routes, defensive positions, and patrol patterns. You have regulations. We have ways to optimize them. You have threats to deal with. We have a fleet that technically doesn't exist, so it can go places your official forces cannot. You want to be our deniable asset, Zextor realized. We prefer the term independent regulatory compliance consultants. The chamber was silent as the implications sank in. Humans had spent a year proving they could run circles around galactic regulations. Now they were offering to do it on behalf of the Council instead of against it. And if we refuse, someone asked. Then we'll continue operating exactly as we have been, Reeves replied. Building our forces through perfectly legal loopholes, expanding our influence through creative regulatory interpretation, and generally causing administrative chaos. She paused. Though I should mention that our customer service department is launching an expanded hours program next week. The collective shudder that ran through the chamber at the mention of human customer service was almost visible. Before we vote, Zextor said, I have one question. The mining rights request that started all this, was any of it real? The request? Oh yes. We genuinely want unrestricted mining access. Reeves smiled that infuriating smile again. We just figured it would be easier to negotiate after demonstrating our problem-solving capabilities. As the Council began their deliberations, Zextor watched the human fleet performing what their permits classified as an extended safety drill. Every movement was precise, professional, and somehow both completely legal and utterly terrifying. New York Lara, he sub-vocalized, send a message to my personal archives. Remind me to never play poker with a human. Already noted, sir, his aide replied. Along with amendments to never engage in trade negotiations, legal discussions, or customer service interactions with them either. The Council members were starting to look resigned. Some were even looking impressed. Humans had taken 10,000 years of carefully crafted regulations and turned them into their own private instruction manual for galactic dominance. And Representative Lisa Reeves was still smiling that same smile she'd worn at their very first meeting. Zextor finally understood what it meant. It was the smile of someone who had already won before the game even began. 6 months after the fleet revelation, Zextor found himself attending what humans called a professional development seminar. The topic? Creative Regulatory Compliance Strategies. The instructor was none other than Beverly Nash, now head of the Galactic Council's newly formed Department of Alternative Solutions. Remember, she said, pacing in front of a room full of diplomatic representatives, The regulations don't say you can't do something if they don't specifically mention that something. A ZYX Tari raised their appendage. But surely there are implied restrictions? Show me where it says implications are legally binding, Beverly countered with a grin. Zextor watched as centuries of diplomatic tradition crumbled before the onslaught of human interpretative techniques. The truly disturbing part? Everyone was taking notes. The changes across council space had been both subtle and profound. The Merchant Guild now employed human consultants to optimize their trade strategies. The Silicon Consciousness had begun experimenting with what they called subscription-based intelligence sharing. Even the notoriously rigid Harmonious Collective had started a research program into human marketing techniques. Hi, Diplomat. New York Lara interrupted his thoughts. The quarterly compliance report just arrived. He checked the data and felt his scales shift through several colors of disbelief. The humans had somehow classified their entire fleet as a mobile peacekeeping educational exhibit. They were now charging other species admission to observe their training exercises. They turned their military into a profit center, he muttered. Of course they did. The council chambers had changed too. Where once there were formal procedures and rigid protocols, now there were what humans called networking opportunities. Species that had never cooperated were forming joint ventures. Traditional rivals were establishing strategic partnerships, all thanks to humanity's unique interpretation of corporate law. Sir, New York Lara said, Representative Reeves is requesting your presence at the Regulatory Innovation Committee meeting. Let me guess, another creative interpretation of existing laws? No, sir. This time they want to discuss actually changing the regulations. Zextor almost dropped his datapad. They want to change the rules? But they're so good at manipulating the current ones. When he arrived at the meeting room, he found Lisa Reeves engaged in what humans called a brainstorming session with representatives from 12 different species. The problem, she was saying, isn't that the regulations are too restrictive. It's that they're too specific. We need flexible frameworks that encourage innovation. You mean encourage exploitation? Someone muttered. I mean encourage creative solutions to complex problems. Reeves smiled. For instance, did you know there's nothing in the regulations preventing us from classifying an entire solar system as a single administrative unit? The implications hit Zextor like a malfunctioning gravity generator. You want to apply planetary development regulations to entire systems. Think bigger, Reeves winked. What if we classified multiple connected systems as a single economic zone? The room erupted in discussion. Species that had once prided themselves on regulatory compliance were now eagerly exploring ways to redefine basic concepts of space administration. Later that day, Zextor received reports that the Merchant Guild had hired human lawyers to rewrite their entire charter. The Silicon Consciousness was exploring something called viral marketing, and the Harmonious Collective had submitted a patent application for what they called optimized regulatory interpretation algorithms. They're not just changing the rules, he realized. They're changing how everyone thinks about rules. A notification popped up on his display. The human fleet, still officially classified as an educational exhibit, was offering special group rates for their latest demonstration of peacekeeping techniques. Several traditionally militant species had already booked tickets. New York Lara, he called. Has anyone actually tried to challenge the humans in a direct confrontation since they revealed their fleet? No, sir, she replied. The general consensus is that anyone who tries will probably end up in a subscription-based conflict resolution program. The truly remarkable part was how the humans had maintained their appearance of cheerful helpfulness throughout everything. Their ships were painted in bright, friendly colors. Their official documents were filled with smiley faces. Even their weapons had names like Peace Through Understanding and Diplomatic Resolution. Final report for the day, sir, New York Lara announced. The Council has approved humanity's request for unrestricted mining rights. The original request that started all this? Zextor asked. The one they submitted a year ago? Yes, sir. Though given everything that's happened since then, it seems rather minor now, he finished, as if to prove his point. Another notification appeared. The humans were offering a new service, regulatory compliance insurance. For a modest monthly fee, they would guarantee that any activity could be classified as legal under existing regulations. The galaxy had not just adapted to human methods. It had embraced them with the enthusiasm of a quantum leaper discovering faster-than-light travel, and somewhere in the vast expanse of space, 10,000 technically not military ships continued their educational demonstrations, their crews probably smiling those same pleasant, terrifying smiles. The rules hadn't just been changed. They had been optimized. 1 year to the day after humans first requested mining rights, Zextor sat in his office, reviewing old incident reports. Each complaint, each confused message, each frustrated outcry now read like steps in an instruction manual. A manual humans had written using the Galactic Council's own rules. "Sir," New York Lara entered, carrying a small package. "Representative Reeves asked me to deliver this to you personally." Inside, he found an ancient Earth storage device called a USB drive and a handwritten note that read, "For historical purposes." His curiosity overrode his caution. The drive contained a single video file, dated 3 years before humans had made first contact with the Council. The recording showed a room full of humans in what they called business attire. At the front stood a younger Lisa Reeves, addressing the group. "The Galactic Council's regulations are publicly available," she was saying. "They're complex, rigid, and absolutely riddled with loopholes. Their entire civilization runs on rules they haven't updated in millennia." She clicked to the next slide, showing early observations of alien trading posts. They're so used to everyone following the spirit of the law that they've never considered what happens when someone follows the letter of it instead. "Our advantage isn't technology, military power, or resources. Our advantage is that we're the only species that looks at a regulation and immediately thinks how to get around it." Zextor's scales turned pure white as he watched the humans systematically plan out everything that had happened in the past year. The mining rights request, the trade hub incident, the fleet revelation, all of it, planned before they'd even achieved faster-than-light travel. Final question, someone in the recording asked, "What if they change the regulations to stop us?" Reeves smiled that familiar smile. "Then we'll help them write the new ones. After all, who better to create regulations than the species that's best at breaking them?" The recording ended. Zextor sat in silence for a long moment. "New York Lara," he said finally, "please check something for me. The human who designed their fleet's legal classification system. The same one who wrote their trade hub protocols," she confirmed. "And the human who created their regulatory compliance insurance program was on their first contact team." And Beverly Nash? Former corporate lawyer specializing in finding loopholes in business regulations. Zextor started laughing. He laughed until his scales cycled through every color in his species' emotional spectrum. They had all assumed humans were learning and adapting as they went along. Instead, they had arrived with a complete playbook, written years in advance. A notification pinged on his display. The humans were proposing a new initiative, a comprehensive review and optimization of all Galactic Council regulations. They were offering to do it for free. "They're going to help us rewrite the rules," he realized, "knowing they'll be the best at exploiting whatever new regulations we create. Should we oppose it?" New York Lara asked. He thought about the past year, about how human methods had sparked innovation across the galaxy, about how their creative interpretations had broken down barriers between species, about how their technically not a fleet had prevented 3 wars through educational demonstrations. "No," he said, smiling for the first time in months. "I think we need this." The galaxy was getting stagnant. We needed someone to come along and shake things up. He drafted a quick message accepting the regulatory review proposal, then added a personal note to Representative Reeves. "Well played." Her response arrived moments later. "Thank you for being such an excellent student. Want to join our new regulatory innovation think tank? The subscription fees are very reasonable." Zextor found himself laughing again. The humans had planned for every contingency, prepared for every response, and turned the entire galaxy into their willing students. And he had to admit, the galaxy was much more interesting for it. Somewhere in the vast expanse of space, a human fleet that technically didn't exist continued their educational demonstrations. Their ships bore a new insignia, a smiling face with a footnote citing the regulatory clause that classified it as a peacekeeping symbol. The rules had indeed been made to be broken, and humanity had known it all along.